Chapter 11. December 25th, 1583 of Illyria's Gregorian calendar. January 6th, 1584, Queen Elizabeth's calendar. Westerly winds delay the Rachel. It is late sunset when Captain Palash first sights Illyria from the quarterdeck. Even at this distance, the island twinkles in and out of reality in the crepuscular light. The shoreline, the color of faded ink, is as thin as a reed. Still, its nascent presence assures Will that his nautical ordeal is nearly over. Yet knowing little more than that Dee has come for intelligence on the island, and having lived in London long enough to know what horrors are reserved for those found to be intelligencers, bile churns in Shakespeare's stomach. "What shall I do in Illyria?" he broods, nauseous once again. "So this bit of green mirage is to be my home for a month or two before we set sail for Krakow? It will have to do." Palash has given orders to not light lanterns, lest their approach be conspicuous. A ship of Jews is not an everyday occurrence, especially flying under the Dutch flag. Dutch pirates, who style themselves as the Sea Beggars and are Netherlands nationalists, have grown in power and audacity, and the Rachel must make every effort to not be mistaken for them. Dee is eager for an opportunity to observe the thoroughness of the harbor officials. He needs to evaluate with his own eyes how easy it is for ships to dock, unload cargo, and head back to sea. Inconsequential Illyria, an English possession since the victorious wars of Henry V, is pivotal to English military strategy to keep a tenuous grasp on a Channel outpost. Despite English dominion, Illyria is culturally French. English may be spoken at court, but French is the lingua franca in Illyrian homes. Parisian influence is evident in the architecture, as well as clothing, the calendar, and manners of the populace, mostly Catholic and Vatican-centric. Over the past 50 years, a growing number of Huguenots and Puritans, sons and grandsons of immigrants, mingle warily with the island's ancient families. Orsino's father and his people chafed at the Protestant changeover by Elizabeth from Mary's Catholicism, but as long as the government at Whitehall gives them freedom to celebrate Mass and observe their saints' days, Illyria remains begrudging loyal to London. Though the Act of Uniformity insists that all Englishmen must monthly take part in Protestant services, no one on the island expects this law to be as rigorously enforced as it is at London's St. Paul's. In Illyria, as in many areas in England, there are those who think the Pope's excommunication of Henry's illegitimate, some say incestuous daughter Elizabeth, has given them the moral obligation to wish her dead. Below decks, Palash's crewmen devour their evening meal with gusto. The celebratory laughter of men ripples through the ship, excited at being only 1 day or 2 away from their families after months at sea, though some gripe about the present delay. Ever a sad brow, Palash will have none of the ribaldries, and goes above to converse with his distinguished passenger. Questions regarding this morning's manifestations still hang in the air, but hospitality must take precedence. He offers Dee a cup of Madeira. Nothing is brought for the young secretary, who sulks a little way off, scarcely penetrating the captain's notice. The distant isle grows more substantial on the horizon. "This," Palash notes theatrically, "is Illyria." He hands Dee the pewter cup, and the pensive scholar is glad to have it. "You begin your new life here, no? You meet the noble vizier." Expressionless, Dee gazes at the blinking lights on the shore. Savoring the Spanish wine, he says nothing. Understanding the man's abstraction, Samuel continues confidentially. "Orsino, I have heard him named. No longer a bachelor, eh?" "Nay, not any more," Dee offers. "He has been husbanded these 2 years to a niece of the French Duke. She is a de Guise, a prominent family of Catholic zealots who like not—" About to say more, Dee catches himself and changes the subject. "Elizabeth, our Royal Majesty and Her Royal Highness, most Honourable Privy Council, were sore vexed at Orsino's betrothal. But this island's proximity to Calais, ever within arm's length of Catholic Europe, compelled our queen to curtsy to the Count's infatuation, and thus she gave her blessing. With the drink, or the company loosening his tongue, Dee glances back over his shoulder to Samuel and adds, "Belike at the time our Bess, too taken up with her favourite Leicester's betrayal of her with his secret marriage to the Lady Essex, could give a tinker's damn about Orsino. The Count's French bride is reputedly fair, and I'm told her husband dotes on her," Palache notes. Dee gestures toward the island. "We are to present the newlyweds with Christmas gifts from Her Royal Highness in a show of Her Highness' love." Dee fixes on his drink. Turning back, he salutes the island with his cup before drinking deep. "May the union be blessed in heaven's eyes." Wiping whatever liquid has dripped onto his chin hairs, his eyes wander. Then John Dee further confides, "We will make ourselves known to Orsino tomorrow," adding obliquely, "if he will have us." "But you do embassy for your queen. Must he not give you audience?" "Orsino is reputed to have a dark humour, and fits of choler disquiet him. My coming has been kept a secret from him. I am uncertain why." Dee lies reluctantly. "Out of displeasure, he may not welcome me tomorrow, and could make me rather cool my heels for a fortnight, or longer. A longer stay will keep me from my appointments in Krakow. The time I would not lose, while more important matters wait at home. As you know, I have a child on the way." There is a look of sadness chased by one of entreaty. "As my stay here is meant to be short and quick," he steps closer to the captain, "and for secret political reasons, I ask you to keep your oath to me and utter not a syllable of this to others, not even your prince. Upon the Pentateuch, the Torah scrolls, you have my word." Dee turns back with a smile. "Toda, good captain." Palache confirms the delicacy of their position with a nod. "Your kindness shall hold sway in my memory. I am forever in your debt, Palache." "And I in yours, both for giving me your respect and the gift of the questionary that I will render unto Orange." In thanks, the burly seafarer kisses Dee's palms, again repeating proudly, "The honour is mine to converse with such a renowned guest." Much civility is expressed on both sides, some even heartfelt, but the Mediterranean will not be so discourteous as to allow this venerable guest to disembark empty-handed. Leaving the weather deck, he goes below to retrieve a gift from his cabin. Returning, Captain Palache presents John Dee with a well-worn volume bound in Moroccan leather, a collection of lectures given by Moses ben Jacob Cordovero. Dr. Dee, ceremoniously, and with great reverence, reads the yellowed title page of the book. Pardes Rimonim. It is Hebrew. It means, "I know, Captain Palache, the orchard of pomegranates." "Do you know of it?" Dee nods. Not for the first time, Palache acknowledges to himself the philosopher's extensive erudition. Dee calls to Shakespeare, knowing the boy will be unfamiliar with the revered text. "This is the lofty compilation of all Kabbalistic philosophy," the scholar explains. What? The boy's ignorance is to be expected. "In Judaism, it is as prized as highly as our Christian Book of Hours." Opening the old text, the Englishman again gives the captain thanks in Hebrew, Toda. Even as his fingers trace lines of sacred aphorisms, Dee continues, "You have touched me deeply, to the depth of my thanks, with this." Closing the book, he cavils, "It is a treasure I am loath to accept. It is too precious, too dear." "You will not deny me," insists Samuel Palache. "Knowing its worth, it pleases me that you should have it. Is it not your old English saw that to get is the gift of fortune, to keep the gift of wisdom? I'll brook no deny." To decline would be an insult to both Palache and his culture. Dee dares not refuse. Moreover, having spent a lifetime collecting such old rarities, the bibliophile would never allow hollow courtesy to keep him from so precious a collectible, and thus he takes it with humility. "But where found you this?" "My brother's offering, when we first set sail. Since our parting last June, it has lain by my pillow, watching over me these many months. So now I bequeath it to your safekeeping, in the surety that it will look after your journey." Touched by the offering first given by a brother, a discernible tension plays in the corners of the philosopher's eyes. Leaning forward, Dee ceremoniously kisses the Moroccan on both cheeks in thanksgiving and respect. "I will be your book-bearer, then, and its abiding with me will be a continual reminder of the friendship of its giver. I praise God for you." Within the hour, evening breezes blow the Rachel into St. Peter Port. Alerted of its arrival, Illyria's harbour-master, his Christmas dinner interrupted, descends grumpily to the wharf to document the boat's purpose and cargo. Fully prepared, Dee presents the royal passports given him by Walsingham, allowing him and the boy passage beyond the English mainland, mandatory documents for all English travellers for the past 12 years. "No need." The harbour-master waves away documents as if it had been froth on a head of beer tankard. "Illyria is within Britain's boundaries. Such niceties are not required here." This blasé attitude troubles Dee's sense of protocol. The bear of a man cares little for fine points. "Welcome, friends. Now, let us dispense with little nothings and finish up." He bellows at the mariners, unloading Dee's baggage. "My joint of meat grows cold at the tavern." But there is no hurrying them. With each objectionable minute, the maritime official grows more irritated at the meticulous unloading of worthless cases of books for an old man and a boy. Finally, he erupts. "I have not time for this, Jesu! It's Christmas-tide!" Defying protocol, the beefeater poses no further inquiries as to cargo. Instead, the pier rattles as the big man stomps up the stair, only to shout back at a scruffy carter who looks for trade, "Lock up after!" For all to hear, he yells, "And take our heathen visitors to the cubiculo! Bad luck to them for ruining my holiday." Arriving at the harbour's one inn, the cubiculo, Dee proffers his royal licenses for travel. The innkeeper reaffirms, albeit in a manner gentler than the harbour-master's, that papers are not required. "After all, am I not the best judge of character on the island?" Not giving away any of his vexation, Dee acknowledges his avowal and his courtesy. "Merci, monsieur." He wonders if a Spaniard with graft or a renegade Roman Catholic priest might not be equally judged and welcomed. In the room he shares with Will, Dr. Dee encodes his first day's entry in his diary. "St. Peter Port is as porous as a sieve. If a ship of Jews can come and go without provoking so much as a bored grunt, cannot a ship of recusants and traders be harboured as easily?" As he finishes encoding the names of those he's dealt with as well as his expenses, he ends with a postscript. The old fox might be right. This fool's errand may be more legitimate than he imagined. In no mood for Will's incessant questions, Dee blows out the candle. As he falls asleep, he pictures Jane in her 6th month and prays she is having an easy time of it. In unfamiliar beds, Dee in a straw one, Shakespeare in a hard cot by the door, they sleep soundly throughout the night. The bells of St. Peter Port peal at 6 o'clock in the morning, calling for the prime canonical prayer. Heralded by the aroma of porridge, eggs, and frying fish, a new day dawns. In that shadowy transition from sleep, Shakespeare imagines he is still in bed in familiar Eastcheap. Hearing his master's knees thumping softly to the pine-timbered floor, Shakespeare is rudely reminded that this is not the case. By cocklight, he tells himself that he is now a changeling, ferried away to someone else's bed, to act in someone else's story. Fingers steepled and undeterred by the floor's chill, John Dee prays in silence for guidance and success in the days ahead. Praising heaven's glories, the wayfarer asks the Lord to watch over his family, and all he has left behind. Noticing the change in Will's breath, the penitent invites the boy to join him. Not having prayed since he abandoned Stratford, Will obeys. On his knees in this way, he is surprised to find comfort in the doing. Nostalgic words from his childhood return readily. They say the Lord's Prayer in unison. Intending to meet that day with Count Orsino, the travelers dress carefully. Good first impressions are critical. Dee forswears his brown doublet for a black cloth gown adorned with a fur collar that signifies his authority as a scholar. "May this appeal to the student in Orsino," he murmurs. Catering to Orsino's predisposition, Dr. Dee hopes the Count will, in turn, show preference to the new royal postmaster. Dee dons thick woolen leggings in the likelihood of an ill-heated castle. Next, he slips into his elegant, smooth-finish leather boots, reserved for special holidays. Adjusting his beaver hat, the scholar studies himself in a mirror, then turns his attention to Will's gaudy yellow doublet. William Shakespeare is as garish as Dee is formal. "Have you no other?" frowns the academic. "None, sir. Does it not glimmer like gold?" Walsingham's man frowns. "Orsino has a reputation for flamboyance. Perhaps Will's habiliment will be admired. The boy, after all, is of marginal importance to the mission, and the lad has no other. Will's black ringlets, however, require correction." Out comes the brush. Superstition remains universal. When elves tangle hair by dead of night, adversity ensues by day. Grooming finished. "Men's actions, Will, are the architects of their fortunes," advises Dee, attending his own long beard. "If you deem it fit, Doctor." Ever helpful, Shakespeare reveals many blood-red satin bits. "Might I tie off my hair with crimson ribbon? Gifted by a friend. French courtiers of the best rank and station wear these to much appreciation." "Say you so?" Baffled, Dr. John Dee, master of mathematics, is wholly ignorant of continental couture. Guided by the proverb that fortune favors the bold, he gives his leave. "Then you shall dress yourself in them, but I shall bear an eye if any of the Count's retinue disdain your gorgeous attire. We come not today to be mocked, but to be adjudicated as proper representatives of Her Royal Highness." Once again, he stares hard at Will's canary-yellow doublet. "Have you no other but the yellow?" "None. Have I not said?" "Then it must serve. And those pretty gloves your father bequeathed you. They are sure to make a favorable impression." Greasy smells of breakfast draw them downstairs. There, the porridge proves as watery as poor man's gruel, and the fried John Dory has a grey appearance. Old oil. The two travelers seize upon warm wedges of bread slathered with savory herb butter and cheese. Once sated, Dee is all advice as to how to behave when presented before the court of Count Orsino. Patiently, Will hearkens, recognizing Dee has no idea that Shakespeare's fellow actors, members of Leicester's men, have taught him more about courtly manners than the natural philosopher will ever know. Sharp channel wind buffets them just outside the large doors of the inn, causing them to clutch at their hats and huddle in their cloaks. They press forth, passed by wind-aided ducks gusting along, their palmate feet barely touching upon the hard earthen path that wends uphill to town. A commotion from 4 pigs penned nearby catches Will's eye. Briefly he imagines huddling together with them, gibbering and snorting in protest against the weather's fierceness. Fruit trees, fronting the houses along the road, are as dull as the passing Illyrians. Unimpressed with the rural nature of this section of St. Peter Port, Will sniffs, "It's neither city nor town nor middling settlement. Here be only thatched barns and pelting shacks fit for the poorer sort." "Nay, we are but in the suburbs, neither city nor town, nor will this city be as populous nor as ugly as London town. Have a care, we are guests here, and must not appear arrogant toward this commonwealth. Silently, Dee deplores the poverty. Doubtless the village will become goodlier as we approach the castle of Orsino. His residence is on highest ground, and there we shall discover what sort of governor he be. Blast! Dee steps in manure. The ducks? Asks the young scamp, referring to the gaggle ahead of them. What wager you, master? Orsino is reputed. Dee ignores the insouciant questions, attempting to rid his boot of shit. To be short of temper, and woe betides those unfortunates who do not acknowledge his prerogative. Justice in a small locality can be swift and cruel as an eagle's talon. Therefore, again I say, have a care about you, Will. We must be as deferential here as any courtier at Windsor who curries favour. Giving up on his boot, Dee pulls his cloak about himself. They walk on. Fear not. I can force my soul to whatever stratagem occasion calls for, having played servile roles of deference afore now. We who tread the boards are always, of necessity, tactful. Then be so today, Dee commands. Our future may depend on it. With that, the older man pulls his hat low on his head against the wind. He forces himself uphill along a roadway leading to St. Peter Port. They reach the town that thrives below the castle. The high street of St. Peter Port now bustles by full light. Purveyors of wares and food call out from their shops to solicit customers. Ironmongers' and ropers' merchandise is strung up or hangs on hooks from their carts and wagons. The stench of blood overpowers the salty air as fleshers butcher chickens and calves, while nearby salters draw back the curtains on their spice racks and help sweeten the air. A bleaker presence is a family in mourning black, mounting the stair of the old city church. The father carries a small pine box fitted for a child and struggles to retain the traditional sprigs of bay that the strong gusts threaten to blow off the cotton. The mother weeps while her husband stops to retie the foliage and shifts the heavy burden to the other shoulder. The sight recalls to Will the distant memory of his mother's keening over the death of his infant sisters. Try as he might, he cannot remember their lost faces. Pausing in reverence, he sighs. John Dee, however, pushes on, heedless of human tragedy. In a world where so many babies die before their first birthday, a child's funeral is unremarkable to him. Already, Dee is 2 decades older than the average Londoner. Catching up dutifully, Shakespeare fears that a day started with a funeral cannot be the best of omens. Surely this superstitious carver of waxen talismans and straightener of my hair must know that. As they ascend the narrow cobblestone streets, the town clatter increases. Worshippers off to church, seamen en route to the harbour, and tradesmen hawking them essential must-needs before a long voyage to the Mediterranean or the continent or Hispaniola. Cries of trade compete with thudding foot traffic. Will pauses to ask directions, but cannot find a kind or friendly eye as the crowd streams uphill, as if late to some festival or hanging. Moreover, the chatter in French dissuades him from making an inquiry. Self-conscious whenever an Illyrian stares at him, Shakespeare is sure they know that he is a stranger and that his master is on a secret mission. Though, truth be told, Dee has not informed Will of many details. Often, with the wind full in their face, they double back to seek another route, thereby losing sight of their destination on the hill. Massive oak doors of large residences seem barricaded against them, as if to say, "Foreigners must stay in the street. You have no friends here." Winding, undecipherable, foreign, foul-smelling, the unfamiliar streets weaken Shakespeare's confidence. Back in London, the actor would swagger easily about, feeling at home. Here in Illyria, Swan is lost, diminished to a child tagging along behind his dogged schoolmaster. Still, the teenager can't help but be impressed by the old man's stamina and determination. The climb is not an easy one for the aged scholar. A horse and cart approaching from behind forces pedestrians to the walls. Yet to Dee, it is of no matter. One expects unplanned hindrances. Neither carts nor cats ever thwarted a journey, declares the stalwart scholar. You are one for saws and aphorisms, murmurs the derogatory poet. As Dee and Shakespeare climb Castle Hill, the clogging traffic thickens. Just ahead, a court musician of about 22 tries to shield his lute from the jostling crowd and the damp wind by nestling it inside his cloak. Despite the steep incline and the fact that the musician has already twice that week scaled this roadway seeking employment from Orsino's usher, he moves at a jaunty pace. Making his way, the lutenist babbles in English, as if he were rehearsing his conversation with the heartless porter at the castle door. First, he must get past the porter to get to the usher. Was it not just the celebration of the Immaculate Conception of the Blessed Virgin Mary? Why, man, that was 18 long nights ago. Should not our lordship have a new song for his new wife and the birth of the virgin son? Does not the change of dates strike you as wondrous strange, master? Asks Will. Strange it is that we English are so ignorant of celestial time. Here and in all Europe, as I have told you, it is 11 days earlier here than yesterday's departure from Gravesend. Yet be assured, the Europeans are in the right, and we English, barren fools that we are not. How long and how emphatically Dee had argued the wisdom of the Gregorian calendar. The stars have proved to me that the Pope is in the right, but the Puritans in Whitehall like naught from Catholic Rome. There are many asses in our nation who will not nor cannot trust in science. Happily, Her Majesty yet weighs the change. We may live in hope. Changing the dates, not to mention the celebration days, would trouble my father. He and many like him would not countenance it, I can tell you that. The new papist calendar is a fact, a mathematical and astronomical fact, Dee mutters, no matter what your father or any other simpleton may countenance. Incoherently, the ambient din of town folks' conversation swirls. 1,000 hopes you've given me that breed naught but the stool of a witch. And 100 promises and yet an infinite load of nothing but claptrap. And filthy, worsted-stalking son of a bitch wolf. The soliloquy of the adjacent lutenist is most discernible. But that accursed fellow at the gate tells me Orsino is a solemn man and needs no ungodly playthings to waste his time. A pox on him! Why, all the world knows that the Count is as loving and as lovely a man as ever woman created. And a merry! A passer-by hoots at that. In response, the lutenist thrusts his instrument toward the critic, and, plucking 2 strings, answers with a jarring, discordant plunk in his direction. Undismayed, the musician continues his plea to the usher. Indeed, just this past celebration of our Saviour's birth, Count Orsino danced the night away. A fandango, if memory serves, with his Parisian wife. I warrant the heat between her legs, if put to good use, would warm us all for a Norwegian winter. Here he elbows the striding Dr. John Dee, who has made an assiduous effort to pass him. Winking at Dee. And she is as pretty a piece of Eve's flesh as ever opened lips. Dee keeps his eyes averted, prompting the fool to turn his attention to the youth, who smiles at the bawdy humor as he walks along, cheek by jowl. As he passes the monologuist, Will can't help but drum a rat-a-tat-tat-too on the tabor drum the Illyrian has slung around his neck and hangs at his back. Have a care, boy. That is an heirloom. This? He thumps the drum again. A pox on it. It is but a drum. Playfully, the drummer jests. Go off. I discard you. Let me enjoy my private. Your private is too loud for the rest of us. Tell me, do you live by your tabor? No, sir. Pointing down the hill, I live by the harbor. The lutenist cannot take his eyes off Will's expensive kid gloves. A handsome pair of cheverel gauntlets, my boy. Those must have cost your lever here a month's wages. Not from him, says Will, offhandedly gestures at Dee. Some other turtle dove, perchance? This conclusion is made with a smirk, then followed by a snigger. Dee breaks his silence. "Come along, Will. And you, sirrah, we neither seek your company nor care to partake of your witless conversation. Save your reeking breath for toiling up this hill, and spare our ears your naughty abuse." Dee lengthens his stride, and, despite aching thighs, seeks to gallop away. "Pardonnez-moi," mocks the musician, shrugging. He hugs his lute tighter, and gives others more space to grow the void between them. Will scurries to catch up with Dee, while the musician's parting words carry to him on the wind. "This ancient scarecrow is as much contentious proud as that whoreson at the gate." Soon, the wayfarers crest the hill and cross a broad bridge over a moat surrounding the castle. High stone walls separate the public area from the castle's inner grounds. The portcullis ahead defends the castle entrance. A crowd of men congregates on the moat's bridge in the shadow of the rusted barbican, prevailing upon the gatekeeper to allow them entrance to conduct business within. It is the last Monday of the month, the designated market day for the county's household to procure foodstuffs for the 200-plus castle occupants and liveried servants. Some carry produce, others poultry, meats, and eggs, and a few haul building materials. Others stand with sacks of barley or bushels of milled corn or wheat. Keen to market their goods within, the multitude of unruly farmers, poulterers, butchers, builders, and serving men shout their wares like roarers. Rarely does a single one of them catch the busy gateman's attention, and the trumpeting wind only adds to the pandemonium. "Master Shakespeare, your services are required." John Dee attempts to see over the crowd. "Please announce to yon gatekeeper that we are come from Her Majesty of England, seeking audience with his master, the Count Orsino, her servant." Bewildered how to do that, Will obeys with a begrudging and ironic, "But of course, Doctor." Aware of the sarcasm, the academic instructs, "You have talents, Shakespeare. Use them." From his cloak, Dee produces folded parchment bearing the royal seal. "Make use of this." From his employer's stern countenance, Will knows that further questions are pointless, and so, taking the document, he wades into the melee. But to no avail, being a head shorter than most of the crowd. The throng is not eager to let him pass. Merchants block him with backs and arms, thrusting him aside whenever the boy maneuvers too close. He persists, only to be pummeled by choice French words that would shame the rudest English street doxy. Luckily, he understands little of the language. He takes consolation that a mob such as this in London would by now be brawling and hurling stones and gravel. Their swearing would be in choice Anglo-Saxon. Still, there is no lack of fist-shaking, shouting, calumny, and distemper amongst the Illyrian purveyors. Briefly, Will turns to see if Dee acknowledges the impossibility of this mission, but when the lad catches sight of him, Dee is obdurate, and worse, Will fears, disappointed in him. The boy pushes one massive fellow a bit too hard and receives a ham-fisted thump to the top of his head that causes him to stagger. And then, nearly trampled, and without thinking, he finds himself announcing, in an astonishing theatrical voice, "By this my sword that conquered Persia, thy fall shall make me famous through the world. I will not tell thee how I'll handle thee, but every common soldier of my camp shall smile to see thy miserable state." This piece from Marlowe's Tamburlaine the Great leaps out of Will as if some demigod possessed him. Why it? Having no idea, Shakespeare knows only that Burbage's son Richard bellowed it a dozen times in Will's presence. Those around him turn in amazement. Though in English, the words have rung with authority, as if coming from a personage of rank and stature. Its very Englishness reminds the crowd of the aristocratic civility of the court. Whatever the reason, the confused farmers and butchers step back from the strange creature with the yellow doublet, red hair ribbons, and fancy gloves. Who is he? What is his business here? Though amazed as they are, Will does not let the opportunity go unseconded, and he waves the parchment with its royal ribbons and Privy Council seals as he proclaims further, "The god of war resigns his room to me. meaning to make me general of the world. Where'er I come, the fatal sisters sweat to do their ceaseless homage to my sword." He strikes an heroic pose, hands perched on hips, an argus of quizzical eyes fixed on him. Again, the young actor raises the parchment dramatically. It is a showy prop, and further cows the crowd. The confused gatekeeper peeks his head out from the farmers and vendors. The beribboned document catches his eye. He beckons Shakespeare to come. Instead, Shakespeare remains rooted, where he stands as tall as he can make himself and solemn, as his free arm extends to John Dee at the edge of the crowd. "Come, sir," he calls, "take my arm. The bridge is yours." Being offered the conquered castle, Dr. John Dee strides majestically forward. Those closest to the entrance are reluctant to give way to an old man and a youth who have neither coach nor horse, fancy scroll or no. Still, they dare not deny access to their betters, for how else to explain the rich gaudiness of the boy's apparel, or the older man's autocratic hauteur and fur hat and collar?
"Good sirs, state your business with the Count of Illyria."
Opting to maintain the conceit that affected their advancement, the actor from London announces to the bumpkins around him, "Here be Dr. Johannes Dee, counsellor from the court of Her Royal Majesty, Elizabeth of England. He shall have admittance to Count Orsino, Elizabeth's good and faithful servant." The mole-faced porter, almost as massive as the door he commands, draws up to his full height.
"Nay, the steward of the household has given me no notice of your approach."
"This is not a formal, official visit, but a courtesy to your lord to apprise him of my master's arrival to this far-flung island." The porter appears confused. Should he abandon his responsibilities, lock the main entrance, and attend to this English dignitary? Should he show the English guests to the main hall, leaving them with the gentleman usher, as protocol demands? Or should he take them to Malvolio, the wickedly strict steward charged with household matters, who might have him whipped for not alerting him immediately? Below stairs, Count Orsino's steward is more feared than the Count himself, and much more despised. Malvolio, a former farmer with a keen eye for finances and a tight fist for savings, forsook his fields for a salaried position as Orsino's father's almoner, and now lords it over the household as if he were born with a coat of arms. To facilitate manorial management, Orsino has ordered that anyone in the household may purchase goods or hire laborers. But this is an ordinance Malvolio despises. He is vigilant in employing his long nose to sniff out any abuse. Whatever the steward deems a waste of money is to be rebated by the man responsible, out of that man's own pocket. Hence, the porter's reluctance to allow entry to uninvited purveyors. This very morning, Malvolio is to sit in judgment of a valet who brought too many candles for dinner, the poor man having only wanted to make the recent holiday celebration brighter. Rattled, the porter surveys the quarrelsome crowd, now more surly than usual. For certain, they will take their revenge on him in town for making them shiver an extra half-hour in the icy winter wind. And then there's the ire of those within the walls expecting their suppliers. What is to be done? Jesu, but he hates these Mondays. Blast! How many times has he asked for help on these market mornings, especially after last night's holiday festivities, when castle larders are dwindled? He hasn't even yet gotten to the ale brewers yet. There will be hell to pay if the residents don't get their grog.
What is to be done?
Nodding respectfully to his English visitors, the porter waves them to a smaller wooden doorway to separate them from the mob.
Would your graces have a mind to return later this afternoon, that I may better inform his lordship of your visit?
With a defiant shake of the head, no, from his master, Shakespeare indicates he will have none of that. Nay, we are here now and look to be seen now. The porter equivocates.
His lordship has been sick of late and will need some time to properly present himself."
"Then tell his lordship that Dr. John Dee is well versed in the arts of medicine and is willing even now to visit his sickbed and offer what remedy he may." The porter is stymied, sensing in this English doctor something otherworldly, as if the old man's judgmental, deep-set eyes can discern the lies one tells.
"I will tell him when I may, but I am not of the opinion he has arisen."
"Yes, inquire. But Dr. John Dee, Her Majesty's royal postmaster, will not wait out here in the cold. Take us inside where it is warm." There seems no way of dissuading the herald from an immediate audience with Count Orsino. Further feeble excuses might infuriate the disagreeable old goshawk before him with the sharp beak.
Might as well make it Malvolio's problem. Let him decide proper etiquette. "Honorable guests,"
deciding on a course of action, he says in his best English, aiming to strike the proper note of respect.
"Honorable guests, I bring you to our gentleman usher, Master Fabian, who will advise his lordship of your arrival. S'il vous plaît, suivez-moi."
"Merci," is all he gets from the young grandee, which is pretty much the extent of Shakespeare's French. The crowd explodes when told the gate is being temporarily closed. Clenched fists punch the air, and a vegetable or two is hurled at the porter's back as he locks up. He mollifies with promises to return before the tolling of the next hour. More vegetables. Once inside, the travelers are led through a vast courtyard of gardens where herbs of the season shiver against the cold, and wives of court servants work weeding, noses and fingers purple from the cold.
"Ici, the kitchens, the bakeries, and the harness-maker's store,"
explains the porter. Along the way, a fatty cooking smell wafts out of the squat stone outer houses of the castle keep. The aroma reminds Will of a summer festival in Stratford. John Dee thinks of his last meal with wife and son. Finally, in the corner of the bailey, they mount the stone steps of the chapel. Here, the porter asks them to rest themselves while he fetches Fabian, the castle's usher. He barrels away to accomplish what he has chosen to do. Left on their own, master and man loosen their cloaks and wait in silence.
"You did well, Swan."
"Gramercy, arch-conjurer."
"Cheeky,"
thinks the master, "but the lad got us through. I was right to bring him." The chapel's rancid scent of sacramental incense reminds Shakespeare of having been cooped up too often and hushed into submission during Sunday services. He'd often wondered whether this smoky smell was the redolence of heaven or the fumes of hell. The ex-chaplain, however, takes no notice of the fragrance, having been inured long ago to these occupational aromas. Looking about the small church and noting the fine marble sculpture of the Madonna presenting Christ to the world, Dee is struck by how such a likeness would now be impossible to exist on the mainland of England. Behind and above is a larger-than-life wooden, graven image of Christ nailed to the cross. Was this idolatry, as Archbishop Grindal and the other Anglican ministers maintain, or beautiful art to inspire awe and worship? Like many of his countrymen, privately, he believes both. But he cannot feel the same about the silver plate and rich new vestments on view everywhere that have surely cost a pretty penny. The Puritans, he muses, are right to rail against them.
"Either Illyria has prospered out here in the middle of the channel,"
Dee concludes,
"or Rome has financed its only foothold in Britain. Walsingham shall want to know about the Madonna," the intelligencer thinks. Oh yes, Walsingham shall indeed want to know about the Madonna.
The visitors' reveries are interrupted when, out of nowhere, a clipped monotone drones from beyond a far bench. "Good morning to you, sir. I was not informed of your visit until just now, and am most distressed at our want of decorum. Welcome to Illyria." The travelers turn to see an exceedingly tall broomstick of a man, with his equally thin white staff of office standing before them. This is Malvolio. He makes no attempt to bow. "You should not have been left uncared for here, where there is neither refreshment nor fire. I shall remedy that." The effete official, all in black, regards them sternly. It is obvious he disapproves of Shakespeare's yellow jerkin and crimson ribbons. Too irreverent, too ostentatious, it is an affront to Scripture. Right-thinking children of heaven should be demure in thought and decorum. The dour man thinks the English doctor seems proper enough. Yet, what cheek for him to bring along this animal spirit dressed in tawny foppery. Youth, these days, is perpetually cursed with sinful vanity. Thrusting his baton of authority at his guests, he says, "The Count shall desire some explanations for this improper behavior." But whether this refers to the Count's own household or the visitor's unannounced arrival is unclear.
"I am here to inform His Grace of Her Majesty's business. England's will is that I am to set up the royal postal system in Illyria so that communication may better flow between her subjects here and on the mainland."
The Illyrian lowers his eyelids, then peers at Dee as if he mostly believes what he is being told. The guest is a stranger, and not to be trusted.
"Are you Master Fabian, the gentleman usher to Count Orsino?"
queries Dr. Dee. The broomstick Malvolio's eyes widen in surprise at the thought of he himself mistaken for one such as Fabian. The straight-backed steward pulls himself up further before he responds, "Nay, I thank Jove I am not." He intones, "I am Malvolio, steward to Count Orsino." He taps the wooden pommel of his little baton of office on his bony chest to make his position clear. In a thin voice he adds, "You are welcome to the house, but as we had no word of your coming, I must ask you to remain here within until Count Orsino is prepared to offer you audience. Here you may partake of the warmth of the fireplace, which shall be replenished for you presently." He is quick to add, in a small squall of condescension he cannot resist, "You may profit by the time and place by repenting of your sins. I shall return as speedily as I can with Lord Orsino's wishes for you." Chapter 12. Mulling their next move, the Queen's conjurer seems to look through his charge. Will asks again, "What was that polished stick Malvolio held so firmly?" Lost in evaluating the situation, the doctor answers vacantly,
"His mace. It symbolizes his authority. Our Lord Hatton, the Queen's chamberlain, has a golden one. He is known to use it to discipline unruly courtiers, gently or rudely."
"I had a schoolmaster who had a rod like that," pipes Will, "only he never used it gently." As the chimney sweep stokes a comfortable fire in the chapel's hearth for Count Orsino's visitors, an odd assortment of animated persons passes through. The choirmaster and his 8 boys arrive to rehearse antiphonal music. A valet, who, they are told, is not Fabian, brings refreshments of eggs and sardines, spending a minute or two to chatting up the new royal postmaster. But the valet speaks little English, and his island French is impenetrable for the doctor. Another member of the household, an ancient sacristan of the chapel, alerted to the Englishman's presence, bustles in and suggests they admire the new stained-glass windows, crafted by the marvelous glaziers of Murano, a wedding gift from Le Comte to his new Comtesse.
"They cost Le Comte beaucoup,"
brags the sacristan, jabbing at the painted glass, transferring light into colored majesty.
"No matter the expense," says Madame. "They remind her of Notre Dame at home."
The priest, whose back is permanently bent, strains to look upward in quiet awe. Dee cannot tell if the reverence is for the splendor of the colors or the munificence of the Count. The sacristan's frailty hides a vigorous loquaciousness, and John Dee soon becomes weary of maintaining an expectant smile at each of the man's excited observations. After a quarter-hour of docent enthusiasm in Franglish, the old priest takes a moment and painfully cranes his head and shoulders upward in spiritual reflection, followed by,
"Je vous demande pardon, but I must return to my duties of Ostante. Excusez-moi. buying wine and loaves of bread. Mon fournisseur, my sellers, await in the sacristy. They are très en retard this morning."
Without another word, he leaves to negotiate with his vintner and baker. As the priest vanishes, Dee's grin disappears as well. His attention is on young Will, lying outstretched on a hard pew, sleeping away the time. He envies the teenager's lack of care.
"The boy had a hard day yesterday, and today everything is unfamiliar. He did well today. He deserves his rest."
The doctor smiles inwardly, despite the raucous laughter and occasional jarring notes from the prepubescent choir. Resentful of the unexpected official visitation, Mr. Malvolio ascends the stairs to Orsino's closet to inquire if his lordship has awakened. The night before had been a double celebration of Orsino's wife's childhood christening and the birth of the Christ-child. Merriment and dalliance, augmented by great quantities of wine, inspired the Count to fall in love with his Countess all over again, calling her his beauty, his Guinevere, his Cynthia, swearing his love knows no bounds. She, in turn, had stroked his cheek and nestled in his arms. The night, the food, the music had made them giddy and forgetful of the hours. But on hearing the church bell toll 2, they reluctantly disengaged to their respective chambers, murmuring sweet words and eternal love. A scant 6 hours later, at the door to Illyria's bedchamber, the gentleman of the privy chamber, John Curio, informs Malvolio that his lordship is sorely incapacitated, knowing full well that Orsino has risen and is at his toilet. Yet insisting that he must not trouble Le Comte too much with matters of state, Curio allows the steward to enter. Granted audience, the censorious go-between informs his lordship Le Comte of his morning's unexpected official visit, and asks what answer is to be made. Le Count Orsino, in his early 30s and massaging the sore muscles of his neck and shoulders, has been recounting to Curio just how many dancing partners he hoisted the previous night while dancing the galliards. Right, left, jump. Cinq pas, Diane called it, but some of the heftier sorts called it the syncopace. He rolls his shoulders wearily to signify that the night's exertions have taken their toll. Though the steward is practically invisible to Le Comte, Curio is eager to have Malvolio gone. "My lord, Malvolio craves an immediate answer." The tale is told of the royal postman's coming. "It displeases me that this unlooked-for visitor from London has come so thoroughly unannounced and unaccounted for," the Count says with a grimace. "First and foremost, you must impress upon— What the devil is his name?" This is followed by the gulping of a steaming beverage, and thence more rubbing on the back of his head. Malvolio stiffens at the Count's infernal invocation, resisting the temptation to reprimand him not to invoke the devil as the Bible preaches. Knowing his place, and not wanting to arouse Orsino's mercurial black humor, especially after the rigors and intoxication of the previous night, he replies simply and obediently, "Dr. Johannes Dee, late of Mortlake." The Count's cold fingers caress the warmth of heated wine in a porcelain cup. Staring at his puffy eyes in the paddle-shaped hand mirror that Curio holds for him, Le Comte is displeased to see his luxuriant moustache betraying some first signs of grey. Orsino's is the countenance of a rather handsome man, and one who knows his mind, a scholar in outlook who prefers forthrightness to policy, yet aware that government on occasion requires both. He had not, however, expected to make any decisions this early. Last night's surfeit of sweet wine is still well in effect. The nagging, dull ache at the back of his aristocratic skull persists. Yet the world is in perfect order. Winter has not hit them too hard this year, and he is, yes, in love. Love's madness has ensnared his heart beyond understanding. Love, in its fine frenzy that gives the fresh vitality to things familiar, making souls thrill at being so alive. And with that joy, there is a second grace: charity to others. Thus, Despite this uncivil intrusion from England's barren queen and a wretched headache, and on St. Stephen's Day, no less, Orsino opts to be amenable and excuse the visitor's lack of administrative decorum. "We must foremost be gracious," says Curio, "despite this unlooked-for arrival. Say Count Orsino will give audience on the morrow. Today is a holy day." Though the Puritan would argue that a saint's day is no holy day but a social distraction enforced by Rome, Malvolio has served long enough to know Curio can speak with Orsino's full authority. Unconcerned with the arrangements, Lecomte reaches for the wedding stone on the ledge of the window and begins to strop a bone-handled shaving knife. If there is to be more nuzzling, he must be kinder to his wife's sensitive cheek. He decides not to wait for the barber. The steward prods further. His stiff ruff and stiffer neck make his head look pilloried. "Forgive me, your lordship. Yon fellow swears he will speak with you today, pressing on me a warrant of introduction from Her Majesty of England. The porter and valet have both given me to know that the man and his boy are fortified against any denial." Taken aback by his rebuffed offer, what manner of man is this ambassador? Orsino looks to John Curio for an answer, but gets only, "Truth, sir, no ambassador, a royal postmaster." Curio, distracted, occupies himself with searching the room for the Count's misplaced shaving bowl. Malvolio informs, "Your lordship, in my own estimation the guest is a wizened, grey, shrewd-looking fellow, falling into deterioration, and yet haughty of nature. And, according to the porter, a student of antiquities and books, foreign and heretical, weak in the hams, and watery in the eyes." The description is made with derision and severity. Ill will never thinks well of scholarship. University studies and their quadrivium sciences are to Malvolio most assuredly not God-fearing pursuits, but rather soulless distractions of satanic numbers, distancing the faithless from the Holy Writ, and as useless to a man's redemption as card-playing or blind man's bluff. "This Johannes Dee is a doctor of philosophy," Malvolio adds distastefully. Still in a haze by last night's merriment, Curio interjects, "Oh, he! I have heard of him. They say he foretold the Queen's long reign, and instructs her to strengthen her navy in the Channel. He has trained many in navigation. They say his angels, or perhaps devils, tell him of a secret passage to the Far East." This godless behavior further irritates the steward, but tickles Lecomte, whose charity this St. Stephen's morning is as deep as the sea, and swallows up even Malvolio's curdled reporting. "If this be the Queen's astrologer," says Lecomte, "and he be adamant about audience today, then this day must of necessity be a day of good omens. Is there aught of importance that waits upon us today?" Not waiting for an answer from his servers, Orsino returns to his mirror and studies his grizzled, rugged face, as if it were a celebrated painting. His looks please him, for they please Diane. There is a redness about his cheek that is almost Titian red. He runs a hand through his mane of coal-black hair, which is oily and needs cleaning. "No, my good lord, nothing is planned for today," replies Curio, who has found the shaving bowl and a towel for his lordship. Noticing his master's hand is too shaky for tonsorial exactness, Curio withholds the bowl. "Then," says Orsino, his face brightening with generosity, "then let him approach. We give him leave to make himself known. Today." He strides quickly to the door and calls to his groom of the bedchamber, "Tyne, fetch me some water and perfumed soap." Curio tempers his objection, knowing Orsino will be pig-headed about this. "Your lordship perhaps jests. Today? The day after Christmas? We are not prepared." Orsino turns abruptly. His steely voice unnerves Curio. "Do not gainsay me, sirrah. I repeat, it is our will that we effect this today." Seeing no further objections, he orders, "We will entertain the doctor this afternoon. Tell your kitchen to prepare lavishly." My lord, he is not asking for lavishness, he but desires a meeting of introduction. We will bestow courtesy where it is due. In the governor's mind, the introduction now morphs into a state occasion. So soon on the heels of last night's dual celebrations, it will surely gladden his Diane and impress on the gentry the extent of his liberality. No thought is given for the burden this will place on his household. That is, after all, Malvolio's concern. Yes, your lordship, confirms Malvolio, deploring the waste of money, waste of time, and sin of pride this spectacle will engender. But propriety and obedience must eclipse scruples of conscience and husbandry. At least it is a market day, and provisions will be at hand. The groom of the wardrobe, Tyne de Val, brings water and soap. Orsino plunges his head into the cold, clear contents of the brass shaving bowl. A breaching whale, he surfaces and reins in stray tresses, and agitates the lot. Taking the soap from de Val, he, lathering up, and again submerges, at which time de Val scrubs his duke's head. With an explosive snort, Orsino rises, dripping from the water, right glad of his spit bath. Toweling his face and scalp, Orsino bids Tyne de Val fetch his brightest purple gown and the new ochre silk stockings that Diane presented to him the night before. He will flaunt his wealth with gorgeous attire and advertise to his household how pleased he is with his wife's gift. He sends word to his countess to prepare herself in her winter best, and those of his court, anywhere in the domain, are to attend upon him at midday in the great hall. Our celebration must impress the old queen, Orsino is adamant. Show her Puritan court our especial generosity and graciousness in this season of our Saviour. The queen's conjurer, muses Curio, regarding himself in the count's mirror and cringing at the sight of dark circles under his eyes. There's a man worth knowing. As learned and renowned a scholar as ever lived in England, yet poor as a beggar's louse. A strange choice for postman. He is 2.5 score if a day. His cheeks are hollow and his hands are mottled. And a conjurer, a necromancer. Heaven preserve us, adds Malvolio, fearing he may have been infected by their earlier meeting. Mayhap he has come hither to die, quips the laconic Curio. It is a fairer place to do it in than plaguey London, hoots Orsino. We will sift him, and learn what news there is at Elizabeth's court. Pouring himself another goblet of wine to relieve the chill, the Count carries the drink to his unmade bed, and plops himself on downy pillows. There is no hurry to dress. De Val needs time to find and brush the gown, and the grooms must then warm the garments. Orsino gestures to Curio, beckoning him to the bed, and, by his side, there they snuggle like co-conspirators. Malvolio, aware he is no longer required, shifts his eyes to the ground and meekly backs out of the room, deploring the sinfulness of the ostentatious, frivolous event to come. Vanity. All is vanity, he sniffs. Alone, the two old friends enjoy the fire's warmth and the conviviality of friendship, discussing the best way to approach this new development. Why has he come now? Curio shrugs. If England wars on Spain or France, a sure line of naval communications will be essential to her fleet. We are at the last outpost of Britain and midway to Spain. A postal station is essential if ships are to be in readiness. You don't think it is because the old Queen's terrier Walsingham has smelled out that Madrid has sent us diplomatic letters this past fortnight? A shadow of concern tightens Curio's face. Do you suggest an intelligencer is among us, betraying our counsels to Whitehall? No, good friend. My people are all true as beagles to me. But this Dee may be sent here for just such a false endeavor. Orsino thinks better of that. If so, he being so infirm of age will be easily manageable. Aye, but your lordship must be wary of what you say to him nevertheless. And as to Spain, what of that? Spain and Britain are not presently at war. The privy councillors at Whitehall cannot fault us for our parleys or commerce with King Philip, not when taxes on our trades with Hispaniola contribute so lavishly to the felicity of Elizabeth's treasury. Lord knows, Spain and England delight in bristling at each other. Hopping off the four-poster, Orsino strolls to the standing mirror. He feels the top of his head for dampness. Speaking of bristles, Curio, fetch me a brush from the table there, that I may properly comb my damp hair. Some 2 decades and a half earlier, since late 1558 and the death of Queen Mary Tudor, Elizabeth and King Philip of Spain, Mary's widower, like bantam cocks at the start of a match, have warily taken the measure of each other. Because of the open distrust that engulfs both countries, naval commanders are encouraged to fire upon one another's ships. Respective ambassadors are reviled and bullied, and shiploads of gold are captured and confiscated. Illyria, whose geographical position is of tactical military importance, tries assiduously to appear neutral and politically agreeable to both. Spain is especially strategic in keeping secret their warming relations with Illyria, as the Spaniards are not unhappy that the English laws of supremacy and uniformity are flouted there. The Spanish opine that, in time, the island way station will be brought into their empire. After all, Illyria is Catholic and has a new de Guise aristocrat as its countess. The policy discussion that day is rather one-sided. Curio is a plain man, which is why Orsino trusts him. Instead of a brilliant schemer who is too clever by half, it is better to choose a friend of the more everyday sort who, when it is needed, ventures common-sense advice. He has Lord Griffin for brilliant scheming. Orsino believes that Curio is a man who does what is expected by his liege lord rather than follow his own bent. That is the success of their relationship. The two men grew up as companions. It is said that in their youth the old count's son and his comrade had both striven to outdo each other in the service of Venus. But Curio turned modest and subservient when Orsino became governor of Illyria. And when the old Count Orsino died, both young men had reformed their debauched lifestyles almost overnight, and now think only to serve Illyria. It was Curio who went to France to woo the young French princess to be his friend's wife. It was Curio who culled the best men in Illyria for Orsino's advisers. And, as the household well knows, it is Curio, an expert at listening, who is best capable of forestalling his master's choleric outbursts. The household swears Curio can read Orsino's thoughts before God can. As they wait for time to bring Orsino's wardrobe, the Count intensely lectures his friend on the English vulnerability to the Spanish war machine, disdaining the doddering Elizabeth. Curio, his head cocked to one side in a servile but forthright pose mastered long ago, gently reminds his lordship that it is best not to underestimate the English Machiavels. They have outwitted the French diplomats' dozens of assassination attempts, Spanish and French statesmanship to draw England into foreign wars, and the excommunication by the Pope, all while the English economy flourishes. The Queen's age, Curio argues politely, is a testament to her political savvy and endurance. She is no Henry VII, nor Cromwell, yet her Burghley may be. His point made, Curio's posture returns to his natural, subservient slouch. Orsino nods. "Long and faithful friend," he says, playfully throwing the brush at Curio. "You are the wiser." Curio goes on to suggest that Lord Griffin be informed of Illyria's new visitor, with Orsino acknowledging the wisdom in that. The debonair Edmund d'Autrice, Lord Griffin, though only 30 years old, is the chamberlain of Illyria's privy council, and well-versed in policy and protocol. When de Val returns with the robes, Orsino sends word through him that Griffin is to be by his side in the great chamber, and that he should wear his sword of state. All must dress in their best finery to bedazzle Elizabeth's old but new-come civil servant. Le Comte desires there to be reams of communiques back to Whitehall praising Illyrian lavishness. That morning, Castle Illyria's great hall, site of the previous night's revels, is swept, and the oak-timbered floors are strewn with new rushes from nearby marshes to catch the dust motes and freshen the smoky air. The rectangular hall has a high, timbered roof. To ensure winter's bitterness is kept at bay, the walls are covered with expensive Flemish tapestries and depict tableaus of hunting and feasting. At the back of the room, farthest from its massive oak doors, is a dais, boasting a pair of sculpted high-back wooden chairs, taller than any other seats in the chamber. Behind the seats of power, from the rafters, hangs a broad pennant with a field of purple and aqua green. On it is emblazoned the ancient insignia of Illyria. A sea nymph seated in a fishing vessel, strumming a pearl-colored lyre, while fish jump into the boat. The fisherfolk who populate the island retell their children the myths of their island as a playground of Thetis and Galatea. Beneath the flag, chambermen add logs to a fire that has dwindled to smolder. Fresh, thin branches of kindling grow red in inflamed anticipation. Shooing the dogs from the hearth, grooms of the chamber are setting several high tables with linen napery and silver plate. Carrying wicker baskets, the lower almoners prepare the trencher boards, along with place settings of pewter cups and dishes. Most of the household staff are commandeered by the kitchen to collect herbs, slaughter 3 pigs, roll in vats of wine, fetch eggs, and any other chore of which the kitchen can conceive. Much of what is needed is fresh at hand from this morning's deliveries. Magically, last night's dinner meats are to be transformed into today's cold victuals. At noon, the gentleman usher escorts Dee and Shakespeare into the great hall, where they are astounded by the magnificence of the island's stateliest room. Will is awed by the dozens of liveried men, countless courtiers, lighted torches, and ornate settings set for dinner with Illyria's best and their master. "How magnificent a show of power and wealth," observes the boy. "Shakespeare has ne'er seen such extravagance.
Foreign aid and credit have surely abetted the Illyrian court," is John Dee's conjecture.
Presently, after 4 hours of waiting, the travelers finally get their first glimpse of Le Comte of Illyria. Majestic and refined, Orsino strides purposefully into the great hall with a hearty and infectious laugh that comes of authority and prominence of birth. His long, handsome face is ruddy-cheeked, divided by a straight nose. Shakespeare is taken with the Count's broad, lean, muscular build and above-average height. Dee notes a resemblance between Orsino and the newly appointed royal yeoman of the English Guard, Sir Christopher Hatton, who is accounted the most handsome man in England. Both have tresses that cascade down about their shoulders, dazzlingly dark and curled like walnut wood shavings. While familiarly clasping hands with many of his retainers in the room, the governor looks about in search of something. Dee at first thinks he, the guest of honor, is the one being sought. That notion is quashed when Malvolio points out Dee, and, after a moment's inspection, the Count's search continues. The mystery is soon solved when Lady Diane enters. His agitation abating, Orsino, the king of courtesy, fixes on her across the space even while others engage him in conversation. He begins making his way to her. She is as ethereal as the goddess she is named after, and like Daphne, happy to be chaste. Like the chaste deity of the moon, who is pale and white, the Countess Diane is fair, with cinnabar red hair, and the unmistakable aquiline Valois nose, the mark of French aristocracy. No paragon of beauty ever became a room as majestically as this lady, in her mid-20s and gowned in red velvet and tailored brocade. Her unusually red hair, in a fetching frowsiness, is curled and double-curled. Most of her female entourage are of her age and swarm around her like attending cherubs, fulfilling the co-equal functions of protection and adoration. In youthful exuberance, the lady beams at all present, seemingly unaware of the effect of her radiance on every male in the room. Orsino quickly makes his way to her side and takes her in his arms. From where Dee stands, the Count's size and height nearly eclipse the Countess from sight. But like her irrepressible namesake, Diane appears again from his shadow to shine on those around her. Posing like a fop on display at the theater, Orsino holds her at arm's length and demands her opinion of his yellow stockings. She plays at disapproval, only a moment later applauding enthusiastically at her last night's gift. The rest of the guests do likewise. Even as the hall reverberates, she snatches up her long skirt to lean over and whisper something in his ear.
Later tonight,
Diane purrs softly.
when all have departed, I shall lure you to my chamber, where I will peel those canary leggings from you with my teeth. Think on that for the nonce.
Orsino blushes a subtle crimson as Diane takes one step back and applauds him again. At this, the crowd, most of whom had been present at the previous night's festivities, clap and laugh indulgently. Truth be told, neither of the island's rulers hears any of this. They are too lost in their own intoxication and the sweet, silent communications of love-making. At last, his lordship and lady take their seats in their high-backed chairs and thank all for coming. The banquet room, with 36 more of Orsino's attendant noblemen and their attendants, all dutifully resplendent, heartily acknowledge their island's governor and their hereditary ruler. Toasts are called, and wine is poured. Shakespeare marvels and asks, "Who be all these people, master?"
"Courtiers and liegemen," whispers Dee.
Deciphering the iconography of the room, as he had the stained-glass windows that morning, Dee nods in the direction of the older men in residence.
"Those by the dais are most likely men of import dwelling here in Illyria. Men of standing, men of property, men of commerce. The others, farthest from the dais, may be family of the elite, or, like us, guests from abroad. Those closest to the entryway are sons of these older men of important menials, men who may in time ask favours of Orsino. If so, Orsino, like any nobleman of England, will graft them to his house, that the new relationship may form an unbreakable bond that safeguards him here at home."
Safeguards from whom?
"From whomever might wish his demise, other landowners or henchmen."
Dee's sharp eye scans the hall.
"It could be anyone,"
says Dee, noting that Orsino seems enchanted by a story an older, well-dressed guest is telling him.
"Even that ancient fellow now tickling his ear."
Dee smiles knowingly, adding,
"Subtlety is better than force. By treating one's dependents well, a governor hopes to gain his people's trust and maintain his authority. From your own experience being treated well, would you wish a good master harm?"
Dee scans the chamber, wondering,
which of these men could be a suspect in the treason that I have been sent to smell out?
Seeing many proudly wearing Catholic crucifixes, he asks himself,
where to start?
But in that moment, he smiles ingratiatingly at the cupbearer who offers him wine.
Anyone, including this servant, might be embroiled in the menace of sedition.
He smiles while taking his glass.
A Jesuit, possibly, on his way to an illegal mass in Britain.
Dee sips the wine. The delicious luster of French grapes excites his taste. Better than any bottle in his wine cabinet.
If Orsino is most responsible, who else is involved? Walsingham has set me a daunting puzzle.
There is a new toast from Orsino, and his yellow leggings, to the health of all. Countess Diane's eyes brighten at the sight of all the joy in the room. The young Shakespeare fixates on the red ripeness of her full lips. Her speech has a sweet nasality to it that makes the throng feel that they are in the presence of another Helen. Orsino offers his hand to a personage standing closest to his throne on the steps of the dais, the debonair Edmund d'Autrice, Lord Griffin. He is not handsome, and his short stature hints at neither strength nor virility, yet what nature has scanted him in physical power, in recompense she has given him a quick mind that towers over others in policy and government. A murmur of respectful acknowledgement ripples through the crowd as he climbs to the top of the platform and busses Diane's small, proffered hand with a chaste kiss, as courtesy dictates. Indulgently playing her part, Diane gazes down at her assembled guests and gives them all a stern look, as if to demand Griffin's sweet obedience from all of them as well. All the room's guests love her all the more for the performance. Many lower their eyes in deference as she gazes their way. Orsino is well pleased. Then, with practiced statesmanship, Dautrice turns to the Count's ear, whispering some counsel. The instruction completed, Lord Griffin retires to stand behind one of the tall chairs. "Why no show of humility, no bending of the knee?" inquires Will. "Is it not a disgrace to his grace?"
"Bowing is the fashion in England," Dee whispers in reply, "not in France. Moreover, here it is not his grace, but his lordship."
Will Shakespeare would have asked the reason for that difference had not his reverie been broken by an imperious voice from the dais.
"Well met, good friends," starts his lordship. The room reverberates with a hearty applause. "Countrymen, we are honoured today by the visit of a worthy from Her Royal Highness, Queen Elizabeth. In her generosity, she sends us a royal postmaster, a man well known to scholars throughout Europe, a postmaster who is erudite, well grounded in philosophy and languages, both dead and quick. Honoured guest, Dr. John Dee. Come forth." Orsino gestures for Dee's approach. Dignified, and with measured step, John Dee walks toward Illyria. Dressed in his best scholar's black robe with its furred collar, Illyria's first postmaster does not create much of a stir in the hall, causing many to wonder why Orsino has gone to such trouble for one so old and clearly of reduced means. Yet all present marvel at Lecomte's open-handedness. 2 straight days of Christmas celebration, which they take as an honour meant as much for themselves as for the greybeard from London. Several even whisper about the strange menial attired in yellow doublet whom the postman has in tow. Is this the finery in fashion at the Queen's Christmas court? Having taken notice, Diane's waiting lady Maria catches her mistress' eye. "Over there," pointing out Will, "observe the gauche yellow doublet, in the name of mockery." "Shush, Marianne," chides Diane. She looks away. "Yellow. C'est bon." Liking what she sees, "Il est très brave." Chastened, the saucy Maria dares not speak her mind. Oh yes, very brave. He obviously fears no colours. Paying no attention to the mystified murmurs, John Dee straightens his pointed beard and mounts the stair to the dais. In the midst of the crowd, Will stands a little taller at his master's honour. Meeting his guest for the first time, the Count walks towards Dee and clasps his hand. "Duty to Her Highness has so besotted my reason that, childlike, I am powerless to greet you properly. More so in that you descend upon us like a meteor without forewarning from Her Royal Highness. But I am not so ill-bred or disobedient not to send everlasting thanks to Her Majesty, who is my most gracious prince, governor, and neighbour. Therefore, as your presence here betokens hers, be as ourselves in Illyria, and welcome." "Our royal prince greets you through me as her trusty and devoted counsellor," Dee replies. "And forasmuch as by reason of the indisposition of your person and the freshness of your marriage, you could not conveniently partake of the late festivities of our Saviour's birth at her Windsor castle, nor could she earlier in the year here attend the solemnization of your joyous marriage union, she sends you, by me, tokens of her happiness for your nuptials. On the morrow, with your leave, I shall bring you rich gifts from Her Highness, who hopes that they shall ever be honoured in your heart and that of your bride. She also sends by word of me that as Illyria's royal postmaster I may bind the island more firmly to her breast." There is tepid applause from the guests. Orsino has a disagreeable image of his face being roughly yanked against withered royal dugs. "For my own part, I stand in awe at the graciousness of your welcome and your liberality. I give you such thanks as duty and compliment may." Orsino, without rancour, asks, "This honour from our queen is rather sudden. Was it effected on the whim of the moment?" Dee chooses not to answer, allowing an awkward silence.
The Count stares quizzically at his new postmaster with a calculating, impudent stare, waiting for an answer. None comes. Having made his point, Orsino turns his attention elsewhere, taking up another matter that has caught his attention. Dee, unsure of what to do or where to go, takes a doubtful step to descend from the dais, prompting the short man behind the Count to cough politely.
Master Dee, may I present myself to you? I am Edmund d'Autrice, Lord Griffin, counsellor to the Count.
His voice is as manicured as his nails, indicating the number of guests, the lavishness, the gaiety.
More than you expected?
You mean this welcoming of me?
Stroking his beard, Dee acknowledges the bizarreness of it with a half-smile.
Yes.
He is in love, confides d'Autrice, and because he is in love, he desires happiness for all. You, and, of course, Her Majesty included.
I will tell the Queen.
Indicating Orsino,
Le Comte will like that.
The point now made of Dee's reporting back to his masters, the new postmaster smiles politely.
Your servant, sir.
And yours.
The guest of honor turns to descend the dais steps when d'Autrice gently touches his shoulder.
Truth be told, Master Dee, we have met ere this. Or rather, I have had the good fortune to have been in your presence.
Turning back,
My apologies. I am at a loss, monsieur. Your riddle?
I was at university in Paris, Docteur. I was a student at your marvelous lectures on Euclidean geometry.
The men nod in recognition of a shared past, though Dee wonders, first Thomas Philippe's and now Lord Griffin. How many others at those lectures shall come forth?
I was much saddened to hear that you left that position shortly after.
My studies in philosophy, especially that genre which seeks to find communication with celestial beings, made my superiors uneasy. They gave me fair warning of dismissal if I chose to continue my course of study, and though I suffered for my actions, I have never regretted my decision.
Your studies have made you famous. Orsino extends an arm to Diane to join them.
Infamous, rather, commences Dee. Having shook hands goodbye with my university career, my unconventional pursuits made me invisible. I fear that my ascendant star of renown is now in its decline. I am the epitome of the poor pedant whom Her Majesty now has taken pity on and granted me employment in a convivial location among friends.
I have heard of your inquiries in hope of finding the Northwest Passage, says d'Autrice eagerly. Have you made much progress?
Happy to have found someone who knows his work and its worth. Just as old Europe seeks for a path to Cathay and its riches through the terra incognita of Northern America, so I seek the same lost route through the study of ancient texts of navigation. But, though I advise Frobisher, Gilbert, and the Muscovy Company on routes, we are still disappointed by the results. As all men do, I live in hope of making my fortune. Angels have presented me a volume of Chronica Walia that maps a course to the Far East discovered by the Welshman Madoc. Thus, in the Far East, I hope to see the sun rise again on my good name.
Lesser minds fear the dark unknown, and your fellow scholars criticize your explorations, both celestial and maritime. D'Autrice reproves, then adds, But in time, heaven will weigh us all, and judge us for our actions. I have no fear that your erudition in natural philosophy will be acknowledged throughout Christendom.
Is this man friend or foe? Illyria's postmaster is not sure. But when in time the new age arrives, all will be right glad of this prophecy.
Edmund, says Orsino, returning his attention on his guest and eager to parade his scholarliness, read you Cornelius Agrippa, a German theologian who, like our new postmaster, taught us that the study of natural philosophy is both mathematical and deeply religious. The art of magic is the art of studying God.
I thank your lordship and commend your lordship's conclusion.
Dee nearly lays a hand on the young count's sleeve in approval, remembering etiquette just in time to resist. Yes, indeed, Agrippa's De Occulta Philosophia tells us the study of nature, unlocking its secrets, and advice from heaven can never be objectionable. On peril of my soul, I take that belief seriously, and make it my life's work. Seeing no disagreement, he continues, Guarding my soul and my investigations with heartfelt prayer, I humbly petition knowledge from angels above. But then quickly adds, How more righteous our lives would be if we might know God's will. What a cordial to Dee's faith that he may say God in this Catholic company and not be constrained by puritanical dictates to not take his divine name in vain. Amen, good doctor, concludes Leconte. Taking the Countess' hand, Lord Griffin introduces his former lecturer. Milady, our new postmaster, Dr. Johannes Dee, as erudite and grounded a man in philosophy and languages, both quick and dead, as can be found in all the world.
Have you just said petitioning knowledge from angels?
Yes, Countess.
And do they answer you?
Observing her frown, Dee knows its origin. Revulsion. He is caught off guard, but determined not to ruin the afternoon's festivities. It is with utmost care he replies, Yes, milady, when heaven deems it appropriate. Lady Diane searches his face.
Do you speak in metaphor?
She is quite sure that is the answer, yet adds with a playful moue,
Or do cherubim and seraphim pay you visits?
Cordial, half smiling, Dee's stealth ensues. When God sees fit to command them to educate me. For I have utter faith our Father wants us to know him in all his glory. Daggers replace her dancing eyes.
You equivocate, Doctor. That is not what I asked. But I have my answer, and know it as sacrilege.
The philosopher chastises himself, lulled into imprudence by Lord Griffin's praise. Acutely aware of most of the world's suspicion of his studies, he knows better than to refer to his angelic conversations in public. The unsophisticated will always think natural philosophy diabolic. He gnaws at the inner flesh of his cheek. To his disgrace, his tongue has been too eager to share with strangers what his heart rejoices in. With resigned self-reproach, every muscle in his face assumes the mask of humility. Most gracious madam, Dee begins. Doubtful, perhaps. Blithely, Lord Griffin cuts him off so as to deal with the Lady Diane's dismay with his usual tactical compassion and keep it cordial. But sacrilegious? No, I should think not. Verily, Moses spoke with the Almighty on Sinai. Abraham did so at Isaac's sacrifice. A host of Israelites had conversations with angels, and our Lord Jesus Christ spoke with thousands. None were sacrilegious. Rather, it would be piety itself, and wondrous well to do so again. The Church teaches us that the time of miracles is not over. The time is ripe for good religion to ripen, not wither. Our present world would certainly be a better place if we knew what divinity's counsel was. Isaiah chapter 55, verse 6, Seek the Lord while he may be found. Call upon him while he is near. Far from placated, the Countess remains defiant.
You've not finished the quote, Sir Edmund. For my thoughts are not your thoughts, nor are your ways my ways, saith the Lord. For as the heavens are higher than the earth, so are my ways higher than your thoughts. Let the wicked forsake his way, and the unrighteous man his thoughts, and let him return unto the Lord, and he will have mercy upon him, and to our God, for he will abundantly pardon. We can only return unto our Lord through proper faith, only through the Holy Mother Church that teaches us that we can know heaven's will only through a priest or prayers to the Madonna and the blessed saints, not through sacrilegious incantations. Dee's mask has not moved a muscle. May I welcome the Count and Countess of Illyria
to any of my scrying sessions to assuage her ladyship's doubts. Thereby may she be assured of my profound faithfulness.
To commune and have sway over devils? I think not.
Sanctimonious reproof radiates from the courtiers who scorn Dr. John Dee in the Countess' presence. Dee chuckles to himself. He has known worse. Illyria intercedes. Sweet Chuck, if God or any of his host desires communication with our new postmaster, they will most assuredly locate him. If not, what harm? It would be pleasant sport to see him enchant with bell, book, and candle. Shall we not say yes to his invitation? Diane is not to be mollified. Miracles and prophecies ended with the apostles. Too late, her husband realizes her antipathy and quickly seeks to humor her. I'd venture that Professor Dee's now dwelling with us in blessed Illyria will make him the more desirous by heaven to be found. There is a courtly cheer of approbation. Not amused, but too well-mannered to give full-throated offence, her ladyship replies, Perhaps our gracious royal postmaster is here in Illyria because Her Majesty knows he can find no angels in England. Eavesdroppers go silent, unsure if her rapprochement is an olive branch or a declaration of war. Well, most certainly it is angels that have brought him here, quips Lord Griffin to smooth tensions. If money or angels will go before, all doors in Illyria will certainly open. If commerce can be made better with one or both, then either prospers our island. The pun on seraphim and the English coin angel is approved of with nervous laughter, and brings a halt to the uncomfortable conversation, which Lord Griffin directs quickly to the sea's conditions and other less controversial subjects. When asked, John Dee is happy to pass on all the news of the English court that he is aware of, and when questioned about the latest fashions, he points to Will. My aide, Master Shakespeare, is more knowledgeable. A tawny doublet to match my stockings, declares the surprised Orsino, regarding Will's yellow couture with a tradesman's eye. Then he remarks wryly, Richly suited, young man. Diane, what think you? In one of low birth, perhaps unsuitable, no? Diane commends her husband on the bon mot, though with a sly glance reprimands, Tous les deux sont très braves. We both are we? Playfully, Orsino pulls a face, tweaking her with a whisper, You little harlot. Orsino drinks in his radiant Diane, content to look at her forever. But even the mighty imp Cupid cannot dissuade lunch from being served. And so, the clatter of trenchers and the aroma of roast pig drown their coltish teases and blushing whispers. The Lady Diane, though independent, knows the absurdity of resistance. Her Valois aunt tutored her well in her instruction that this is a man's world, yet educating her in the powerful strengths of manipulation. When she first arrived at the Illyrian court, she had expected an ugly, overbearing lout. To her delight, she found Orsino to be neither. His handsomeness is an exquisite joy to her, even as she begins to see where some laxity around the jaw will eventually lead to fleshy chins, and that his ears, usually hidden by his hair, are too large for his narrow head. More delightful to her than his beauty is his gracious care of her. He loves her truly, with genuine warmth and decency that belies her aunt's one warning that men care only for themselves and will think of you solely when directed by their lower parts, or as a means of propagating an heir. They will call you their flower, and prove it by assuming you to be witless and ornamental. The Valois aunt had further advised that marriages are but political chess moves to strengthen military power, create patronage, or add to one's treasury, with the wife a pawn and her husband the king. A willful pawn may become a queen, yet normally in marriage a woman is checkmated. So far, Orsino has proved her old aunt wrong. However, Diane is still young. There remains time, anon, for disappointment. Perhaps merely to bask in her radiance, Count Orsino never crushes her opinions, and instead makes a genuine effort to obtain her counsel. Nearly from the start she has been invited into his privy discussions, despite the reproving grimaces of certain male counselors. Orsino is tactful enough at the sessions not to question her. Instead, when they are again alone, he requires her perceptions. He has listened for hours at her nothings, never missing the smallest nothing. Once or twice a tear has unabashedly slid down his cheek as he told her of his prayers for her. But she is not so young as to fool herself into believing him some Galahad from old romances. Rather, his shortcomings make him a Lancelot, a Gallic knight, arrogant and proud and willful, capable of his own headstrong destruction. Ardor and willfulness are his two most powerful divinities. On that day when she was certain Orsino had won her heart, that same day when he had clung to her and engulfed her in his arms for what seemed like an eternity and had sworn by all gods that he would cherish her forever, she had made a solemn vow to keep those same demigods from devouring him. She would do all she could to fulfill her wifely obedience. But her aunt's last words still echo.
Never forget you are de Guiche. Family is everything.
Chapter 13. The harbour master, having neither title nor property, Sir Toby Belch, or so Tobias Gasset is called, is not a sir by anyone's definition of a gentleman. On the hierarchical ladder, Tobias Belch is too high to be called sirrah, but too low to be addressed as sir. His only attachment to nobility, albeit tenuous, is that Edmund d'Autrice, now Lord Griffin, is Belch's cousin. They share a notable grandfather who received title and lands in Illyria from Henry V when the English king sallied forth for recovery of his rights in France. Fate and primogeniture have scanted Tobias. He is merely the second-born son of a second son making his way on a remote island far from the bustle of either England or France. Mercifully, nature gifted him with good looks and a jovial personality. All else, his grandfather Griffin's wealth of movables, title, patronage, and money had all passed to his firstborn male heir, Gasset's uncle, Etienne. Regrettably, Etienne was a man with no love for Toby's father. The older brother stinted on charity to support his unfortunate, or rather fortuneless, younger brother, mirroring the time-honored sibling rivalries of English aristocracy. Luckily, Illyria's old count, Orsino's father, had a fondness for Gasset, and had taken him in, appointing him to several positions of importance, eventually making Toby's father the steward of the Orsino household. Old Gasset repaid his employer's generosity with unflinching fidelity, fulfilling his duties with enthusiasm and dogged loyalty. His prosperity allowed him to buy a parcel of land. There, Toby's father kept his family well-housed and well-fed. His eldest son, Toby's brother, wanted no part of his father's ledger book existence. Leaving the island, he joined the forces of Lord Hunsdon, the Lord Warden of the Marches, in the turbulent northern borderlands where he battled against the invading Scots. With little or no soldierly training, he served with early distinction, combating the rebels, whoring, drinking, and taking deep revenge for the most minor of offenses. Dogged as his father, young Gasset rose through the ranks and accompanied Sussex through Teviotdale, wreaking brutal vengeance on any Scot who had protected English rebels. His Highland incursions were much applauded by his overlords for his zeal at burning castles, homes, and slaying whole villages. In time, he fell in love with one of Sir John Carey's daughters, and was given leave to marry her. But, being barely able to write, he never got around to sending letters home about his nuptials, nor was he inclined to do so. Accustomed to not hearing from their swashbuckling scion brother, the Gazettes were not surprised when they heard that 2 years had passed since the eldest was dragged from his horse and torn to shreds by Scottish hordes. Forever after, old Gasset warned his youngest of the evils of such an adventurous life. "Begin by taunting your father, and you will end up embracing calumny." Just the same, Toby had been awed by his brother's exploits, so much so that Toby became jealous of his romantic dead brother's life, hoping to best him in outrageous acts. As a youth, Toby was part of the Count's household. As such, he was permitted to study with the children of Illyria's notables. Having more of an aptitude for study than his brother, he quickly learned to read and write, mastering not only English, Latin, and Dutch, but, of course, French. He developed significant expertise in the fine arts, excelling in calligraphy, music, rhetoric, and dancing. Had fate been kinder, he might have become a successful courtier or minor diplomat. However, his education, refining the rougher aspects of his intrinsic roguishness, never led him to better his station significantly. His father exacerbated this failure. The old steward deprived Toby of leisure time and studious contemplation by ordering him to scurry about St. Peter Port on thousands of menial errands. To the island folk of Illyria, he became as familiar a messenger as the lark. Fond of their count's steward, the populace regaled his good-looking son with all sorts of amusing quips, maritime adventures, and salacious gossip. Every now and then, they might even accompany a particularly long tale with a goblet of wine. Many a shopkeeper's wife took pains to offer Tobias a little extra cake or a peek at her ankle just to have the good-looking boy malinger longer in her company. He grew up waggishly cheerful, self-assured, and adept at entertaining people. His uncle Etienne, Lord Griffin, had 3 children, Reginald, Edmund, and Olivia. Reginald, the eldest, died at 14 in a boating accident. Then, 12, Edmund was suddenly burdened with the responsibility of being heir. Acknowledging the solemnity of his title, the new heir made life grimly serious for himself. 5 years younger than Edmund, Olivia worshipped Reginald and mourned her eldest brother for years. Edmund's paternal instinct was strong, and he made it his duty to watch over his younger sister. She, in turn, treated him like a father. Children in a confining household often turn against each other. These two did not. As Lady Olivia matured, her obedience to her brother blossomed into loving devotion. All suitors were measured against his perfection. At holiday time, Count Orsino gave many lavish parties, whereby the estranged young cousins suffered strained hours together. Edmund and Toby grew up barely tolerating the other's company. Softer in her affections, Olivia, nevertheless, remained dutiful to the opinions of her father-brother. And, like Edmund, she regarded her surviving cousin as a familial burden. Never forgiving Toby for his mother's rural Basque background, Olivia opined Tobias as servant class, since she too sent him on errands, and therefore not quite a blood cousin. Despite the meanness of his birth, Tobias' panache blossomed. He absolutely believed destiny favored him, and that he would overtop the feats of his brother, as well as many other notable breakers of the Queen's peace. His envy equally boundless, Toby was caught stealing from the old Count's pantry on more than one occasion. Belch's bonhomie, however, made it impossible to remain angry with him, and sooner or later he would be forgiven. The flirtatious, honey-tongued lout took pains to further his natural talents with poetry, beguiling the ladies and entertaining the men with song and sensational pot-boilers on high seas. In recompense, he was showered with coin from the foppish gallants and even sweeter gifts from mademoiselles. With good wit and drink as good compensation, Tobias Belch grew ever more confident. Without scruples, as a flirt, even as a young teenager, he was a fox in the henhouse. He cuckolded countless inattentive island husbands. The taste for drink acquired when on his errands grew among his addictions. When alone, drink silenced the discontent in his head, making him forget his family's deficiencies, and drowned the hollow emptiness of his self-worth. When provoked, he barked and bellowed and roared to escape that awful inner voice. He knew that if he was loud enough, his boistering would beguile him into believing that he was happy. Nature gave Toby wit, yet flouted him as the butt of a grand cosmic joke. As he grew older, his body grew intolerant to rich foods, and was dangerously incapacitated by more than 3 tankards of ale. Too much, and Gazette's stomach rebelled against the noose choking his sensitive midsection. This leads to him stumbling, vomiting, or belching his way home after a night's carousing. Perhaps that is the origin of his nickname. Perhaps not. No one, not even his family, is sure from where the title Belch originates. But everyone calls him Belch, and he appears rather proud of it, amazingly never putting on weight and magically staying at a handsome 14 1/4 stone. In the summer of his 16th year, he made the imprudent mistake of seducing his master's mistress and getting her with child. The old count was furious, and his steward, Toby's father, even more so. Tobias was banished from the island. At the public expulsion of Belch on Good Friday, his father's words were harsh and unforgiving. "My rascal son is no better than the meanest beggar caught stealing at the castle arms door. He is a coistrel, sick of self-love, a heathen, nay, a very renegado." Enumerating the great kindnesses the good count had lavished on his son in the past, old Gazette slammed Toby further. "He is a reprobate and an unmannerly ape, with no respect of place, persons, nor time. I can hardly forbear hurling things at him." Well aware that his son's crime threatened his lifelong climb of stability and respectability, Gazette concluded with, "May he be cursed to the everlasting bonfires of hell and suffer eternally for his degenerate sins. Ungracious wretch, out of my sight." Taking what few belongings he possessed, Toby slinked away like a beaten whelp. Forced to face exile in a world without security, familiarity, or sustenance, he cursed his fate and bred a fear of poverty that now rankles within him in middle age. "Where shall I go?" he asked himself. Having grown up on an island, he felt most comfortable by the sea with its sound of lapping waves and the briny smell of weather-worn timber. Two choices prevailed, given Illyria's proximity to two mighty centers of power. A boat trip to Portsmouth was longer and more costly than one to Le Havre, so the outcast traveled east. Plus, the food was tastier in France, as were the women. For the next 9 years, he spent an uncertain life among the thieving wharves of Burgundy, making use of the talents some mischievous god had given him. He would latch on to a young gentleman and make himself his boon companion, partying until dawn and always taking advantage of his benefactor's largesse. Loans were taken while picking purses, clothes were borrowed and never returned. It was a life of abject penury, and, when alone in his copse, he mourned his lost pampered life. His notion to ship aboard a three-master to the West Indies was replete with happy imaginings of a life in the unsettled New World. There he would carve out a name for himself and bask in the love of a family of his own making, as his older brother had done. Moreover, in the New World, he could live without constraints or the oppression of hierarchy. As he wassailed his youth away, carousing and drinking, his ambitions went unfulfilled. At 33, the age by which Alexander the Great had already conquered half the world, Belch ferried himself back to Illyria upon receipt of certain obituaries. The old Orsino had passed on to his heavenly rewards, and his faithful spaniel, Toby's father, had followed soon after. After some days of reacclimatizing in the downtrodden wharf area, Belch sent word to his wealthy cousin Edmund d'Autrice, telling grand tales of his reformation and playing upon any shred of familial obligation. Edmund, for kinship's sake, and prompted by tears from Olivia, found him a position working in the harbor. In time, he became the new Count Orsino's harbor master, keeping tabs on the comings and goings of the mercantile ships sailing through St. Peter Port. Contraband was to be reported to the vice-admiral, and fees were to be levied on certain manifests. It turned out to be a post very much to Toby's liking. Not more than 2 or 3 vessels moored a day, and poring over manifests could be very rewarding. Having no qualms about turning a blind eye to contraband in exchange for a captain's open hand, or by appropriating ample samples of certain forbidden cargoes of food or wine, he could easily be bribed to countenance flouting the law. In his mind, the law was designed to keep the rich wealthy and the poor in their miserable shanties. No one would miss what little he culled for himself. With a spit between his fingers, "The law! A figo for it, and those who keep it," was his catchphrase. With this kind of officiating came many an invitation to join a captain or first mates in the Nous Trois tavern, making the harbour alehouse a second home for Toby. There, the widow, Maria Roitelet, held sway. A capable woman well-versed in cursing in 4 languages, and, if not understood in those, supremely talented at wielding a bat. At his favourite table by the chimney, Belch revelled in the stories of the sea and of foreign lands. Like the sweetness of Palestinian dates, he savoured the words of wandering tars, revisiting the exotic locations in his imagination, and then augmenting their glories with a drunkard's gusto to others whom he retold of the opulent watery palaces of the Venetians, the towering forests outside of Muscovy, the infernal monsters of the New World. So much of life he and his Illyrian audience had not tasted because of ill luck and want of wealth. If Providence or unlucky stars had shut them out, they would not hold them out forever. Toby swore that he and his companions would o'ermaster their fates. Black bile, it is said, is the source of all bitterness and melancholy in mankind. Galen, and before him Hippocrates, had maintained that personality was the result of the mixture of the 4 humours: phlegm, blood, yellow bile, and black bile. Black bile, associated with the earth and autumn, was the worst of the humours and prone to ferment. The amount and regularity of his eating was haphazard, dependent on when and from whom he could catch a meal. It was often cold and swallowed hurriedly. The pathology created in Toby an alteration of anger and abject depression. When his maritime duties were tedious, any excuse to slip away to Maria's sufficed. He slumped himself into his booth, waiting for travellers who might be eager for company and reciprocate by buying him a drink. Though the frivolity and charm of his youth that oft beguiled with bawdy tales and raunchy songs reigned in him, Toby Belch could, in a nonce, transform himself into a bitter old seaman. And like Proteus, he was suddenly a raging leviathan, murderous for blood and vengeance. On those evenings when he was unusually quiet, the tavern regulars watched him warily as he sat alone at his table. If he sucked at his lip or left his cup untouched, they knew to leave him be, and, if approached, to call him Sir Toby, and then give him a wide berth. In the spring of 1580, 4 years prior to John Dee's presentation at Orsino's court, Antonio Peretti met John Clinton. The latter was a sailor on one of Elizabeth's royal ships. The former's father had been an artisan at the Vatican, where England's Archbishop Wolsey had discovered him fashioning decorative glass. It was artistry the Archbishop thought could amaze and bedazzle young King Henry's court. And it did, for several years. Regrettably, the Peretti family fortunes fell with those of Cardinal Wolsey in 1530. Neither the new courtiers of Edward VI's court nor the stiff-necked followers of England's next monarch, Mary, wanted to do business with anyone associated with the despised prelate Wolsey. An impoverished Italian child in the fetid London streets with swarthy skin, tight black curly feminine hair, and a pronounced accent that tended toward a lisp rendered Peretti prey to ridicule. Often set upon, he was quick with his fists, and nothing provoked him more than the name-calling his racial difference prompted. Much to his mortification, he only grew into a sinewy, short man. Though his domineering father had tried to bend his attentions toward the glass and ceramics trade, his son's striving mind wanted more than a life of blasting ovens and gooey glass. More, he sneered at the craft's enforced apprenticeship and pseudo-respectability. Antonio took to the sea, reasoning that he could jump ship when nearing his family home in Venice. But the frigates Antonio sailed never seemed to venture anywhere near his origins. It was infuriating. On every voyage Antonio made, Peretti inflicted his frustrations on those around him, leaving more than one sailor bloodied or maimed. Some had stood in his way, others had simply not succumbed to his sexual overtures. Yet his nimble mind was quick to spot opportunities when they knocked. Diligently working his way up from seaman, an occupation too small for his ambitious spirit, he advanced to purser. But try as he might, he became trapped in that position, convinced that his naval superiors looked down on his Roman heritage and kept him from advancement. John Clinton, apprentice to a butcher in Norwich, had abandoned his trade for the preternatural calling of the sea and the spray. Learning at an early age how to use an astrolabe and compass, he hired onto merchant ships, helping pilots chart their voyages. He was able to navigate to the farthest harbors of the known world and bring them home again. His successes, along with the praise that accompanied them, eventually engendered in him haughty self-esteem that balked at the necessary chain of command essential to decorum at sea. Once saved from mishaps and set on the right course, no captain seemed happy to have him aboard, unless his expertise was needed to discover a way out of unfamiliar waters again. Though his dead reckoning at sea was legendary, only the subservient seamen openly recognized his talents, as the ship's officers thought it utter insubordination to suggest that any captain could miscalculate. One day, quite by happenstance, both Clinton and Peretti meet in a maritime tavern in Gravesend. They huddle over tankards of small beer, dissecting what is most assuredly rotten with the world and its authority. How fed up they are with "Aye, sir," and "No, sir," and of the certain destiny of drowning by their master's incompetence. Whenever chancing upon each other over several months, they grouse in the dim light of anonymity. Others join them, and their individual complaints against the mutiny of servitude grow into a chorus of discontent. Yet no actions are taken. Seasons pass. Then, unexpectedly, on one winter's day, chance and fortune arrange that the two men's ships dock in Illyria. A devilish wind and rough seas keep their cautious captains from leaving the calmer waters of Orsino's marina. Crews allowed ashore make straight for the gossip and grog at the New Trois. Reunited, Antonio and John soon find themselves falling into old habits, grousing once again about their pestiferous betters. "'Sdeath! Our pilots swore we were just off the coast of the mainland at Weymouth when the lookout sighted this island. Storm or no storm, that's reckoning off by 80 or more leagues." Clinton spits in distaste upon the wooden floor. "If there had been shoals or rocks, we'd all been sodden timbers in a watery grave."
"Your Capitaine Bastard."
Antonio says the word, accenting the second syllable, rhyming it with mustard.
"Is not fit to sail a toy boat in a pond."
"Aye, but his father is Lord what-do-you-call-it in Devon, and would have his son to sea."
Mocking, Clinton impudently poses militarily, woolen cap askew, as he had once seen on a Portsmouth stage. Performing a pantomime of his captain from Devon, he licks his finger to see which way the wind blows, then sticks it in the direction of his ass and lets go a fart. Regarding our experience and our especial mastery of navigation, what malicious star cursed us to be no better than servants, when our minds are as fit and our spirits as brave as any blue-blooded milksop born of a lisping doxy? Snorts Clinton. His shipmates agree with shouts and curses that buzz about the table like horseflies. The tavern door suddenly opens, and a sliver of sunlight cleaves the tavern gloom. But the new arrival is only an island man, and the sailors return to their grievances and cataloguing the injustices of the world. "Aye," echoes the thin Italian, whose every word ends with an upward inflection.
"I have both the judgment and ability to command, but the good Lord keeps me bound to benefit and enrich others. A pox on them. I have served as apprentice at sea long enough. Basta, I have learned my craft. It is enough."
"That we have. It is time to be free men of the oceans and prosper for ourselves."
Clinton slams his pewter mug down on the table to emphasize his slightly drunken conviction. Either that noise or mere coincidence draws Tobias Cassette to them. Toby Belch slides a small stool over to their table. The Italian and the Norwich man are none too pleased with the arrival of an intruder who reeks of stranger, having neither sunburn nor rope-scarred hands.
"Avasta, you donkey islander! No one had invited you here," snarls the young man.
He makes no secret of reaching for the hilt of an ugly, fish-cutting blade scabbarded in his belt. Look for look with the Italian, Toby grandly breaks the silence by calling out, "More beer!" His barfly generosity an excuse to join their company, Belch consummately shares details of his own ill-fated existence, and welcomes them to swap tales of consternation and woe. Having introduced himself as the harbour master, he further insinuates himself with the two malcontents by describing the witless inanities of their captains. Further elevating the mood, he recounts two vignettes. The first concerns a mustachioed, pomp-and-swaggered Turkish captain whom Belch had sharked out of cash and commodity. By imposing imaginary harbour fees on the Muslim, Belch has enriched his own pocket, having insisted upon fictional English usage fees. Finding the Turk illiterate in English, Toby had then shoved an old parchment in front of the heathen, swearing, "This document spells out more charges." Toby risked mutiny by insisting on payment before anyone was allowed off the ship. At last, Toby had magnanimously waived half the imaginary fee, and the grateful captain had filled his benefactor's palm with 8 crowns of gold. With Toby's next tale, he convinced two blue-blooded ensigns, both in love with the same girl, to send threatening letters to each other. He incites a duel that neither of the cowards dared to fight. The detailing of their womanish waving of swords and their shrieking when the weapons happened to collide accidentally provides a half-hour of riotous laughter. More importantly, it thaws the last icy barrier of suspicion. With increased drink and the late hour, intimate secrets pour forth, certainly rather more than they might have done otherwise. Often, the sailors return to snarling about their discontent and the maddening shackles of a life in service. They swear a beery oath of blood that they will do anything to rid themselves of their accursed chains. "Action is the word," they agree, "but every path of escape," they tell their new acquaintance, "is improbable and impossible to enact." "What means courage to you, my good-looking Italian?" asks Belch.
"Courage begins with a deliberate constancy and continues without a change," sniffs the young purser, overcome with grog and stammering more than before. Toby waves for another round. "If you are constant in the belief of your own strength and skill, your courage will never fail you."
"Say you so? Belike there is much truth in that."
A nodding Toby sagely agrees.
"And you, my son of Norfolk, what means courage to you?"
"The courage of a man is seen in the resolution in which he embraces death. Fools fear the threats of this world, but they are as thunder is to children. Nothing can affright a heart of valor if it is resolute and confident in his purpose."
"True. It is a coward's folly to fear that which he cannot change or escape. And whoso feareth every storm and tempest is not fit to be called a sailor, nor a man."
Throughout the evening, over 24 shipmates have brought their benches over to this table and taken part in the general moan. After closing is called, and Maria harangues them to shove off to their ship bunks, each man is resolute on curing his own miserable situation. "Action is the word," they drunkenly regurgitate, weaving their way back to their berths. The next day's weather is more miserable than the previous. After a morning of intestinal pain and a gut full of self-pity, Toby spends the day brooding on his lowliness and what fate and a loveless father have deprived him of. In a moment of inspiration, a daring plan, born of indigestion or some malevolent star, overtakes his miseries and plants a plan whereby unnatural allies might unite with a common interest. Again at the Neutrois, Belch rejoins the malcontents, certain the band of mutineers will reconvene at supper to rehash their travails. At his table, in the back by the chimney, Gazette finds Clinton and Peretti already in their cups, enjoying the hearth's warmth and their mutinous camaraderie.
"Well met,"
booms Toby. Bland smiles are exchanged, inquiring about their courage and resolution to hold to their solemn oaths. Both sailors swearing by their mother's honor that they meant every word spoken the night before. Admittedly, a good deal of what was said is now lost in a dim haze of debauchery. What follows next changes the lives of all three men.
Under little guard in the harbor, the Tiger,
said so softly by Toby that Peretti and Clinton must lean in to hear his nefarious suggestion,
one of Orsino's barks, a small two-master,
is moored unprotected, and well victualled for a year's worth of travel. He points two stubby fingers toward their previous night's fraternity of companions drinking and cavorting about the tavern.
Verily, they are tall men of action.
He posits, then proposes, that Antonio and John persuade these seamen to arm themselves with muskets on this very night and seize the defenseless Tiger.
A pretty speech, my bucko, but will we not be confounded by the watch?
Surely it is guarded.
No, but one man is assigned the watch.
Tobias Belch assures them that the Tiger's guard will be an easy matter to overcome.
The solitary boatman camps out on the main deck. Simply weigh anchor and, once in international waters, use your good talents to pillage hulking vessels commanded by captains who haven't a thimbleful of your seamanship or courage. But, no buts.
The harbour-master smiles affably and informs them,
the key to the escape and your success is that I will not sound the alarm until late next morn.
Further, Belch adds,
I will provide you this very hour with forged letters of marque from England. These will furnish you with royal permission to do violence on all who sail under the flag of England's enemies.
And what, do ye ask, in return? John Clinton is skeptical. Toby Belch, née Gazette, has thought about this for a very long time. Now that opportunity has smiled, the second son of a second son is prepared. These villainous saltwater rats are not to be trusted. He cannot expect a share of their privateering or a modicum of safety on their ship if he chooses to escape his current existence. They would turn on him as quickly and as sure as night follows day. So, Tobias Belch asks for what is worthless to mutineers. Belch lifts his black tankard to his companions and wishes them fair sailing.
But, says he, lagging, in your spoilings, should you discover letters of state or correspondence from those in government,
give it me, that I may make use of it as I may. Smiling broadly, Antonio readily nods agreement, as he ascertains no discernible loss of profit. What good are ambassadorial letters to a man who can neither read nor write? The wiser of the two vermin, Clinton, probes,
but how shall we deliver your share to you?
Belch's voice remains hushed.
Every 3rd month, on the quarterly anniversary of your freedom, you shall dock on the far tip of Candy and ask for an Andrew Aguecheek. He's a scamp of 14 who frequents the waterfront bars. He shall be our courier, and I will ever be grateful to you.
What is he?
He's a gull and a lackbrain, the son of poor, ill-treated gentlemen.
In truth, Tobias is the latter, the former being his bastard. Andrew's mother, the old Count's paramour, had fled to the island of Candy to lick her wounds, after having been shamefully whipped and abandoned. There, she brought up their son with no inkling of his own patrilineage. Toby wanted no part of her shame, yet when she insisted, often he found it in his heart to send money for his issue. Belch would, however, be damned first before admitting publicly that the fatherless, flaxen-haired child was his. Toby's scorn was further cemented by his observation that the urchin's an effeminate.
He is my spaniel, and trusts me dearly. He hasn't the wit for deceit, nor the courage the good Lord gave a flea.
Espionage is a profitable business these days. A man in Cousin Edmund's position could always make use of it. Toby would have value to sell, access to a buyer, and little or no risk. Having supped at the table of revenge for years, he relishes the prospect of finding something with which to blackmail dear Edmund d'Autrice should he take the bait. Belch turns his cool, sardonic gaze on his new partners who are eager to comply. The recent Channel storm has blown Toby a providential wind. The three clink pewter cups, to better fortunes. Thus their spirits lift. Antonio cries aloud, "Thank George and the Queen of England." Like quicksilver, a ripple of excitement passes through Belch as his stratagem takes root. Finally, here is an exploit even his brother could not have matched. Chapter 14. A week of settling in comes and goes, and the familiarity of routine sets itself into motion. Walking St. Peter Port each day, the doctor finds Illyrian islanders to be content and comfortable with their lives. As the ambitions of each citizen appear limited, so too are their desires.
A society not involved with a quickening of international conflict, Dee reasons, looks complacently inward for its own well-being.
The philosopher bisects Will Shakespeare's days into a demanding session of lessons from 9 to 2, and then leisurely work in the afternoon. Though not as early as Will's sunrise trudges to grammar school, the first ship starts at an unbearable hour. Unbearable for a man of the theatre. Dee tutors his pupil in many authors, including Aristotle, Quintilian, Peacham, Chaucer, Priscian, Plutarch's Histories, Virgil, and most especially, Cicero's Orations. Will's knowledge of Latin is only passable, and his translation of texts is not easily completed. Moreover, to the doctor's horror, the boy has never been introduced to the mathematical beauties of Euclid. He should not have expected otherwise. After all, the boy is but a grammar school student from the middling town of Stratford-upon-Avon. More, Will's lack of equations is indicative of England's general ignorance. The whole country prefers the darkness of superstitious blindness to the radiant light of geometry and mathematics. True, Will Shakespeare can count the iambs in a line of pentameter or tetrameter verse, but beyond a rudimentary skill as a metronome, in higher formulas, the boy is an unlettered zero. Shakespeare's uncanny memory, however, still astonishes Dee.
Once a passage is translated, the savant remembers every word or trope or figure,
Dee writes in one of his ciphered updates to Walsingham.
"What are you doing, Will?"
asks the scholar, returning from his walk. Squirming unhappily at his master's tone, Will replies, "I am copying out my translation." Dee has insisted that Will rewrite all his Latin reading into the vernacular. With a withering look, Dee responds,
"That seems plain. Of what author, if I may ask?"
"Some verses from Priscian," Will reports, "from his Partitiones Duodecim Versum Aeneidis Principalium."
"Ah, yes, his Latin parsing of Virgil's Aeneid. Let us hear a few stanzas."
But before Shakespeare can start, Dee snatches his writing paper from him. "From memory, then?" Looking at the boy's scribble so unlike his own meticulous penmanship, Dee answers,
"So please you."
Will recites, "I sing of arms and the man who first from the shores of Troy, exiled by fate, and Lavinia who came to Italy and its shores, having been tossed much on sea and land by the violence of the gods on account of the remembering wrath of savage Juno, having also suffered much in war, until he would build a city, and bring his gods to Latium, begetter of the Latin race, the fathers of Alba, and the walls of lofty Rome. Looking up from the translation, Dee corrects, "In the phrase, and Lavinia, who came to Italy and its shores, you have mistook the nominative for the accusative case, as you often do in your other translations. Be mindful of your declensions. It was better yesterday, although I see your Latin improves." "I was ever willful," replies Shakespeare with a mischievous grin. "I'll be damned if I am not willing." The instructor smiles inadvertently at the wit play on Shakespeare's name, and then, thinking better of it, frowns. "Aye, that you are, Will. Too willful, and moreover, you have the most unsavory expletives." Unhappy with the boy's constant preference for juvenile puns on his name, Dee continues imperiously. "My will is that you study the harder, lest you make me look like a fool." Well, God give them wisdom who have it, and those who are fools, let them use their talents. There is a harumph of displeasure. Intensely gratified and pleased with his own cleverness, the young buck ducks his head from any of his tutor's open-handed rebuffs. Avoiding further discussion, Dee returns to the boy's homework. Though Will's familiarity with his master is too large, and with his Latin cases too small, Dee has not missed that today's oral recitation is a letter-perfect recitation of the boy's written translation. Surprisingly, this legerdemain only happens with passages in English. His Latin lessons are not as easily remembered. There seems to be some disconnect there. Dee ponders, is the boy's partiality a side effect of a vivid memory, or simply disregard for his studies? The more significant threat is that this inability to retain foreign words may prove inconvenient, if not detrimental, should Will's mind be needed to capture correspondence from abroad during their investigations. If Shakespeare is to succeed at writing, he must master the subtlety and artificiality of language that the better playgoers demand of their poets. Besides a Latin education, Dee's exercises help Will with the niceties of classical rhetoric. Will knows little of the rhetorical figures, or the means of invention. Later that day they are reviewing Ovid's Metamorphoses. "This will not do. You were born a tradesman's son, and now you have transformed the greatest of poets into naught but dull commerce. Nothing here in your translation is commendable. All is shambles. What is this?" Dee thrusts the paper in his student's face, "but a great want of beauty in your writing. Neither antithesis nor zeugma nor paradigma. Scarcely any conjunction or transition. In short, no eloquence, knowledge of which should have been rudimentary lessons in your grammar school studies. Really, what was taught you in that Warwickshire village? Did they not teach you any grace at all?" It's near 2 in the afternoon, and the player schoolboy is too exhausted to confront his teacher's reproving, wagging beard. Listless, he parries, "I have not the wit nor years that you have, master, but I do desire to learn, and I little deserve your bitterness. Master Jenkins was as good and as kind. No doubt your shoddy Midland schoolmaster was only concerned with how well you strung words together for fashioning a prologue before you butchered a calf. It is this." The scholar stops himself from blurting out, "It is this want of style and memorable language that made your Amleth so utterly unbearable." Defeated, Will pouts. His hangdog expression softens his master's exasperation. At least the boy seems repentant. His middle-class desire to succeed may serve him to achieve better. But presently he could be more diligent, if not dutiful. His mind wanders. He spends too much time gazing out the window. What daydreams outside could possibly be more exciting than the fanciful adventures and the metamorphoses? Writing in his private journal later that day, Dr. John Dee inscribes, Guillielmus Shakespeare has neither the virtues of subtlety, modesty, the grace of deportment, nor even the slightest grasp of the principles of reasoning. He is an inheritor of our nation's slighting of the virtues of education, and, I fear, symptomatic of a future unlettered commonwealth. But he is a good boy. With the tolling of 2, and the day's lessons finally at an end, Shakespeare runs outside, escaping up a pathway to the vistas of St. Martin's Point that look down on the channel. Exceedingly weary in body and mind, he welcomes the sharp winter gusts that blow the stagnation of Ovidian dactylic hexameter from his frazzled mind. This morning's stultifying Latin verses spread, cadaverous in his memory. For the nonce, the tortures of the early morning's geometry with its angles and parabolas are shoved aside, together with the lessons in artificial arguments, whereby he must create for his taskmaster's satisfaction entertaining rhetorical figures and conceits based on the classics he is asked to read. "Thought," mutters Shakespeare. "What did Horace say? The mountain groaned in great labor, then bore a tiny mouse." Thankfully, he has learned the trick of marooning the tedium to a distant memorial shelf. He doesn't see how Aristotle can improve his Amleth. If this is what Green and Chapman studied at university, no wonder their plays are so pedantic. Shakespeare's eyes travel upward. A pair of red wings flit effortlessly through gray, vaulted skies. As if performing a soliloquy to this audience in the sky, Will declares, "I did not travel all this way to be a translator. I signed on to be a poet. The poet contrives living characters out of his own fancy. The translator merely copies." In Will's imagination, he soars with the swooping birds, breasting the wind, free from terrestrial drudgery, looking down on earth-bound humans. He questions, not for the first time, the need to appreciate the wonders of nature by reading musty authors. The proper study of nature's glories, he tells himself, is through meticulous observation of the world around him, and using those insights to limn the workings of the human heart. Like all apprentices overridden by masters, Will looks forward to spitting the bit the moment his study's bridle is slipped off, and he is free to practice his craft. "That day cannot come soon enough," he shouts over the rattling wind to the red wings that cannot be bothered. Pulling his present pains about him and relishing the extreme weather, Will daydreams of grabbing hold of success as tightly as he clutches his cloak. For him, poverty cannot be an option. Having been given a chance to inherit either John Shakespeare's tanning trade or farm his grandfather Arden's land, the poet had forsworn both. His family had nearly thrashed him for such a reckless refusal. Never caring for his father's tannery with its greasy skins, a loathsome business that stank more of mediocrity than its noisome chemicals, Shakespeare could not allow his family's predictions of failure to come true. Trusting the stirrings of greatness within him, Will had 1,000 things to say, and, in his heart, he felt men of taste and position would pay handsomely for a pretty phrase well penned. Success is a golden angel to be followed no matter what backstreets one trawls to capture it. A mocking inner voice intrudes and reminds him Prince Amleth was disastrous. A tragedy in so many ways. Will tries to shake doubts from himself. What if I have no talent? A belittling voice whispers, what if Burbage refuses to buy a second play? Reminded of Dr. Dee's criticisms of his work, Shakespeare fears that these scenarios are the more probable. My writing, Dee has told me, has been but a toy, a comfortable and artless scribble. Furious at his qualms of failure, he argues the contrary. To succeed, a poet must shoulder the irksome weight of scholarship and make it a constant discipline. Success means that I, like Dee, must become an alchemist and continuously study how to transubstantiate language into precious dramatic catharsis. The strides of a man's work are measured by his commitment to the diligent pursuit of the journey. Most assuredly, Will Shakespeare shall not continue squeaking out girls' roles forever. Granted, his first play landed far wide of the mark. On the next, I must score. If he can get it produced. No qualms, no doubts. He must take full advantage of what fortune is giving him. Failure is unacceptable. To the Red Wings and the skies above he swears aloud, "By all that is holy, my future shall be better than my past." To himself he declares, "No more my former days of whoredom, where, following my theatrical ambition, I had sunk to canoodling in the back rooms of Eastcheap. Shake shaft. That moneyed theatre owner Burbage had called me, and then ordered me to my knees to perform. Burbage had not been his only benefactor, or rather malefactor. There had been too many others. Thankfully this Dee is not so inclined. But what matter past depravities? No. No more of that. The memory of things done could be burned away if one's celebrity blazes bright enough. My past is but a means to an honourable end. William Shakespeare will be a name to conjure with. Doubtless the final couplet of my life will be written in gold leaf." Wheeling drunkenly beneath the cold sky, Will's wild ambitions careen alongside his hopes, much like the crazed arcs of the Red Wings that have left him behind. A small beagle, sniffing the hard ground for food, appears out of nowhere. Each looks at each other in head-tilting scrutiny. Instinctively open to qualifying and analogizing everyday experiences, Shakespeare asks himself, "Is this creature now before me a noble hound or a beggarly mutt that has strayed from the stables and come here to piss? Has it the high-born mien of majesty or the bastard breeding of a base cur?" Had not Will's instructor told him to recognize God's hierarchical order? Conversely, Will thinks, "What am I to him?" "Contraries," Dee impresses incessantly upon his student, "seek contradictories in your thinking, and you will create conflict." Am I a higher being to him, or an irrelevant nothing? There's to be no answer. A fierce gust suddenly shudders them both, and Shakespeare's companion yips, wandering off for warmer shelter. Will's attention wanders as well. Leaning back and letting the weak sunshine bathe his face, the lad nestles in his cloak as he gazes at the open sky. There is comfort in knowing when the right metaphor is discovered. All prior straining is forgotten, and only the sweet taste of a perfect line remains. Whistling louder through the pines, the channel wind ruffles his hair and stings his face. The ground is now too cold to sit on. The new rawness is like the afterglow of rough sex, and he sees it as a sure sign that Apollo is pleased with him. Shivering and loping from the open hilltop to a spot by the garden, he finds shelter from the weather. I must not catch the ague, the boy warns himself. Already he's lost too many friends that way.
I'll faire him and ferk him and ferret him, peasant, par ma foi,
comes a shout from far away. It is unmistakably the chaplain in an unchristian fit of anger. What's this? What's this? Will wonders bemused. Is this the prologue to some comedy? How delicious is the contrast of the chaplain's reverend office and his expressions of irreverence. What a dramatic antithesis to exploit in a play. Wait, Will thinks. How did the priest say the word?
Pesante,
murmurs Shakespeare. The word is peasant, but the man's unmistakable third syllable trips it into a trisyllabic word. He rolls the pronunciation around in his mouth. Savoring the accent, he mimics the way English is forever Frenchified here in Illyria. If words can paint a feeling, a rustic accent can capture a character. Not content to just imitate the voice, he begins to explore what physicality can add to the impersonation. He flounces along the grassy plateau, ever spying to see if someone is watching. A broad characterization emerges as he struts and scowls in imitation of his memory of other prelates. It needs work. Suddenly, another clerical curse is shouted below. Perhaps these epithets are but prologue to a more uproarious performance. Needing to hear more, he runs down the hill toward the chapel, praying that the sacristan will continue in his scathing idiosyncratic performance. While Will daydreams of worldly ambition, entrees to tapestried mansions, and a new character for his acting repertoire, the magister, John Dee, methodically puts away his teaching paraphernalia. The scholar discovers in his bag a forgotten volume by Pico della Mirandola. The exacting persona of the scolding teacher now melts into an eager student as he reviews the philosophical treatise into celestial influences on earthly talismans. Dee's bony forefinger travels methodically over the leathery vellum page, stopping here and there to ponder the subtleties of Pico's surprising suppositions. Reading and rereading the passages, Dr. Dee searches for any illuminating insights buried in the arcana. At the ready to preserve any such quasi-revelation is the doctor's companion diary. Pico and Pythagoras proved that certain geometric figures have natural magic that echo the perfect mathematics of creation. There is an intrinsic duality in numbers as they simultaneously affect both terrestrial and cosmic realities. He reaches for his diary. He has found something. The chapel bell tolls the mid-afternoon canonical hour of none. Having always made a practice of praying when he hears church bells, the ex-chaplain lifts his eyes from his note-taking.
Blessed is our Lord Jesus Christ. Have mercy on me, my wife, our young son, and our child-to-be.
As a cleric, he had learned that it is a habit that not only cleanses his soul, but clears his thoughts. With bowed head, he again asks heaven to show mercy to his family, for enlightenment and a speedy end to his travails here, that he may go home to his sorely missed life. Dee's prayers done, his thoughts drift back to Jane and Arthur. His desertion of them remains an open wound. He imagines little Arthur smiling up at him, his little fingers grasping at Dee's long beard, his lolling head nestled in the crook of his arm, a smile of unimaginable love beaming from his face. Remembrance of some wifely scolding of Jane's, some gentle reprimand for a chore undone, gladdens him as well. What of her present condition? She must be near her time. He worries. Childbirth is dangerous. Before Arthur was born, Jane had taken precautions and written a will. The unknown and the absence of his family weigh heavy.
No,
he upbraids himself.
Wallowing in grief only leads to the mortal sin of despair.
Down, down, Dee lectures his loneliness.
Think rather on what's to be done. The sooner that is accomplished, the sooner the journey home.
Focusing, he returns to his mission to uncover recusant activities in Illyria and the smuggling of Catholic materials on ships bound for England. Despite his visits to the harbor and seeing the unsupervised unloading of crates and barrels, he has yet to find an excuse to inspect their contents. Might there be religious or political materials, or even Jesuits hidden in those oak barrels? He needs a way of finding out. His duties as royal postmaster give him license to inquire after messages from England, but Dee is more interested in vessels and their cargo bound for England. There is a scratching at the door. At first, he thinks it is Will. Then he hears the whining. He shoos the dog away. The solitary man finds that he is in need of human companionship. Wrapping himself in his cloak to face the weather's bitterness, the antiquarian departs to visit the Nutois. Perhaps Providence will provide an unwitting gossip and a line of investigation. As John Dee canvasses the streets of Illyria, his long black robe swaying back and forth, the briny sea air permeates his lungs and burns his eyes. His sharp nose leaks and his heels itch from chilblain. The ocean blasts of Illyria are more bitter than those of the Thames. Cramming his beaver hat well down on his head, thinking about how much is yet to be done, his thoughts sting as well. Jane. Between the squat St. Peter Port buildings runs a well-trampled pathway that connects Illyria's heights to its depths. As Dee follows it, his shoes and the hems of his cloak and robe are muddied. The winter wind whips leaves and dust into whirling eddies of debris. At times, Dee is forced to stop and shield his face from swinging branches and driven dirt. From the steep descent, a dull throb has started aching in his knees and hips. He winces with each step. Thoughts of Jane flood his entire being. He cannot remember when he has felt so lonely. Dee steps judiciously over bare, broken tree limbs, the victims of the strong wind. Some old wives' tales warn about disturbing these. Better be safe than sorry. The imponderable problem of Orsino can be solved. The adage comes to him, "He who hath no patience hath nothing." One lone figure hurries into view. Like Dee, his head is tucked into his shoulders to protect him from the elements. Beneath the shapeless canvas hat jammed down on a large head is the harbour master Belch, hurrying toward the long, low-frame house of Noutois. The swaying, hand-painted sign above the door seems to wave them both indoors. Within the windowless establishment, a low-burning sea-coal fire burns. The owner has not seen fit to light any torches. As his eyes adjust to semi-darkness, blood returns to his extremities. The lonely old man perceives faces looking up, pointedly annoyed by the sudden presence of a stranger's visit. A quarrel comes to a sudden halt between a slack-jawed pimp and his middle-aged whore. Illyrian distrust is apparent. Dee knows the locals consider him as unpopular here as the French are regarded in London, yet he loosens his cloak as if he were arriving home to Mortlake. His need for answers and companionship harden him against the islanders' sharp looks. Apparel proclaims the man. Dee's embroidered gloves and beaver hat and collar signal prosperity, and in an ignominious haunt like this, it is best not to appear too well off. To his benefit, the mud and the drizzle have gone a long way to further sully a bedraggled traveler. Quite deliberately, he allows the denizens of the docks time to get a good view of him. Impervious to their distrust, he judiciously stows his gloves and nonchalantly rubs his numb hands together. In the gloom, he makes out about 40 male phantoms, only 2 women, stained ochre walls that have been papered over with yellowing broadsheets either for decoration or to help keep the cold out. Cheek-by-jowl tables offer no privacy between conversations and gossip. All along a simple plank shelf, an array of pewter mugs, ranging in size and craftsmanship, serves as crown molding around the circumference of the room. Cooling in a large basin of water on the bar, a half-dozen bottles of rum and wine await shouts of, "Another round!" In 3 bowls at the far end of the bar, used mugs are bathed by the servitor, a pimple-faced, half-witted character whose face droops permanently from boredom. Off to Dee's side, Tobias Gassett strips off his own outer garments, silently cursing the newcomer's presence. Intruder or possible gull? In a seeming act of neighborliness, Belch breaks the silence. "Master Dee, are you lost?" The magus shakes his head, still taking things in. "If you've come for dispatches from England, Royal Postmaster, there be none here." Belch laughs. "The boat from London is not expected until the morrow." The fellow's chiding is none too welcoming, yet passes for the appearance of cordiality as he adds, "If this blow continues, you'll have to wait even longer." "Nay, harbour master, I've come for a walk, and—" The doctor speaks louder. "To meet what townfolk I can." "The wind bites bitterly," says some carping, sharp-nosed dice player in the corner. "A bad day for an outing. You'll want your London comforts here, and have a hard scramble back up the hill." Other choice words in rural French float in the haze. The xenophobia in the room is as pervasive as the chimney smoke. Exchanging glance for glance with his detractors, the doctor announces to the crowd in his best French, "It was ever my wont to taste my legs along the Thames, no matter the season. The sight of your Illyrian harbour called out to me, and the swaying boats reminded me of home.
I thought I might learn what new news of the town."
It is a practiced performance of bravado delivered in as loud a voice as any town crier.
"You eat with Jews at your home,"
hoots one of his critics in the back of the room while shuffling an old deck of cards. Unsure from where in the gloom the attack emanates, Dee is genuinely taken aback, but dares not show his confidence wavering. His eyes shift about. The reference is apparent enough. In a small fishing town, everyone knows your business. A whimsical Tobias Belch orders a cup of Malmsey wine and watches the stranger's demeanor with curiosity. Usually, the condescending lords and gentry never leave their high ground in the city. But today, the blasts of winter seem to have blown a wayward old ram to my door, he thinks. This lost mutton-head might prove to have some gold about him. A most sophisticated shearer of sheep, Belch is no clumsy cutpurse or pickpocket. Fellowship and conversation are better at coney-catching than any rogue's nip and foist.
"There's naught that happens on this quay that I don't have the knowing of,"
Belch confides to the royal postmaster for all to hear.
"The coming of a ship of Jews with a postman from England is a singular occurrence in our backwater of Illyria. We'd all like to know how that came to be."
He looks around the room, noting the doubting regulars, who nod agreement.
"Should you be in the talking mood?"
asks Belch, pointing to a stool close to the fire and beckoning the tapster to ready a glass for their new guest.
"What's your pleasure, Doctor?"
Scanning the tavern, John Dee purses his lips and considers the offer. The harbour master's welcome to this hostile environment is a better entree than the aging spy expected. He looks at Toby's inflamed cheeks and remembers the stinging of his own.
"Aye, marry, harbour master. I will.
Something for the chill." Turning to the bartender, he posits, "Canary wine?" Dee walks to the fireside seat Belch offers at a beer-stained table. The necromancer considers it unwise to sit with one's back to thieving rogues. Accordingly, ignoring the proffered chair's back and the stares of the pub's gimlet-eyed shanty boatman, Dee skirts the table to its far side. There, he squeezes his thin frame into the gap between the rectangular table and the single planked bench near the wall. Standing erect, he takes his chances and launches into a pretty tale meant to put his critics at ease.
"I was eager to set sail from Her Majesty's shores to serve the people of Illyria, and the Jewish Rachel was the first vessel headed this way. Who else would sail on Christmas?"
There are a few ugly laughs. Most locals return attention to their own activities. They are disappointed that the old man has no silk lining within his Londoner's cloak, nor any items of finery about him but the hat. Belch, however, sticks like a burr.
"A scurvy lot to trust your passage to, not to mention your life."
Dee shrugs at Belch's remark and sits on a backless bench along the wall so he can face the room.
"The Jew craves Christian blood, you know, for their heathen ceremonies,"
adds Belch, beckoning to the barkeep to add another cup of canary to Dee's order.
"I'd not have been so eager to venture the channel all alone without protection, especially as it was the Sabbath on which you chose to sail."
Any stalwart, still eavesdropping, prick up all ears, eager to hear what falsehoods this Englishman will spout. Was the foreigner an atheist? By God, once they'd picked his pockets, they'd take his clothes as well and leave him to suffer the cruelties of the Illyrian wind and chill. Preoccupied with tracing his thumb along a crack in the table, Dee looks up suddenly and catches their intentions. Taking pains to move his purse to a safer position, he repositions it from where it hangs at his belt to deep in his lap, and then folds his hands over it like a fleshy tent. He has a second thought, and, with a forefinger carefully clenching the drawstrings of his purse, re-steeples his hands over his money. His gestures are less acts of security than a declaration to all that he is no gull. That done, he sets about announcing his bona fides. "Dost thou know that in England I am well known for my metaphysics? Some call me the Queen's conjurer."
"Say you so?
That is not unknown to me." Belch grins mischievously. "Come, what is your reason for coming here today? Do you mean to bewitch us?" "By Jesu, not for the world. Verily, the ignorant, not liking of my studies, have spread a plentifulness of false witness about my character. I know not what you have heard of me, but—" and here Dee smiles wickedly before adding, "most of it is rumour." He is rather happy with the effect of his subterfuge. Superstitious patrons cross themselves against the warlock and imagine delivering the heretic to a raging pyre, all while fixating still upon the stranger's purse. Well, ere setting foot on board the accursed Rachel, I investigated the stars for any warnings of danger. My sun sign had been in the ascendant. At that moment, as if by magic, the tepid fire flames up. A cat-ate-the-canary grin widens on Dee's face. He beckons all around to listen intently. Yet, knowing what peril I was placing myself in, I dared not leave aught to chance. Therefore, I took precautions that the Jews could not but be wary of. Dee is slightly distracted by what might have been a fly fluttering near his left ear. But it is winter. There are no flies. Mindful of chicanery, Dee is aware of an angler twitching the greybeard's ear, watchful for an inattentive hand to wave off the insect and thereby loosen the necromancer's grip on his purse. A second attempt and the foist fails. So Belch subtly shoos off the catchpole. Endeavoring to enthrall all eyes and ears in the room, Dee confides in a hypnotic tone, "Ere boarding, I hewed off a long, thick branch from a gnarled oak, one that had stood on the bank of the Thames long afore my ancestor Arthur was king. To its thicker end I attached one of my scrying crystals. I then used it as a staff and paraded it around for all to see. Those heathens could not miss it. The crystal transformed the half-moonlight into diverse colours and shapes." Eyes squint, either from the smoke or in bafflement. The captain inquired as to the rod's importance, and I informed him that this was the very staff that his prophet Moses had wielded in Pharaoh's land. It had hermetic powers and could divide the channel, were I to see fit. The crowd knows not whether to laugh at the gulling of the Jews or fear that this is a most nefarious magician. Belch chooses not to credit what is not as yet proven. Cunning men and women, charlatans, are amusing to Belch. He has seen many come and go. "Were the yellow hats such asses as to believe you?" ventures Belch. The storyteller looks about, acknowledges to himself that the room is silent save for the sizzling of charred mutton abandoned by the riveted cook. "Verily, and after I was brought safely to your waters, I allowed them to buy the stick off me for 10 talons of silver." And with a flourish, Dee delivers the punchline. "Thereby, I recouped all of my ferrying costs, plus I had an excellent jest." The room explodes in raucous laughter. Even the more skeptical gawkers have to admit that it is an exceedingly fine tale. "Well told," Belch smiles. "And a just comeuppance for Christ-killers," comes a shout from a cut purse. Nearly a century after forced expulsion, Jews continue to flee their homes in anti-Semitic France, Antwerp, and The Hague. Dutch Protestants did not mind breaking bread with Jews. The Catholics of Illyria, rarely having had any converse with Jews, were not so amenable. Their initial suspicion now fully shed, the tavern audience begs for scraps of gossip. "And your queen? How old is she now?" asks Toby Belch in a high, quizzical voice. Like the vice character in an old play, Dee screws up his face in mock confusion, scratches his head, and makes a show of counting the royal years on his fingers. His performance gets its hoped-for laughter, instigating a second round of cackling at the Queen's expense. Stoking the crowd's disdain, the doctor pulls at his ear and postulates, "Seems she's ruled for ever." He stretches ever ridiculously. The older of the two doxies present, a rather obese transvestite, adds to the Queen's mockery by lifting her sagging, fat, pectoralis tits for a moment back to their youthful carriage, and then, with a theatrical frown, lets them plunge to their girdle.
"Alors," says Belch, pointing at the he-hag, "Illyria's very own Fairy Queen."
Ignoring the insults to his sovereign, Dee chooses rather to ingratiate.
"I know not good Bess' age, but rumour has it that she is in such need of new wigs. At her command, the royal wig-maker has unhaired all the redheads of London. The man is paid by the strand, and is fat as his shorn hairs are skinny. He is thought to be one of the wealthiest men in the city. At his sight, ginger heads are quickly dragged inside by their mums. Of late, even the brunettes cover their heads in fear. In London, all Eve's daughters fear a dying."
As is the way with wayfarers to distant ports of call, if you can thaw the native resentments with jocularity, all are happy to hear of things new. What tidings from the court? Who's in, who's out? What's the cost of wheat, corn, and wool? Who's the royal successor? Will there be war with Spain? John Dee does his best to answer, always offering the caveat that he is but a rural schoolteacher who rarely frequents the court. Despite the growing conviviality, never does Dee allow himself to forget the danger he is in. His hands remain pressed upon the contents of his lap. Not all the questions put to him are political. Many patrons are genuinely eager to learn of Dr. John Dee's magical abilities. Wretches ask after spells and incantations to cure the toothache, or a soporific to protect their young grandchildren from incubi and succubi during slumber. One goes so far as to ask for a spell at winning dice. Dee sloughs these off not a one, for there may be some within who shall provide information later. He prescribes the appropriate paternosters, aves, and potions for each malady and protection. Dee even satisfies the dicer, cautioning, "Only play with your own dice." By degrees, Belch becomes the royal postmaster's guardian, waving off known rascals, malcontents, and dips. At times, Dee asks casually after foreign influences on Illyria, especially Spain. At that, people either shrug or change the subject. It is revealed that English ships patrol the Channel for Spanish galleons, hoping to monitor and sometimes pester the economic lifeline to the Duke of Alva and his Spanish forces in Holland. Spain may be a constant threat to Elizabeth and her territory's peace. Philip II, however, is the defender of the Catholic faith, and hence the defender of their faith. Here in the English hinterlands of Catholic Illyria, Her Majesty's power is attenuated. Orsino and his people live by their own rules, Dee is advised. Until early evening, John Dee stays at the New Trois, making friends, entertaining, and listening to fisherfolk's stories as hoary as the grizzled beards that tell them. Dee gives advice, commiserates, and pours from an endless pitcher of replenished ale. All the while, he studies faces. Who might be a bribable informer? The young dock worker already soured by a life of heavy lifting? The local fisherman who is proud of his mastery of the sea and the quickness of his boat? The barkeep who works the counter every day and never leaves the harbor? The rail-thin carter who is seemingly uncaring about worshipping saint days? Or the jolly harbour-master across from him, who is courting him and has access to cargo manifests? Which of them needs money badly enough to compromise principles or forego their faith? Which of them hates Elizabeth the least? Dee aches to ask whether any of them knows of Edmund Campion's influential legacy, if and when he has ever been here in Illyria, or could they point to any who might have aided him while he was alive? Just 3.5 years earlier, Edmund Campion, the University of Douai's most illustrious recusant, had penetrated the homeland's security by stowing aboard a ship inbound from one of the Channel Islands, or so Sir Francis has told him. What the world knew was that Edmund Campion, the foremost recusant to enter England with a ministry there of only 16 months, had become a blessed martyr and a rallying figure for Roman Catholics. Braving death, The Jesuit had in secrecy preached to thousands of English papists about the heresy of Tudor Anglicanism and the sanctity of the Roman Church. Fervently and eloquently, he had begged his countrymen to forswear the state's religion and return to the true faith. Papist Europe revered him universally not only for his religious zeal, but also for his advocacy for freedom of speech. A policy, thinks Dee, to which the English government gives lip service yet never truly honors. Walsingham had sworn to him that the seditious priest had been welcomed in Illyria. Dee was there to prove him right. The equally sinister Father Robert Persons, a fellow Jesuit who had earlier come like a spy into Jericho to prepare the way, probably had docked here too. Together they stoked the rebellious fires of Roman Catholic attacks against the Queen. How many of these grinning Illyrian faces might have abetted Campion and Persons to complete their journey to Northumberland and Leicestershire to preach their apostasy? How many of those here had heard the English ballad-maker's refrain? His reasons were ready, his grounds were most sure. The enemy cannot his force long endure. Campion, encamping on spiritual field, in God's cause, his life ready to yield. The unfortunate Campion had been hanged, then, while still alive, cut down, then emasculated, disemboweled, and finally, the maimed corpse was drawn and quartered. John Dee, and most of the English North, a citadel of Catholic belief, had been appalled at this cruel treatment. Campion, with no antipathy toward the Queen and her ministers, only professed the wisdom practiced by many of Europe's countries: Christian religious tolerance. Sanguine that familiarity makes many a friend, and excellent wit renders even more, Dee says nothing about Campion. In due course he will inquire, after learning the inward nature of some of these poor souls, and ascertains whom to trust. They had seen the purse in his lap. The advertisement was there. Undoubtedly, the promise of gold would tempt someone. Chapter 15. Mischievously, Will Shakespeare enters the chapel door at the edge of the outer bailey. Will is happy to find that the comedy he overheard playing outside has moved inside. Par ma foi! The stocky chaplain explodes, inches from Malvolio, staring daggers at the steward's large nose and veiled eyes. Encore! You will not lecture me on the liturgical anthems we are to perform. The chaplain's Burgundian temper sears the air. I care not a fig for your self-righteous criticisms, and you, Monsieur le Steward, can go to hell. Giggles erupt from the boys of the choir, whose rehearsal Malvolio has interrupted. Decorum long evaporated, the sweet, soaring voices that engaged in Thomas Tallis' anthem, "If ye love me, keep my commandments," are now discordant and chaotic. Seating himself quietly in the shadows, Will savors the abusive exchange. Malvolio and his ilk, forgetting their principles of mercy and temperance, strike at others for not seeing the world as they do, or for not following their scripture's ordinances for the faithful. Yet even Count Orsino, who can bristle at this chamberlain at times, admires Malvolio's devotion, his incorruptible loyalty, and his meticulousness at rooting out active and potential problems. "You swear, sir, and in the presence of children." Malvolio, with his little wooden staff crooked in his elbow, adjusts one of the links in his chain of office. "Sinfully you take our Heavenly Father's name in vain." His manner appears tranquil, not because he knows his strength, but, on the contrary, because he fears he is weak and infirm. Scanning his surroundings, he adds, "This is language neither seemly for one of your profession, nor fit for such a sanctified place." Unable to stop himself, Malvolio's voice vibrates, "For all its idolatry and superstition." "Idolatry?" Le Père seethes. "The devil a Puritan that vous est." The chaplain raises his fist combatively. "Allez, allez, vent thy folly elsewhere. I can hardly forbear hurling things at you." Sequestered in shadow, Will reflects. Vent thy folly, I must remember that. And the accent. Zings for things. Though a foot taller than the chaplain, Malvolio retreats nervously, his face more ashen than the clouds on this grizzled day. His wand now tightly clenched in his fist, the steward whines, "I shall report your behavior to the Count. He shall know of it by this hand."
Aye, you do so. And while you're at it, tell him that you criticize the singing of a motet that her ladyship asked me expressly to perform for St. Valentine's. Will you tell him that?
Feeble, impotent Malvolio struggles to say, "You may call it singing, but it is naught but caterwauling. This music is filled with heresy. Perhaps her ladyship was not aware of its content." The chaplain can scarcely believe his ears.
Not know la pièce she has chosen? Quelle idiotie!
Like all the practitioners of his sect, the only music and words Malvolio begrudgingly approves of are the psalms sung solemnly. "Idiocy! But to you, sir." There is venom as the cleric says, "You who follow not the true Roman creed." While England constrained many aspects of Catholic practice, still, in the outlands of the English realm, Northumberland, Ireland, and Illyria, the old faith continues much the same as it always has.
Our choice is as beautiful a composition as ever written. But being that you are a time-pleaser, an affected ass who cons state without book, a blasphemer, a monster, Here the chaplain sniffs with utter contempt and makes one more advance on his victim, heedless of the reed-like stick in the other man's hand. Puritain.
The last syllable, thinks Shakespeare, is contemptuously elongated. The curate thrusts with a poking forefinger, his voice cracking as it climbs.
You have not the sensitivity of a blind maggot to appreciate the beauty of the exquisite motet.
With that, the cleric turns abruptly from the beleaguered Malvolio and walks away, secure in the knowledge that though the steward has sway over the household, he has no authority. No, not a whit over matters of the church. Slamming the sacristy door behind him, the priest leaves Malvolio alone with the sniggling boys. Suddenly, Malvolio's wooden wand is animated. He holds it erect, its tapered end pointed to heaven as he faces the youths. "Entertainment and disrespect are sins. We must all mend until the pangs of death shake you." Now the authoritarian's stick shifts and points to the floor. Or is it to hell? "Pray on your knees, fasting for your errors." Obediently, the choir boys drop to their knees in prayer. Malvolio turns on a heel and leaves, brushing past Will. Shakespeare does his best to appear, beyond all reasonableness, that he has not been loving everything he has witnessed. Behind a pillar, two workmen abandon their hiding place and return to brooming the floor rushes. No more than a minute passes before the still smoldering chaplain storms dutifully from his sanctuary to rehearse the choir. First, however, he requires answers of his boys.
Garçons, did any of ye see where le steward went?
There is a shaking of heads, and universal response of,
Non, mon père, we were in prayer. Did Monsieur le steward speak anything after I left, of going forthwith to Le Comte?
Again the same,
Non, mon père.
Turning now to the men who are at work on the floors.
Et vous? Did ye see or hear aught? Non, mon père.
Hoping not yet to ring down the curtain on the comedy, Will steps forward to stir the pot. I rather think he went off to pray, or maybe to polish his chain of office. How you did shake his ears. I doubt not, but the ass is braying to someone even now. But the sullen Gaul is not in the mood to listen to a nattering stranger, especially as he has work to do for his Comtesse. He marches back to his virginal and takes up his seat. "Silence! Défense de parler!" he shouts, and gets it by banging on the keys. Quiet immediately reigns. A pitch is played, and the boys sing. And so ends our play. Alas, sighs Shakespeare. Resigned, he opts now to sit in the back pews, where he listens to heavenly sopranos infused with sensual contraltos. In time, he is struck by the contraries of human behavior. This cleric, who was as choleric as any rough soldier, is now at one with the music. Like a doting father, the choirmaster has forgiven them their minor mistakes and is paternally proud of their elegant counterpoints and polyphonic unities. Once noisy children are now obedient angels. How can this blissful shepherd of children be one and the same as the ungodly priest who had come before? The young poet cannot but wonder at how changeable men's humours are. What then is the intrinsic quality of a man, and what the outer pretense? Perhaps a man's personality is neither black nor white, Will tells himself, neither good nor bad, but a continuum seeking balance between extremes. What Dee calls temperance. Suddenly, Shakespeare is struck by his own introspection. Real characters, Will realizes, examine life as they encounter it in the moment, as he is doing now. That, thinks Shakespeare, is how I shall breathe life into my works. Characters cannot be mere speechifying puppets. They must be self-aware. Damn, I must write this down. Where is their paper? Behind Shakespeare, the heavy wooden door opens again. Malvolio returns. Will glances back and is surprised to see La Comtesse, Diane. More surprisingly, sans entourage. The narthex is engulfed in sunlight and the presence of the French beauty who stands resplendent in the open doorway. Chaplain and choir fall silent to give her their full attention. To Will's mind, it seems so disrespectful that not one among them bows to her. Never having been honored with the custom, Diane is ignorant of its absence.
Forgive me, Reverend Father, but I had thought to see how you and your charges progress. Please continue with your musique.
Gesturing to the keyboard,
S'il vous plaît.
The shadowed church interior illuminates with her smile. Men and boys alike bask in it while Diane takes a seat in front of the intricately carved altar. The chaplain strikes a chord, and the choir, inspired by her ladyship, strives for perfection. Listening as contentedly as a nesting dove, soon Diane forgets herself, and her bejeweled hand commences to animate from its perch in her lap. Bewitched, Shakespeare shifts his seat inconspicuously to the epistle side of the church to watch Diane's sympathetic fingers hold correspondence with the music and strum the air with the musical undulations. Though most women would not have been so shamelessly demonstrative, Diane is entranced by the performance. In turn, Will is entranced by her. Not quite sure, at first, then, yes, her green eyes are most definitely tearing. He savors a gasp of passion that catches in her throat as her breath quickens with the accelerando. She is all fire and air. By the time the anthem concludes, Will has decided that he must compose a sonnet to this paragon of women who now beams through her tears. He rifles through the possible classical allusions. Venus? Too pedestrian. Helen? Beautiful enough, but unfaithful. Hecuba? A model of devotion? Too old. And the Countess' namesake? Diana? Too cold and too chaste. As the boys sing a new canticle, Diane claps appreciation, urging them on. In her presence, Will feels the heady air of paradise surrounding him. Was there ever such beauty in a woman's eye, such comeliness, such grace, radiant, exquisite, unmatchable beauty? If his master spoke with angels in Mortlake, here, just ahead of him, was one newly alighted and enthroned in all her glory. The perfection of the ardent teenager's blissful moment is ruined when the church door opens. Orsino's chief of staff, Lord Griffin, enters. Has he come in response to Malvolio? Wonders Shakespeare. Please don't let him lecture the chaplain and ruin my bliss. Instead, after pausing momentarily to appreciate the performers, Orsino's chamberlain moves swiftly down the aisle and sits by her ladyship. Neither is surprised by this chance meeting. Neither takes notice of Shakespeare. Lord Griffin whispers in hushed tones.
"Silence," she shushes him. "Angels sing."
"But I have come."
"Encore." "Silence."
Diane is peremptory.
"Pas maintenant."
Reproved, Edmund joins Diane in rapt enjoyment as angelic tones waft over them. When rehearsal finishes, they lavish warm-hearted praise on the ensemble. Congratulating the chaplain on work well done and avuncularly tousling some of the boys' hair, Lord Griffin excuses himself. Having work to do, he leaves Diane with the children. Lovingly, the Illyrian countess greets each boy individually. Honoring and humoring one by one, she occasionally drops all formality by making faces at the boys and flirting innocently with the chaplain. Shakespeare beholds kindness in her every word, grace in every gesture, and boldness gets the best of him. He approaches the front of the pews without caution. "My lady, I am—"
"You!"
Diane pauses to regard Will.
"The postmaster's boy. Are you not? Le philosophe's boy?"
"If it please your ladyship to call me so." She has the noble bearing of Lady Montague, whom Will deems the most beloved woman in Southwark.
"Well, postmaster's boy, did la musique not stir you?"
"Yes. The music in her voice, her throaty, guarded, Gallic-accented purring of the word music. With her this close, looking at him, her perfumed presence melts his swagger. Aye, m'lady. It was thrilling. And might a player from Warwickshire be so forward as to ask a favour?" Inexplicably, he looks down at the newly swept floor, berating himself even as he does it for taking liberties. Might he not look up again and behold transforming grace? Diane smiles again. Wordless, Will is all too aware of her graciousness and her sexuality. Out of his silence, she prompts,
"If it favours you crave, then you must beg your favours of my husband. He alone has the power to faire grâce."
The visitation being over, she gathers her skirts and turns to go. "Not yet. Don't leave me just yet." Bravely looking up, Shakespeare speaks in a timid, self-effacing manner that he cannot believe is his own. "By your leave, your grace. But I ask nothing for myself. I seek a boon for you."
"For me?"
This piques Diane's attention. She turns back.
"What boon might I do for myself?"
Prettily, she cocks her head to one side, as perhaps a lover might do, awaiting a charming reply. "M'lady, I ask only that you allow me to dedicate a sonnet to your beauty." Her eyes widen at the flattery.
"You are too bold, young man. Too rude and too bold. Tell your employer I am not used to such tricks."
"Madam, forgive my audacity. My master is entirely ignorant of my request. This is a gift of my own. I have hopes to aspire with my art to describe what all of Illyria already worships."
"Worships?"
she questions, doubtful but flattered.
"Do they?"
"If you will but read of my lines, you may judge for yourself."
"Is it already written?"
"Upon my heart, not on paper."
"Now, my young poet, you overdo."
She lets go of the sides of her skirt and places Will's beardless chin between her delicate thumb and forefinger, as she had done with one or two of the choir boys. All Will's senses focus on that single spot and on that hand that frames it. Her touch is warm and smells of lavender water.
"I forgive you. You have my permission to praise me in your verse, but first you must present our poem to my lord husband, that he may approve. I warn you, neither scurrility nor impropriety may be contained therein, for assuredly he will box your ears."
In the wake of her coquettish manner, Will nearly forgets himself. "That shall not be a problem. milady." Will wants to say more, but her ladyship has heard enough. Amused by his youthful blushing, she withdraws her hand from his face and quietly insists, "I must go now." Even remembering that it is not the custom, reflexively he bows deeply as he takes a step backward. Startled by the unaccustomed compliment, the Countess adds, "One thing more, postboy. It would pleasure us greatly to have your verse come the feast of Valentine's." He nods in understanding. As she gathers up the pleats of her overskirt, Will deliciously catches sight of an alabaster ankle. Diane starts up the aisle. "Dee's boy," she calls without turning back, "what is your name?" "Shakespeare. Will." She is moving quickly away from him. He says his name again, loud enough that she will never forget it. "William Shakespeare." Rather proudly, Shakespeare hears the sound of his name echoing back to him in the vastness of the large church. It is an effect no theater could ever expect to replicate. The reverberating name that is a sexual innuendo tickles her Gallic sense of humor, raising the corners of her mouth into the hint of a wicked smile. Briefly, Diane turns back. "Shake-speare," she murmurs. Then, with a smile broader still, and in her exotic French accent, she savors each word and their meaning. "Will Shakespeare." She laughs more like a maiden seeking a husband than a married woman, and then gives Shakespeare a flirtatious look, reproving him for so suggestive a name. Will beams, sharing in her delight of it. He even thinks he may change it to her way of saying it, accenting it the way she does. She exits, radiant again in the doorway, leaving him to his thoughts and a new commitment. Chapter 16. St. Valentine is a fortnight off on the Isle of Illyria, and Will has sworn by all that is sacred to him that he shall compose 14 lines of perfect iambic pentameter for the unparalleled Countess Diane. How does one write 140 iambs of perfection? Thus, the boy poet spends in conflict countless hours that turn to days. As the scarcity of paper makes it impossible to write, he triangulates fierce sentiments and passions in his mind. Rejected similes and worthless metaphors litter his thoughts, foul papers of his imagination. Despite his extraordinary memory, worried that he might forget his better conceits, William Shakespeare takes to penning the best of them on his arms and legs. The scratch of the sharp quill pricks his skin, a proper penance, he thinks, for his forwardness. He prays it doesn't rain. Will spends days in the chapel, in the place of their first assignation, conceiving and reworking. As he searches for the right word, he sometimes voices the verse, hoping steadily to match each word's sound to its meaning. Those who take notice of him imagine that he is moving his lips in devout prayer. And when questioned, Shakespeare replies, "And so I am." They are pleased, while he thinks to himself, "But not to the deity you think." Fashioning each of the sonnet's quatrains proves immeasurably difficult, but there is no success, none at puzzling out the clinching couplet that must sum up her worth. His efforts are laughable. I am inadequate. Shallow schoolboy sentimentality cannot plumb her godhead. To paint a word picture of a goddess, the minutest detail matters, laments Shakespeare. When the eve of St. Valentine's Day arrives, Shakespeare is still at a complete loss for the all-important final couplet. At his most despondent, he hates what he has written. His lines cannot stand. They will not do. They are unmusical, ungainly, and sophomoric. He can hear the mocking laughter and the twitting jests that Le Comte and the divine Comtesse will make when they hear his foolishness. The lash of shame will surely follow. The next day in class, when Dee complains of Will's lack of attention, Shakespeare petulantly storms out, having no stomach for Thucydides. Back in his room, he opens his jerkin and removes the 2 pieces of parchment that he filched, smoothing them out lovingly on a hard surface. One of these sheets must be presented to Orsino this very day. With fingers arched against his right temple and ear, the thoughtful poet stares at the parchment pen in hand, once more running through the lines in his head. He is feeling a little better about what he has composed. Yet to what avail? I have failed. I have proved what the wits of the theatre have known all along. I am an untutored bumpkin, a mechanic at words, a tradesman's son. Facing his inadequacy, he resolves to give up writing and go back to London and resign himself to acting female roles. His eyes swell. He thinks, yea, here are the womanish tears for it. But he cannot gainsay the reality of the deadline. That grudging fact necessitates him committing to paper in his best Roman calligraphy the first 12 lines of the sonnet. At least the penmanship may be praised. He dips his quill and writes. Then, wretched at his failure for a perfect conclusion, he completes his work with 2 lines that are the best of the worst. The time has come. The lady must have her sonnet, and, come what may, William, shake with fear, must live with his failure. After blowing on the wet ink, he folds the paper into an oblong shape. Lighting a small candle in his cramped room, Will drips wax upon the folded ends to seal it. With a fearful heart, all that is left is to present himself to Orsino and await the consequences. It is a feast day, and he knows the Count will be in the great hall. There, this writing will either be the source of the Count's and his lady's ridicule, or, best scenario, forgotten that it was ever delivered. Will must leave it to fortune. Fortune, he says as he blows out his candle. All is fortune. Music swells in Illyria this morning. Merry as wedding bells, the sounds of joy resonate as islanders celebrate the feast of St. Valentine. In the marketplace square, the waits, Illyria's official musicians, fiddle furious jigs for the gambling townspeople. Inside the banquet hall at Count Orsino's castle, couples dance pavans, voltas, and brawls. The spirit of love buzzes about from glance to amorous glance, gladdening hearts and reviving a community tired of winter. Orsino has commanded day-long festivities throughout the town in honor of the holiday. Heaven has blessed Le Comte with as fair a February day as one could hope for. That morning, the boys' choir outdo themselves and delight the attendees with their anthems and oratorios. Malvolio, grumbling about frivolity, stations himself in the basement kitchen where he can supervise the preparations of foods and not have to partake in the madness. Upstairs, Lord Griffin has orchestrated everything to gladden the eye and enliven the festivities, hanging the walls with cloths of gold and tissue of iridescent silk, embroidering the trestle tables with broad velvet drapes, setting tables with polished brass plates that reflect the warmth of flickering torchlight. He has employed jugglers for the morning's entertainment and lavish fireworks at night. In the main hall, where corontos and galliards are being played, dancing reigns. At the suggestion of the lead viol player, a la volta is announced. Young gallants, divesting themselves of their rapiers and dancing in their best attire, leap and cavort and lift their ladies high into the air, kissing them as their feet touch the ground. Edmund d'Autrice, Lord Griffin, has donated 24 casks of wine, 3 stags for roasting, and a team of pastry cooks to concoct countless trays of confections. Before the serving of the delicacies, the more informed guests in the great hall drool in anticipation. Later, when all are assembled, Orsino seizes his chief counselor and presents him to the crowd. "Here is a sweet gallant." Then, bussing Edmund on both cheeks, Orsino coos, "My heart swells with your enchantments." The entire hall roars in approbation. For a short time, Griffin allows himself to be congratulated, then discreetly retires to a niche near the archway far from the crowd, where his sister, the Lady Olivia, demurely sits, still mourning a father who passed a year ago. The lady is round and short, wearing a formless black dress that is purposefully unsuited to the holiday's festivities. However, Count Orsino has said politely of her gown that it beautifully sets off her enchanting pearl-gray eyes. Her blonde hair, tied in a net figure like a swan, primly rests atop a simple linen-colored ruff. But despite her filial obligation, there is redness in her milky white cheek, acknowledging the evident excitement in the great hall, and the not-so-apparent liveliness that is bottled within. Bending forward in the chair her brother has provided for her, her gaze hungrily follows the gaily dressed gentleman preening about the room. She is not so obvious as to crane her neck at the celebrants, but her eyes do leave her brother's face often as he speaks, casting them around the room to anatomize the men's shapely legs and capable arms. Twice or thrice she has to inquire as to what her brother has just said. Edmund is not in the least concerned, for he secretly hopes that Cupid will clap her on the shoulder and coax her out of her overlong mourning. "Beg pardon, your graces, but might I have a word with your lordship?" Shakespeare stands sheepishly before them.
What is your will, young man?
Gay applause erupts in the great hall as a gavotte comes to an end. "I was bid by the Countess to deliver a poem of my own making to Count Orsino for his approval, and perhaps your lordship might speak a word to him for me?" As her brother is in conference, Olivia watches while new partners are chosen for a galliard. The music begins, and her right foot moves secretly in tempo under her stiff underskirt. She has learned the steps, yet does not grant herself permission to enjoy them.
How came you by this commission?
Griffin is ever circumspect. Explaining the history, Will is careful to overemphasize that it is a gift composed in the Countess's honor. Done at her bidding, written as chastely as if he had been a maid, given to one who is celestial, not he, but she, and wanting no recompense. Babbling further, Will assures the lord that nothing in the poem is amiss. Illyria's chief secretary acknowledges the request, giving every indication that the Count will have it ere noon. The sonnet, penned on small parchment, easily slips through the slit in the doublet sleeve of Lord Griffin for safekeeping. Sputtering a dozen thanks, Shakespeare collides with a stone archway behind him as he curtsies and backpedals. A musician strumming a lute wanders by, acknowledging them with a smile of courtesy and some plaintive notes from a love song. Seeing the lady's mourning weeds, he concludes he is not wanted, and then continues on his way, following Will into the great hall. All the while, Olivia masks an amused smile with the back of a gloved hand. "Tell me how he takes it," she says. "Who?" says her brother. "Orsino." "In truth, I had thought to leave it unseconded on his desk," confides the sniggering Edmund. "It is a trifling matter." "No! Thou must do more!" Her father-brother is startled by her un-Olivia-like vehemence. Even she does not recognize herself when she implores, "It is a matter of the heart, Edmund. The lad is obviously besotted with our French mistress. For shame! Is this not St. Valentine's?" Intent, she pushes playfully, "Brother, you have given your word. Hie thee in all haste and present it to the Count within this half-hour. Surely a poesy of love must have the swiftest messenger possible on this love's own day. Love's courtiers are winged, and so you must fly. I will not have you indifferent slow. Go, get thee gone." Not allowed any excuse, Griffin, in all affection toward his sister, wades into the dancing to find Orsino. Breathless revelers catch up with one another, barely noticing Lord Griffin pushing through them. A pavane is signaled, and the older guests elegantly rise from their chairs to dance to a more respectable tempo. Left alone, Olivia scans the room, catching sight of Shakespeare tracking her brother's progress. A pretty youth, she thinks of Will. In another room in the castle, Orsino is presiding over a wrestling match between his smithy and his groom. Locked in a tight embrace, the men clasp each other's back with one arm over the other's shoulder and one under. The strain of being squeezed in this bear hug is evident on both their twisted faces. They compete for a sovereign of gold that the Count holds over his own head, awaiting a victorious throw. Wagers have been made, and onlookers noisily shout out moves and handholds to their favorites. The approaching Lord Griffin is loath to interrupt the match, as it is evident Orsino is very much enjoying himself, shouting encouragements as loud as any muleteer. At last, the groom is thrown to the floor with a resounding thud, and Count Orsino, after presenting the smithy with his prize money, with great noblesse oblige, helps the loser from the floor. Almost immediately, the smith puts the groom's head in a half-Nelson and lovingly hugs his neck. They are the best of friends.
Alors, who's next? Qui le prochain?
My lord. Edmond d'Autrice discreetly waves the sealed sonnet at him.
No matters of state today, Edmund.
Orsino looks around for new contenders. 'Tis no matter of state, but of the heart, my lord.
Yours?
Is accompanied by a look of mock surprise. Then, with high expectation, or mine? Neither, your grace, from one of lesser worth. A look of confusion from the Count. Dr. Dee's prentice has penned a sonnet for her ladyship. He has given me to understand this was done with her permission, but must first be overlooked by you for its fitness. The best of these, Edmund hands the Count the sonnet, artistically want matter, or felicity. 14 lines dedicated to my lady's eyebrow, I gather. Orsino breaks the seal and reads. A furrowed brow is soon replaced by a look of surprise and antagonism. This is the boy's, you say? Aye, my lord. How bad is it? Has he offended? Is there aught amiss? Bring him to me this moment, demands Orsino, his tone rattling the much put-out chamberlain. Word is also given that the postmaster, John Dee, must be fetched. In the interim, Orsino bids Lady Diane be brought as well. She is the first to arrive, and they whisper together. The lady's smile turns to horror. At the foot of the dais, Dee asks nervously, "What have you done, boy?" Taking a step up to address Orsino, Dr. Dee intercedes for his charge. "Your Grace, if this lad has in any way offended, hold me responsible." "Very well. I make thee responsible for the penning of this." A choleric Illyria storms, waving the paper before the doctor. "As the responsible party, are you aware of its matter?" The postmaster is at a complete loss. "I plead ignorance, your grace. I know nothing of the matter." Orsino waves Dee off in frustration. Furious, the intelligencer turns to Will. "Without my consent!" Betrayed, Dee's anger escalates. Shakespeare's actions terminate access to the chief suspect of the spy's investigation. Having witnessed Queen Elizabeth cut people out of her life, he fears the worst. Look what she did to Leicester, her favorite, Dee recalls. A hush crushes the room as all ears take in this controversy. Lord Griffin makes a move to grab Will by the neck, but Orsino stays his hand. The Count's undivided attention is now focused on his adviser. Glaring, he demands, "Was it not you who brought these words to me?" "Aye, my lord, but I knew not the content." "No one seems to know the content," he rages and growls. "Then, by heaven, you shall know it now." Addressing the chamber, he roars, "So shall ye all!" Glowering, Orsino thrusts the paper into Will's hand. The boy is stricken. "Read, that all may know what you have written," adding with poisonous irony, "on la Comtesse's behalf." All the guests are well aware of their Count's ill temper, and doubtless the boy will suffer the worst of it. Who else will bear the brunt? The Comtesse? Griffin? Surely the postmaster. An excellent day is ending badly. Speculations whisper around the room. At a menacing glance from the Count, all talk is forbidden. The room turns silent, except for the shuffling of stiff robes and starched ruffs around necks, craning to see what is to become of the teenager. Before daring to read, Will pleads silently for help from his mentor, who waves the look away, unable to do anything for him. fearful of the coming infamy and shame, the accused stands like one on the day of his execution. Nameless terror takes hold. His heart pounds faster, loud enough to hear it thump against Dee's wax-luck charm that hangs about Will's neck. Atop the raised platform, with an entire chamber of dagger eyes judging him, the auteur, succumbing to his fate, gives voice to his words. The first line is barely audible. With a second and third, and as the argument builds, the youth gains strength and theatricality. When Shakespeare finishes, none speak. Orsino surveys the room, and inexplicably, his stormy visage clears. Leconte beams with a patron's pride. At that moment, Diane, regnant, moves to the sonneteer and sweetly kisses him upon his cheek. "Is it not well done?" commands Leconte. "Has he not caught the very flame of my love?" In adoration, Orsino seizes Diane's palm in his and, with tenderness, buries his face in it. And after many kisses there, he holds his wife's hand hostage, and with both eyes fixed on his co-conspirator, his radiant bride, he intones, "So while thy beauty draws the heart to love, as fast that virtue bends that love to good, but desire still cries, give me some food." Orsino entreats the room. "Is it not the perfect sentiment?" Affirmation explodes. Perhaps its intensity is as much for the catastrophe averted as it is for the poesy, or perhaps an appreciation of his lordship's harrowing performance. Joining the applause, Diane, truly touched, responds with tears of happiness. These she gives to patron and poet alike, adding, "Never was truer word writ." The newlyweds embrace and kiss undeterred, perfectly comfortable with their public display. "Give me some food." Orsino quotes the sonnet for Diane's ear alone. Playfully, she chomps her teeth at him, and he is not slow to recall her meaning, nor last night's devouring. Turning back to Will, Count Orsino claps the boy's shoulder. "We are well pleased. Come to me tomorrow, and I will set you to work on another. That is, if your master will give you leave." Dee acknowledges the demand with a dutiful nod of the head. Before returning to the party, Diane kisses Will's once more lingering than the last. Few kisses in Shakespeare's life are so cherished. Moving to the dais of honor, the noble couple lift goblets of wine, directing all to sit and join them in celebration. Eagerly, one and all do as they are ordered, lauding Orsino's wit and generosity. But all the compliments are soon lost in their desire to eat. The first course, a local delicacy, homère, or sea ears, is served along with Illyrian tea bread and gesh. Immediately, the metallic sounds of knives and spoons, scooping out mollusk from shell, mingle and quite overtake the pipers, strings, and brass. No food for Will. Rather, he stands against a wall waiting for chastisement, having caught John Dee's eye before he sat down to eat. There is no question but that his employer is furious with him, having gotten such looks before when he started skipping Sunday services. Though it is a partial sin, he feels for the waxen talisman that perhaps had rescued him. At table, Dee simmers through the first course, even as he makes pleasantries with his neighbors. Plates being removed, he rises abruptly and beckons his lackey to follow him. In silence, they walk to a distant window seat, out of earshot of the others. "Sit," is all the fuming magus can say. After an inquisition of accusatory glares, Dee, with much heat, demands, "What permission had you to write a poem to the Countess of Illyria? Moreover, you kept this writing from me. You do that again, and you will rue the day. I will send you packing back to the pitiful nothing you call your life. This is inexcusable. You risked all we are sent here to do." Nervous, making excuses, Doing all he can to diminish that unsettling stare by focusing on the wall above Dee's head, Will narrates the facts of his conversation with the Countess Diane in the chapel, scrupulously leaving out any hint of his infatuation. With the explanation done, Shakespeare rises to leave.
"Sit you down," orders Dee. "I gave you no leave to go."
The tone is so peremptory that, even had he the will, pale Shakespeare could not do otherwise. Like a predatory bird, the Queen's wizard peers down, fixating on his mouse.
"The last 2 lines,"
is all he says. So, thinks the poor wretch, perhaps Dee knows. Shakespeare tries to brazen it out, replying seemingly unflustered, "Aye, what of it?"
"They are Sidney's. It is from his Astrophel and Stella."
Will's mouth opens, but nothing comes out. He has been caught stealing. It is not the first time in his life, nor will it be the last, but each time he is found out, punishment follows. Still, he'll be damned if he is going to cower. Not today. Not after Illyria has praised him and the French goddess has kissed him twice. Proud of his new celebrity and crossing his arms over his chest, he shrugs blithely. It was to his lordship's liking.
"But not to mine."
He grabs and wrenches Will's ear.
"Mayhap his lordship is not as familiar with my old student's poetry as I am."
Yanking the ear sideways,
"That fiendish, unnatural memory of yours has stolen verbatim from Sir Philip Sidney."
The Sir is stressed to reaffirm the writer's aristocracy and honor.
"Have a care," warns the cold voice of authority. "Blatant plagiarism will land you in a court, or, worse, in a duel to the death. Many a poet has murdered a rival for such a thieving of his words. It is as dangerous a practice as filching a purse, one that will put you in an early grave. A tool mishandled can wound. Know you not that?"
If Will thinks there is a hint of compassion in that, he is rudely mistaken.
"Moreover, the gift you have given the Countess Illyria is now tainted with plagiarism and tarnished with pitch."
He releases his hold on the boy's pained ear.
"Do you understand me?"
Rubbing the side of his head, Will murmurs, "I understand."
"Do you? Then have a care next time, for next time you may not, nay, you will not, be so fortunate."
Now that Dee has spoken his piece, the man's severity relents. Still, he has no stomach to be in Will's presence. The fearsome Magus turns around to return to the table and glasses of wine. Begrudgingly, over his shoulder he adds,
"But for the theft of the final couplet, the body of the sonnet is well fashioned, and true to nature, pleasing to the ear. Your versification is precise and strong."
There is a pause.
"If it is indeed all yours."
Will lets that last remark go by unanswered. While receiving his master's chastisement, he did think of one thing only. Though he asked me to come, will the county truly ask for more? But Dee is already leaving. Risking more displeasure, yet not wanting to put off asking, the chastised writer catches up. "Thinkst that I may get a commission, sir?" Pushing Will aside, Dee snarls,
"Think not on it."
But then the spymaster stops and turns back, giving his aide full attention. He has had an epiphany. Such preferment could provide us a continued access to Orsino. His eyes dart with future scenarios as he puts his index finger to his lips.
Best not say aught, even in this concealed cranny.
Dee remembers the pitchers who had ears, his students at Mortlake. Glancing back at the feast, the doctor offers politic direction.
Count Orsino has for now culled you out for favour. Go, reap the applause that they will gild you withal, but have a care, for he is known to be inconstant in those whom he advances, and have a mind, he is a voracious reader. You may not get round him so easily next time.
More sotto voce.
Play the little weasel, and learn what you can.
Louder.
Go. Off with you.
Left alone, John Dee ponders how they might proceed. Despite the boy's audacity and theft, the poem may well prove helpful. Maybe, dare he think it, he will be home sooner than expected. On this day of love, reuniting with Jane suddenly seems not as far away as just moments before. Chapter 17. Good as his word, Illyria's Count Orsino commissions William Shakespeare to pen 14 sonnets as a present for his wife. The birthday of both the young poet and the lady nearly coincide, both being born under the sign of the bull, Taurus. Perhaps, supposes Will, that is why we both feel the need to be surrounded by love and beauty. Orsino, infatuated with his own infatuation, and alone with Curio, beams, "Is it not an excellent day? And was it not a perfect celebration?" "It is, and it was," Curio dutifully responds to his old friend, knowing that there is more on Lecompte's mind. Sitting in their respective chairs, facing each other, Curio, as is his wont, cocks his head to one side, waiting to hear what Orsino has to add. Leaning forward and laying a hand on his friend's knee, Orsino shares a profound truth. The original cause of all good affections is love. It is only proper that such a commendable virtue be chronicled, both here, he touches his heart, and for all time. In honest recreation, poets distill the whole course of men's lives, and are the trumpeters of accomplishment and commendation. Is it not so, good friend Curio, that the best of Britain and on the continent keep such poetasters in their household for their better enrichment and for their artistry? The boy is but a youth, scarce 16, cautions Curio. Emphatic, the Count overrides. I like him, and what matter his age? He has obvious talents. Curio shrugs in assent. He is out of his depth. What does he know of poetry, or, for that matter, love? Love is a madness, a wasting disease that turns man's reason to jelly. Matters of importance are his bailiwick. Financial settlements, trade disputes, setting the yearly allowable sales price for bread and beef, obligations to Whitehall, and the unsolved audacious piracy of the Tiger from the harbor. Splud, sex is a necessity. Love, a distraction. I want the world to know that she is beyond compare. Suddenly inspired, Orsino stands. His leg has gone to sleep, and he sits again. We shall invite both man and boy to supper, that our sonneteer may learn of Diane's rarer parts, her virtues, her spirit. Each memory of her chases the next into a sweeter and sweeter place of adoration. Ever tactful, the nuncio Curio meticulously cautions against any public invitation to dinner until a private solicitation can be made of John Dee. We should sue for permission of the boy's time, proposes Curio, but is ready for more skirmishes to come. Exasperated at Curio's blindness in the matter, Orsino moves away, but Curio will not drop his natural pragmatism. Of our new postmaster, before pressing the lad into service as the Countess Petrarch. God forfend, the postman's secretary should scant his duties, whatever they may be, if that permission is not first given. He cocks an eyebrow, and twisting his high-backed chair to better look at his liege lord, asks, What point supper? Orsino's eyes lock on Curio's. But his master acceded with a full heart when I offered. That was in public view, where the old man could not with good grace deny thee. We must beg it again, when he is not so constrained. Thwarted, and shaking his head, Illyria counters, Curio, this is too faint-hearted a consideration, even for thee. Orsino paces, scowling. Circling the room twice, Lecompte, biting his lip, softens, acceding to his old friend. "Though this be too nice and precise, and I like not the idea of begging." "Do as you list," sulks Illyria. He moves to the window and fixes on the countryside. Curio knows it is his habit whenever his will is prevented. "The people must resign themselves to my desires, be they citizen or visitor. Yet your desires must give place to that of the Queen's." Though this is self-evident, Curio regrets saying it and turns to sit straight in his chair. White with displeasure, Orsino turns on his heel, remonstrating a low warning in his man's ear. "None but thee, Curio, could think that my offer of employment is aught but a loving gift of gratitude to this postmaster and his queen." He straightens and nearly shouts, "It must be instantly accepted." Curio flinches, and, while fingering his ecru linen shirt-sleeves fashionably exposed through the slits in his doublet, says what must be said. "And I doubt not but that it will be accepted. But first we must inquire." "Have I not said I?" His hands clasped behind him, with his chin, he waves his counselor away. "There is nothing more to say except, fetch Malvolio." Fabian has served the house of Illyria proudly for 20 and more, first as server and then head usher. His years of climbing up and down stairs, serving meals, and answering doors have taken their toll. Now in his mid-50s, he is weak in the lower back and knees. Forced by age to bend forward even when trying to stand most erect, his posture is an ossified half-bow, a continual quasi-obeisance. Many of the younger staff inveigh that the old retainer is too proud, too feeble. "He should be replaced," they whisper. Fabian is well aware of the grumblings, and cannot avoid admitting to himself that navigating steep roads, fetching visitors from the lower courtyard, and descending stairs is as hard on his knees as climbing back up. In recent years, he curtails, delegates, or craftily avoids most strenuous responsibilities, including the excruciating trudges outside the castle. Still, as the head usher of the Orsino household, it is Fabian whom Malvolio requires as the right and proper courier to deliver the Count's letter to Dr. Dee. "Fabian, a word with you," clucks Malvolio. "A word is all I have time for, as I am needed above." Like all the household, Fabian is not fond of his steward. The man is, after all, a blaspheming Puritan. "Then let me be brief." Militarily tucking his white wand in his armpit, Malvolio postures condescendingly. "You must to the cubiculo to deliver an invitation from our good lord to the royal postmaster." "The cubiculo?" Fabian, annoyed. "That is an intolerable march, almost to the water's edge. Cannot Roy or Henri manage it?" The steward raises a haughty eyebrow, thinks to reprimand him, and instead ignores the question altogether as he looks through Fabian. "Have a care of your position here, Fabian. You are Illyria's usher, and the fittest personage for such a formal assignment. What would our English guest think, or our honored lord think, were a lesser worthy than yourself to perform the Count's desires?" "'Sdeath, Master Malvolio," Fabian grumbles under his breath, bridling his impatience with this pettifogger. Countless instances of such Fabian mutterings have rendered Malvolio deaf to his menial's complaints. "You will do it, then?" An ill-sounding sound of agreement is given. "I will do it, then." "I have your word that you will not pawn this off to one of your people." Malvolio looks at him sideways. "Have I not already said?" Irascibly, Fabian retorts, "By the Holy Rood, you have it." Ignoring the resentment, Malvolio waits for the usher to clean his hands of any household grime before the steward lays the sealed document unto Fabian's care. "His lordship desires this to be done before sunset tonight, sirrah. As I am told the sky threatens and the rain falls again soon, I counsel you to attend to it at once." Grunting, The feeble old retainer sets his shoulders as far back as his physique allows and wrests the letter from Malvolio. "I shall go," declares Fabian, coloring each word with disdain. "When first I have completed that which is presently required of me, then every jot and tittle of this." He shakes the wax-sealed message at Malvolio, causing its ribbons of yellow and red, the official colors of Illyria, to tickle the steward's nose, "will be done as his lordship requires. Satisfied?" "I am," Malvolio patronizes. "Do so, then, and before you do, look to your fingernails, filthy as a truffle-digging pig's hock." Then, without a by your leave, and fixated, no doubt, on accomplishing the countless tasks that are in need of his management, the stone-faced steward pivots and hurriedly climbs the stairs, his bitter black robe flapping around him. As the self-important turkey-cock ascends to higher duties, head usher Fabian hurls silent invectives at the back of his superior's gyrating robe. Born of years of servitude, he is jealous of the man's agile ability. Daunted by the long walk before him, Fabian sighs plaintively.
"Great pains and little gains make men soon weary."
Then he blazes, though not loud enough to echo up the stairwell after the martinet. "To hell with you!" Shaking his head at his bad luck, one other curse escapes his bewhiskered, thin lips. "You could have provided me with as poor a conveyance as an ox cart, you squinty-eyed Lombard!" Two chafed fingers point heavenward before his lips, and he spits contemptuously between them at the vacant stairwell. That afternoon, it chances that a wagon, overladen with timbers, lumbers up a precipitous, twisting dirt lane, the very route down which the old courier Fabian is hobbling. Jutting out from the stores on either side of the street are 3 to 4 foot wooden shelves with goods for sale. Many are jostled roughly and gouged by the large dray's load on its uphill trudge to the castle. But having come to where the lane is narrowest, the cart and its freight are now inextricably wedged between two buildings. Having shifted precariously, the logs jam into every split timber crevice flanking the cart. Attempting to rearrange the load, to no avail, the Rottweiler of a carter stands among the logs confounded. The delay sets Fabian into a corybantic fit. Wanting neither to retrace his steps up the steep hill nor risk squeezing into a filthy rat's nest between buildings, Fabian waves his walking stick in fury. "Bouge! Allez! Allez!" shrieks the vituperative Fabian. Laboring doggedly, the carter could care less what the old man shouts or wants. A delivery must be made, and it is already late to the construction going on within castle grounds. Harsh words are exchanged in the winter cold as to right-of-way. Ancient court pedestrian versus honest workman, both on a needful mission for the Illyrian count. Thwarted from passage, the old usher is forced to retreat into the small alley rank with vermin droppings. None too happy, Fabian gathers his cloak about himself, careful to avoid contact with the plaster walls flecked with bird droppings or the foul-smelling trash in the tight space. Then the load shifts, and, to Fabian's abject horror, his exit from the rat trap is altogether blocked. "Bâtard! Horse on dunghill!" rants the powerless usher from the rat hole, shifting his weight, yet never lifting a foot from right to left like an ancient boxer spoiling for a fight. With his back bent in a crescent and his fist raised in fury, he sputters frustration. The protracted tragicomedy ensues. Minutes pass until the Rottweiler muscles aside the obstructions and manages to launch his team through the bottleneck. Fabian's egress permits him to hurl himself from the caustic piss-rank alley into the lane, shouting ever more egregious epithets at the driver. Massively behind schedule, the delayed carter has neither time nor inclination for the luxury of a confrontation. Instead, he coaxes his team onward. When the cartman is of a mind that he has safely passed the curmudgeon, he uses his whip to flick his horses into a quicker pace uphill toward the castle. Not ready for the sting of the lash, the straining animals jerk. The freight shifts. Ropes and harnesses, meant to secure the large wooden limbs, slip, causing two massive tree trunks to roll off the wagon, whereupon they rolled directly toward Fabian. Back turned, and only a yard or two below the cart, the old usher should be crushed and sent by fortune to his rewards in the hereafter. But the aforementioned goddess places the quick-thinking Festi, the lutenist, contentedly in the plodding wake of the cart, since it loaded its foreign-cut timbers at the docks. Just in time, the musician manages to yank the ancient out of harm's way. Festi's tug, sharp and forceful, inadvertently twists the old retainer's overburdened knees and misshapen back, sending him into excruciating pain. "Merde!" is the Samaritan's reward, followed by a string of ugly French epithets, so loud and so colorful that gossiping housewives, hanging out their laundry at upstairs windows, stop chattering to eavesdrop. "Let me be, you fly-blown, misbegotten son of a turd!" A glancing blow to Festi's head is given, and Fabian's savior surely would have been beaten brain-dead had not the lute player's arm repeatedly parried the old usher's knobby stick. Not sufficiently mollified, Orsino's manservant spits more venom. "I shall have a charge of battery drawn against you, you rabbity whelp! You gross, caulking, hempen attacker of the good and true! You piece of base-born dust!" spews Fabian. "Good sir! Have done!" laughs the musician, good-naturedly, despite the onslaught. "Rash, wanton, ruffian!" Fabian persists petulantly. "You nearly knocked me senseless! Have you not the sense God gave puking sheep? I shall have the law against you, you rapscallion, you mangy mare-eater, you begetter of maggots! Why, you doddering ancient toadstool, I have rescued you from certain death, that is sure. You'd have been crushed there." Festi points at the two massive logs, now resting where the old man had stood. "Like an apothecary's herb, you'd be naught but powder and pizzle. The grave-maker would have had no need but a halfpenny's worth of pine to build one infinitesimally small coffin to house your withered, dried, enfeebled carcass had I not intervened. Charity, old Methuselah, or I shall cry the drayman back and have him unload on you another tonnage of timber to crush that evil tongue of yours. Charity, Father Bile." Whether for lack of breath, or finally realizing how close he'd been to death's scythe, Fabian gasps and grabs at his chest. His choleric display has sapped his strength, and in frailty he sags against his benefactor. They huddle together for a moment, and then Festi slowly lowers him to the ground, careful not to increase the man's painful groans. The itinerant musician loosens the button on the older man's shirt and lays the wounding cane to one side. And there, on the cold ground, the usher massages his pricking knees, grimaces, and feels the pain of every one of his many decades. Breathing easier and looking up to see concern on Festi's round face, Fabian's tone softens. "Are you not the lutenist who played and sang for Count Orsino's guests but last week at the open house in celebration of St. Valentine's?" "Aye, and are you not the Count's usher who kept us waiting an hour past vespers until we were near frozen by the chill? Neither your voice nor your purse were the worse for it." Curt, the usher, squints. "For you gained a warm-hearted reception, and you reaped a hogshead of gold in gratuity once you were allowed in." Festi reaches out his hand in order to make Fabian more comfortable. "Jesu, your hand was always out for more. So much so, I took you for a modern Lazarus." Fabian recoils from the offered help. "Was that not worth your weight?" "Then allow me to thank you, sir, for your benighted hospitality and my late resurrection." Feeling better, Fabian reaches tentatively for Festi's hand, in hopes of rising from the cold ground. Festi reaches for him, and the two stand for a while, holding on to each other, cognizant of how near to tragedy they came. Though sur ses pieds, Fabian is unsteady. Looking Festi in the eyes, he mutters, "No, sir. It is I who must thank you for the saving of my life." In the interim, The lutenist is aware that his bruised head smarts and his contused arm throbs. He is also mindful of the usher's shaky legs. Fabian gestures for his cane, but his rescuer waves him off, having genuine concern that the ancient courier is not fit to travel. Eschewing the walking stick, young Festi craftily poses him questions to waylay his elder into a longer resting period. "What brings you out on this ill-fortuned and foul day, sir?" "I must deliver a message for the Count to one who abides at the water's edge, an accursed English interloper." Fabian snorts. "What care you?" "Can't be an easy outing with those knees and that back." "Think you I am not fit for the task?" rebukes the old curmudgeon, letting go of his human crutch and making himself dizzier with a sudden movement. "Only fools and profligates shirk their duties." "Your want of duty was never in my thoughts." This is said with a smile that shows that he is growing to like the foul-mouthed gent more and more. He stays Fabian, and once again holds off retrieving the fallen staff. "And neither of us is a fool." "I am not, certainly. And you had better not be." Taking his arm from the musician's grasp and venturing a step or two, "I told you I am fit." Fabian flexes a knee to prove his point, only to twinge painfully. "Mayhap it would be the wiser to rest longer ere you proceed on your errand." "No." Fabian shakes his head, not open to persuasion. Forgetting what is already known, the dazed man vehemently repeats, "I am sent by his lordship to deliver a message to the Englishman at the cubiculo." But the movement of his head only makes him dizzy again. Waiting for it to subside, he informs, "There is much for me to do when I get back. I am needed from morning until night." He ventures another step. "Can you make it?" the young man asks with obvious concern, having monitored with a peregrine's eye every twitch in the reverend usher's face. Again, Fabian tests his knees and softens. "In truth, un peu wobbly." "Then perhaps you might allow me to take your burden from you by footing your delivery to its destination? The inn is but 10 minutes further down the road. I can fly there in as one would count 50 and return presently to tell you how the Englishman takes it. We are in luck. Look, here is Pierre's. You may rest and recover in the warmth of his bakery. Nay, I gave my word to his lordship's steward that I alone would perform the service." Festi shrugs in understanding, though he hears regret in the old usher's avowal. "I have offered what kindness I may," he thinks. Perhaps one good Samaritan act a day is enough. Endeavoring to fulfill his mission, Fabian takes one more hobbled step. Gauging the distance, he finds Festi's sleeve. "Wait, sirrah, I am now remembered," Fabian says with some degree of calculated chicanery. "I swore only to give not the responsibility to one of my people. And you, sirrah, are not one of those." It is a very pretty equivocation, and both men know it. "Alas, I am masterless," shrugs the minstrel, not too ashamed to say so. "I belong to no one. But in my heart I belong to Illyria, and as such, I am willing and able to serve his lordship the Count by couriering his letter in your stead." "I like not," Fabian pauses to think it through, "to be in any man's debt." With a sidelong glance from under his grey beetling brows, he opts to favour the musician. "But do this small embassage, and, in exchange, I will forthwith endeavour to give you early entrance to the Count's presence whenever you come begging for employment. You shall never be made to loiter at my door again." Without another word, the lutenist seizes the usher's hand and shakes on the bargain. They take baby steps to Pierre's. "Gently, lad, gently. I fear I am still in want of my proper balance." The written invitation with its Illyrian ribbons and seal is put in Festi's custody, but not before a lecture is given on the needed gravity of the musician's demeanor and the job's proper dignity. Either due to his age or the importance of the errand, Fabian explains this twice, as a mother would to an errant child. In 5 minutes, the fleet-footed entertainer cum Mercury knocks at Dr. John Dee's door. Orsino's missive delivered, Dee instructs Festi to wait for a reply. Laying out paper and ink, the royal postmaster pens an answer to the invitation. Festi, in imitation of a proper valet, waits, keeping one hand behind his back. He scans the room with approval. Finally, Dee is content with what he has written. Count Orsino is most kind in asking our participation in this. He gives me a day to think on it. His noble character deserves a swifter answer. I and mine, with the greatest humility and thanks, will attend your lordship's supper on Wednesday, hoping to have many more profitable conversations with your lordship and the Comtesse in my sojourn to Illyria. Sealing his RSVP with wax and signet ring, the postmaster hands his response to the messenger. Although he now has done all that he has promised, Festi makes no move to leave. He stands in the doorway like an obedient greyhound, waiting for his master's whistle. Attempting to close the door, the doctor inquires testily, "Is there aught else?" "No, not from the Count." "Then from whom, pray tell?" Festi holds out his palm in the universal gesture of tip. Being a born conversationalist and liar, Festi knavishly explains, "It is a long journey back up the hill, and then I must wait for Orsino to know your answer. Moreover, if he has further correspondence, your worship—" Festi would natter on, hammering on Dee's sympathies to wedge his wallet open, had not Shakespeare bounded up the stairway at that moment. "Marry, young fellow, I know thee. Master Fine Gloves, is it not?" "Aye. We heard your rehearsal. You foolishly spoke aloud your hopes for employment." "Foolery, sir," says Festi, acknowledging his past actions, "does walk about the orb like the sun, if you will believe the Polish stargazer." Still waiting for a tip, Festi hints, none too subtly, to both men for the gratuity. None forthcoming, the performance goes on. "My labors are thrice onerous and thrice weighty. I serve the Count, I serve his fame, and I serve his business. Might not my labors inspire some remuneration?" His right hand opens and shuts several times like a feeding clam. Aware of the overlooked protocol, Dee scavenges in his room and covers the messenger's naked palm with a coin. "There's for thy pains." "A halfpenny is as small a remuneration as one could hope for," counsels the messenger. The Good Samaritan looks up and re-engages the eyes of his miserly benefactor in a look that says, surely the royal postman can do better. "I would play Lord Pandarus of Phrygia, sir, to bring a Troilus to this Cressida." "'Tis well begged." Dee acknowledges the wordplay. "Yet I will not be so much a sinner as to be a double dealer. My purse sleeps. You can fool no more money out of me." Meaning it as a compliment, and hoping to eke out more for a fellow performer, this fellow is wise enough to play the fool, and having the good opinion of such wise men, offers a newly employed Shakespeare, and not their barbs and quips, is a right good investment. But alas, nothing more is to be had. "What you will," shrugs lutenist cum courier. Ever cheerful in misfortune, Festi concedes wit and persistence can get no more, and his open palm clamps shut and disappears into his pocket. "I thank you, Master Doctor, and I will conster to his lordship that you will come, and lullaby to your bounty till our next meeting." Briskly, Festi exits, thinking of the warm torts he shall buy Fabian and himself at the bakery. The sound of his footsteps trips down the creaking stair. Bright-eyed, Dr. Dee beckons Will into his room and retrieves Orsino's invitation. "My boy, I have great news to tell you. A feast is prepared for us. We are welcomed by Orsino, and shall taste of their preferment. Oh, Lord, sir, we have much to do to make ourselves ready. Chapter 18. The church bell is pealing 7 in the morning when Will's mind struggles awake from last night's sumptuous supper with nobility. Wine, heady company, late-night camaraderie. Shakespeare is done in. If he has dreamed of kings or velvet gowns or medieval knights, he cannot remember. He is only aware of his fat tongue glued to his teeth, and his body aches, stiff as though he had climbed a palisade of stairs. The smell of rancid sweat offends. He has drooled on the sheets. Not since the Mermaid Tavern, where he was lavishly entertained by a trio of pretty sailors who'd tramped in from the pond, has Will guzzled this much. This time, however, there is no need to explain away his escapades. Dull swooshes inform Will that it is raining. Not just raining, but pouring. A gurgling torrent outside curtails any hope of finding out sleep's sweet lassitude. Slowly, struggling to open one eye, he squints at the window for confirmation, where rivulets of water madly stream and reshape on the pane. When wet air finds an exposed inch of his body, his muscles knot. Shivering, he reconfigures the thin blanket around his head to muffle the clatter outside. No remedy. Necessity reprimands him that he must not be late for class. More, he must submit to his loin's growing need to piss. Dressing as fast as his cramped fingers will allow, he knocks on Dee's door. No answer. Strange. His master is rarely absent from his room at this hour. Inquiring of the innkeeper, Will learns Dr. Dee left word that studies are postponed. Upon further investigation, the innkeeper, covetous of his guest's privacy, reveals that the doctor has gone out less than an hour prior. Relieved at not offending his master by keeping him waiting, Will returns to his room, angling to return to bed. Instead, he retrieves quill and ink and descends to the inn's main room. There, procuring strong broth, he nestles into an empty chair, repositioning it nearer the roaring hearth. The warmth relaxes his cramped muscles, while the soup alleviates the intemperance. In repose, he focuses on his new assignment, penning love sonnets for Diane. Her sleek gestures come to mind, as do her small, firm breasts not yet suckled by babe's incessant hunger. But whatever muse he calls upon is continually shoved aside by rain-soaked patrons sloshing through the public room, thundering about the bad weather. Despite the world's intrusion, he works assiduously, endeavoring to beautify the Lady Orsino with showers of praise. Out of nowhere, "Are you not the postman's boy?" asks a servant, dressed in Orsino's livery. "I?" answers the surprised Shakespeare. "If you seek my master, he has departed I know not where." "Nay, it is you I seek." Will raises an eyebrow in amazement. "You are asked for by my Lady Diane. She requests your company instantly." Rain or no, Dr. John Dee, too, is struggling this day. Having overslept until 6 immediately, Walsingham's man is alert to the need for an investigation of Orsino's library. His line of inquiry is to discover what books are important enough to be coveted and preserved by Illyria himself. A collection of books will speak plain what interests a man has, and what is in his heart. Though the slate-colored sky threatens rain at this early hour, the bibliophile is not deterred. Tying around his neck a rust-colored woolen scarf knitted by his beloved Jane's own hand, he finds that it still magically retains her familiar fragrance. As he scurries down the stair, he conjures her image in his mind. "Dr. John Dee?" "Yea." Dee is passing the innkeeper. "Ici est une lettre pour vous. Came on last night's mailboat."
Merci bien.
"Has the royal postmaster need of my services prior to its departure from harbour later today?" Eager to be on his way, Dee shakes his head no. His heart leaps at seeing the handwriting on the envelope.
A letter from Jane. But how? Surely she must think him in Poland with Lasky. The answer is revealed as he turns the letter over and sees Walsingham's seal on the back. Husband, an eternity has elapsed since you journeyed from me and the child. I do not know how long it shall be before I see thee again. Ignorant of place to write you, as Count Lasky wants for a permanent residence, I have leave from Arthur's godfather, Sir Francis, who is knowledgeable in all matters, to forward our present estate to thee abroad. His lordship could not tell me where thou art, but his honour hath assured me that thou art safe. Trusting in his lordship and God's mercy and grace, I pray for you. Sir Francis has done a great kindness in helping me, and I will remember him in my prayers. A good man and a true Lamb of Christ. I and the child are well in health. This pregnancy is a milder one than before, God be praised. But I am ill at heart. The frailty of life and health being what it is, I thought it good to inform thee of our adverse fortunes since last we embraced. A week after you departed, a master Sled, whom you know of late resided here and partook of our hospitality, came to me and bade me to understand that soon there would be a lawsuit in Guildhall Court brought against you by the old reprobate, John Prestall. More, Mr. Sled had come for the £56 he lent of you, and I, having not so much, could not oblige him. He threatens to recoup his moneys from my brother Nicholas, as you left without payment. It is unknown to you that my brother wants provisions to be of help. Nay, threatens to seize and sell off a portion of your library to recover his losses of you. Further, a message has been brought me from His Eminence Archbishop Cooper that in June of this year you are to be deprived of your rectorship and ensuing rents from Long Leadenham, a loss of £1,000 per annum. Archbishop Grindal, he says, likes not your past as papal priest, nor your present as devil worshipper. Without Grindal's leave, Sir Francis has indicated to me that the loss of the cynosure will indeed come to pass. I would appeal to friends in your absence, but your friends at court are of no help. They say your detractors have dissembling hearts and openly shoot at thee with arrows of reproach. Most grievously, my late mistress, the good queen, has dismissed thy suit for a royal pension, which only energizes the animus against thee at court. We are £300 in debt, and I have had to let go Walter Hooper, Gardner, Mary Goldwyn, wet nurse, and 2 others, all but George Marley, who refuses to leave, as he has sworn an oath to you to look after us. Our pantry diminishes daily, and without pension, patrons, students, nor friends at court, I fear that we cannot thrive until the summer. Can thee not, dear husband, ask Count Lasky to remunerate thee with what he owes you, that you might ease our hardships here? We miss thee dearly, and know that with your succour and Providence's favour, our needful maintenance will be met. You are in my thoughts continually, especially now. Thy loving wife, Jane. He buckles, his stricken conscience rebuking him for leaving Jane beset, alone, in need of funds, comfort, and a husband. I have lost all. I have left her bereft and alone at her time of greatest need. What honourable man does such a thing? But then, I am not an honourable man, but an intelligencer, in the employ of Sir Francis Walsingham, who poses as a lamb to mask the appetite of a wolf. I should not be here scavenging, but home with those I love, home with my experiments, home preparing for the new era of progress written in the stars. Instead, I'm doing the wolf's business that is beyond my expertise, and will scourge my years of good works. Why have I abandoned my family? Yet I gave my oath. What's to be done? How Jane will loathe me whenever I return and reveal the truth of my absence. Will she not revile me for my lies and the abandonment of her and our children? 1,000 reproaches stab with every turn of Dee's thoughts. How can she understand that I have sworn to my Queen's government not to share any details of my mission, not even with my dearest, my wife? She will curse our marriage, heap scorn upon me, mayhap even abandon me. Might she take our child, our children, with her? Who would blame her? What happiness is there without them? Caught in despair and self-loathing, he envisions the poor state of his finances. The revenues from Long Leadenham had never been good, but they had at times been helpful. Now there would be nothing. Less than nothing, as there would be all the expenses for the Prestall case, the repayments to Sled and Nicholas, his brother-in-law. Worse still was the unthinkable denial of a royal pension. Her gracious Majesty had promised, yet would she now be forsworn? She had always shown kindness to him. Had he been deceived in trusting, loving her? Desperate imaginings take hold. How was he to secure loans to preserve his family and home when he was incommunicado in Illyria? Would Nicholas be so base as to take advantage of my absence and sell portions of my library, my alchemic equipment, my property? Public shame rises as the thought of having friends and neighbours know of his poverty and the loss of his touted princely patronage. Had Her Highness not told him that what is delayed does not mean denied? Had she royally misled him? Yet all of this could be remedied were he not hundreds of miles from home. Damn Walsingham! Damn him! Could he not have offered Jane some money when she presented herself before him? How did the tyrant expect me to do his business when my own is in such disarray? No, Secretary Walsingham must help. He could do it in so many ways. I will write to him this day and ask for remuneration for services rendered. He will not, he cannot deny me. But the library? Impotent to help Jane and relying on his plan for assistance, John Dee shakes recriminations from his orderly mind, forcing himself to concentrate on today's mission. He considers the small events and what he has learned of Illyria. Yet still possessed, his insistent conscience whispers that none of this can compensate for deserting his family. He is on the rack, pulled asunder by the ties of responsibility and fidelity. The taste in his mouth is coppery foul. Out the window he sees storm clouds gathering. What is the nature of rain? To nurture or drown? He wills himself to think on the former. Thou hast a puzzle to solve, and doing so is your constant occupation. Look to it. His venom toward Walsingham, and by association himself, abates, and, slipping Jane's letter into his cloak, he buttons up against the winter and the threatening weather. But the smell of her on the scarf conjures image of loving times. Their picnic on the day Will presented himself, her pleasure at gathering flower arrangements for their household, her abashed manner when he caught her unstitching some mindless needlepoint she had done, embarrassed at having been found being so lackadaisical. And he savoured the memory of Jane's exposed, perfectly white and jutting breasts while she beckoned to him in their bedchamber, and their mutual shuddering that followed. How could he have abandoned her? His mind is on fire, yet he starts the long trudge up to the castle and its collection of books, where clues may be found. Keep going, he orders himself. On this miserable grey day bereft of sun and her, his memories and future cast a long shadow on his tomorrows. Orsino's usher closes the door behind him, and John Dee finds himself alone in a comfortable room. It is home to all sorts of books, maps, manuscripts, pamphlets, and folios. Some of the texts, the older ones, are written upon vellum, though most are on paper. The chamber is divided into 10 large bookcases, and each has 6 shelves. Above each cabinet, on the coffered ceiling, oval paintings depict biblical events, presenting a timeline chronicling the expulsion of Adam and Eve to the birth of Christ. In addition, Various artifacts sit alongside the books. An Italian lute, instruments for measuring and numbering, artisan tools, and an assortment of stones and seashells. Looking about and acclimating easily, the scholar thinks the architect, perhaps Orsino himself, is of a saturnine frame of mind, like his own. Scholarship is revered here. Philippe's had been wrong. The Count's collection is a fraction of the size of Dee's at Mortlake, yet larger than he had expected, making his hopes of finding insights into Orsino's tastes and leanings measurably unlikely. Still, he has come, and he must start. The room's glazed windows face east, and so the western wall receives the morning sun. Only the threatened rain has come and left much of the room in shadow. Today's light, Dee observes, reaches only the 6th shelf, above which, obscured, he counts another, perhaps 4 tiers of tomes. Taking his cue from what sun there is in the room, he begins to read the titles of the works on the 6th shelf and below. Scouting for forbidden materials, he mutters, "I've set myself a fool's errand. Yet, surely there must be something." He glances over at the rain-streaked window. It pours now, he thinks, happy to have left the inn when he did. As he bends down to investigate the volumes on the bottommost shelf, his scholar's robe puddles on the floor. Suddenly, he is aware of Fabian at the door. Unsure why the usher has returned, Dee remarks, "You have my leave to go, Fabian. I shall not require your further assistance." Fabian nods respectfully and turns to go as Dee asks, "Is this room oft visited?" "My master, the Count, takes great delight in it, Doctor. Oft afternoons he comes here to enjoy his dark pleasures. He will sit at yonder table pondering over some quibble. Best left forgotten." The usher points with his cane to a small table with 2 books on it and an oversized wooden chair nearest the window. "For hours his lordship loses himself in these big ones here. Likes the feats of valor performed, he does, or the ink stains of wisdom, or the wicked tales of demigods," says Fabian with barely hidden scorn, adding, "and their paramours." Sounding just as sarcastic as he intends, he asks, "Does the postmaster like them? Such stories?" Not waiting for an answer, Fabian gives Dee a lascivious smile. "'Struth, all members of the household have leave to come in and read, though nobody ever does." Fabian crosses to a nearby bookcase. With a forefinger, he swipes the shelf and finds it not to his liking. With a full palm, Fabian dutifully brushes away a broad span of dust patina that forms a cloud of motes as it falls. "Waste of time, in my opinion. Too much work to be done." He looks at the foreign academician. "Your lordship may do as you please, so long as you don't mark up the pages." And giving Dee the once-over, adds, "Or steal any." Having given fair warning, Fabian leaves the old scholar alone to the yellowing parchments and the minuscule atomies adrift in the musky, wet air. Chapter 19. Shakespeare timidly enters Countess Illyria's private quarters, finding Diane clad teasingly in a mourning linen slip that hides neither her shapely breasts nor her sacred body. Though he turns away in modesty, his imagination races as his fancies get the better of him. In such a revealing garment, he imagines her in a mask, priggishly provocative like Cleopatra, or proud and preeminent in a diaphanous sari like thrice-worthy Andromache. Donning a velvet robe, she allows Will to look while she does her toilet. Her fine, Gaulish, hooked nose is not off-putting, as her nostrils are exquisitely narrow in the manner of all high-born French women. It is said such a nose denotes intelligence, status, and personality. Pitch lower than most English women, her voice has a throaty breathiness that Shakespeare finds feline and exciting. She has an accent to catch a hero's ear and urge him to monumental deeds. In her red hair is a chaplet of gold braid that shines with as much brilliance as the golden crucifix at the base of a lengthy alabaster neck. The two accessories accent the dual aspects of her beauty, her radiance and her spirituality. She regards Shakespeare in the mirror. His pulse races as the male at 16 usually does in such circumstances. "Your ladyship sent for me?"
"I thought we should better become acquainted."
She sips wine and laughs.
"Look,"
she says to him.
"my hand shakes."
She shows him her hand, and he is unsure if she wants him to take it. But if Shakespeare sees angelic perfection in her presence, he is aware there is cerise as well as sensuality, requiring that he batten down his coursing blood. He is also cognizant of the Gaulish determination of her will. He senses that it is a dreadful power kept in reserve, as lethal potentially as the executioner's axe, remaining hidden until the last moment. As if within one face, one voice, one habit, live two people. A duality that is and is not. The warning prophecy from the Rachel. They are not unaccompanied in her privy chamber. He had not expected it to be otherwise. It would have been unseemly for her to meet him alone, a sacrilege against purity. With head down but grinning playfully, Maria Berhu, with long looping gestures, is stitching a woodland motif on her wicker pettipoint hoop. There is also a groom of the chamber, who stands in silent attendance as befits his office and her virtue. Will nods to each, ignoring him. They are but human furnishings. Soon he forgets about their presence as one ignores the paneling in a room. Diane owns his full attention. "I would have tried to see you, madame, even if you had not sent for me."
"Why is that? Have you something to tell me?"
"Just that. Impulses fight with reason for control of what to say next. That I must know you better to write the best about you." Charmed by his youthful confusion, she coos,
"Mon cher, come here. Come sit next to me."
He comes, but does not sit.
"Why?"
Will asks warily when he arrives by her side.
"Because,"
lifting her goblet,
"I have wine to share."
He shakes his head, no. He must keep his wits about him. She smiles at his lack of social ease.
"Master Shakespeare."
The Countess continues to mispronounce his name, which he never wishes to correct, so taken is he with her broken pronunciation.
"Your sentiments and your poesy have provided much delight for my husband. He hath known you but a brief time, and already you are no étranger to his happiness. You are like to be much advanced."
La Comtesse flatters me, beggar that I am. Will is overawed. I can but beggarly give thanks to both milady and his lordship. As Diane and Maria are seated, Will bends slightly at the knees, aware he is towering over them. It is an awkwardness that is hard even for a teenage performer to maintain. "Will your ladyship still grant me permission to sit?" Gesturing clumsily toward a nearby 3-footed stool.
"Her ladyship does,"
replies the coquette with a gesture of great hospitality. Maria merely purrs knowingly, never looking up from her stitching. Seated on the low stool, Will splays out his legs in front of him. Legs of a stag, he reminds himself confidently. His legs and thighs he believes to be his best feature.
"How old are you?"
Diane is coy. Born poor and intimidated by her nobility, Shakespeare forgets his legs as his confidence withers. Yet he puts on a good face, deciding to add 4 years to his maturity to better impress her ladyship. "Come St. George's Day, I shall be 20. The human furnishings behind him stifle their condescending laughter. But Diane remains discreet, allowing only the semicircles of the corners of her pretty mouth to lift. Shakespeare supposes, had she joined their ridicule, his heart might have been torn apart as entirely as love-struck Actaeon was by the goddess Diane, after whom she is named. With childish unease, his exposed legs curl up protectively beneath his stool like crumpled leaves in late autumn. I shall be a score. Soon, he insists. Aye, soon enough, young master, laughs Maria as her needle again arches through the air and returns to its stitch point. But certainly not this St. George's Day, nor several more. For look you have not even the beginning of a beard. On either side of him, the women are seated high enough, and the boy's stool sufficiently low, so that Diane can address Maria over his head. Mock not the boy's reckoning, orders her superior. Then, with glinting blue eyes and in her nasal accent, the Countess twits Will for his deception. Master Shakespeare is no mathematician nor tapster, but a poet. His only cunning is the reckoning of numbers in his verses. Turning back to him with a glint of severity, the Countess demands softly, Now, young sir, might you hazard another guess at your age? Your ladyship shows me great kindness. He glances behind him, when others heap scorn upon me. In self-defense, he endeavors to trade Maria mock for mock. 'Tis not gentle, not friendly. His barb has no sting. Diane's waiting woman remains self-satisfied, having tweaked the besotted boy for his puppy-dog adoration. Diane, being of tender conscience, admonishes Maria's self-satisfaction, wagging her finger at her companion to behave. Obediently, the lady returns to her function as room ornament. None in Stratford would have imagined such a scenario. A burgher's son, the glover's moony boy, incredibly being defended by this magnificent daughter of the De Guise. Not even the poet's mother would have dreamed it. His father would have boxed his ears for even imagining it. John Shakespeare's mind, if it ever experienced an ounce of self-awareness, was blind to any higher existence. Limited financial security and local acclamation was the highest hope he had for himself. When, in servile drudgery, bloody hands tore and scraped away at sheep intestines or horses' cadavers, Will's father blinkered his thoughts to achieving nothing more grandiose than a modest portion of middle-class respectability. Will had worked alongside him long enough to see his nose-to-the-grindstone father fined for illegal wool trading and usury, but stayed long enough to see his field-mouse father betray his religion by following plebeian orders to whitewash splendid Catholic murals of saints from Stratford's Guild Chapel, stayed long enough to see his workaday father shrink to a non-entity. The man, if you could call him that, feared ambition, the boldness of self-respect, and never dreamt of the satisfaction of besting his fellows, if not his betters. Dull, ox-like existence douses the fires of enthusiasm and boldness as thoroughly as a smithy's trough does a hot iron. Conversely, to men of the world, bold action is a joyful sport to behold. Will's intention was to outrun his father's modest expectations and stagger the world with exceptionalism. A man's worth was only limited by the size of his imagination. He'd sneered at his father's yeoman aspirations and escaped the Midlands as soon as he could. The mercantile Thames was a river more fit to sail dreams on than the meandering Avon. Having been caught in a lie by the lady, Will has no other option but to tell true. Returning his attention to Diane, yet not daring to look her directly in the eye, and hoping to please with charm and maturity, Will does his best to sound blasé. I did indeed miscount, Madame Comtesse. Despite more guileful sounds of satisfaction from Maria, undeterred, Will's voice becomes more intent. Upon my soul, come this St. George's Day, I will be 17. His confession seems to mean nothing to the young Comtesse. Herself barely exceeding 26, Diane wafts through the room with a languid assurance. Arriving at her screen to dress, she disappears behind it while Maria helps her disrobe. Befuddled, Will stares. "Shall I leave?"
Mais non. Why should you? It rains, does it not? Comes the sensual voice from behind the screen.
Is this something they do in France? He wonders. Or perhaps I am of no more importance to her than the rest of the room's furniture. If so, then I shall be audacious. He steals glances at her naked flesh through the gaps in the screen's panels as she lifts her arms to doff her chemise and receive the day's heavier winter wardrobe.
Better to speak true and shame the devil, she says, while Maria pins sleeves to Diane's bodice.
Thinking he's been caught, Will abashedly moves away toward the mullioned window. What is to be done to quash his proverbial spear? He peers intently out at the view of the frosty countryside. His evil angel chides, "Wilt thou be a hulking laughing-stock? A country bumpkin? Who calls me this? Nay, it cannot be if you should play the dreamer thus."
"Courage," prompts his good angel. "The spirit within thee is noble, honorable, and unmatchable. Do not act the wretch and, like a finch in a cage, peer pitifully at the world. Turn and brazen out all bashfulness. Be the man." His bad angel merely chuckles at his presumption of his having a backbone. Emerging dressed in a damask gown, La Comtesse presents herself with a grand gesture. "Et voilà,"
she rejoices, awaiting Will's evaluation, his opinion, his praise. But Will's middle-class upbringing keeps his eyes averted. "Her ladyship looks at me. Might I be given permission to look at her?"
"It is a common way to converse, no?"
There is flirtation in her husky morning voice as she allows Maria to pin up her red tresses into a silken caul.
"You have come to know me better, n'est-ce pas?"
Playing suave and masculine, Will catches Diane's eye. Faltering, his tongue outruns his mind. "How old are you?"
"L'enfant est très mauvais. Il oublie les convenances,"
gasps Maria.
"Tu devrais lui excuse. C'est un jeune,"
corrects Maria's mistress. Switching back to English, La Comtesse playfully reprimands,
"Master Shakespeare. It is impolite to demander a woman's age."
This tiny correction is followed by a mischievous smile.
"But I will tell you that though I have overleapt 20, I am nearer to it than peut-être you are."
Shakespeare calculates, brightens. Diane returns to her seat, plumping up a velveteen cushion before she sits. Positioning it behind her back, she leans back in it and twists at a lock of hair that has fallen from her headdress.
"Your doctor has offered to cast my astrological chart, but I would prefer that he not," she says with some concern, inadvertently touching the cross at her neck. "As I was brought up to believe such calculations an abomination. Workings of the damned."
A delicate white hand pushes a strand of hair back behind her ear.
"I mean no disrespect to your master, who is our guest."
"Laisse-moi," says Maria, rising to restrain Diane's errant lock properly. The princess allows herself to be tended.
"Forgive me, ma chère,"
says Diane. The vibrant aura about her is electric.
"But I was given to believe that your queen, ma foi, our queen and her prelates have outlawed the celebration of All Saints' Days."
"Aye, even so."
"Then how is it that you nominate your birthday as a holy day?"
This quickens something in her.
"Were you somehow brought up in the Mother Church of Rome?"
She leans forward, hoping to find a fellow Catholic. Her breast swells beneath the confines of her clothing in anticipation. My father and mother, like all the generations of England before me, were faithful celebrants of the Mass. I was brought up in Warwickshire. What an ugly word. Osile, says Diane's sewing companion, and wrinkles her nose in distaste, even as she brushes her own hair. Warwickshire? It sounds of badgers, briars, hovels, and bad teeth. With light malice, La Comtesse reprimands her waiting lady. Peace, you bleating nanny-goat. Maria makes a gesture that begs pardon and continues grooming herself. Will frowns. This woman has sucked mischief from the tit of a man-hating nurse. Rescued by his hostess, he continues. Warwickshire, where there are many beautiful remnants and celebrants of the old faith. He remembers the sizable religious mural again in Stratford City Hall that his father had been ordered to whitewash. But, as I serve the Crown by serving Dr. Dee, who serves here as England's postmaster, I have, as required, taken the oath of supremacy and uniformity, sworn my fealty to my Queen and her Anglican Church, and must profess myself a Protestant. Equivocation rings in the way Shakespeare says profess and must. It is as politic an answer as he can make to a divinity he finds hard to lie to. Diane leans in, seeking something in his face. She discovers only regret that he will not or cannot say more. If he has played the lawyer with her, he does not appear to have played her falsely. Sighing profoundly, her hand returns to the cross strung at her throat. She is disappointed by the heresy of the times. It is a loathsome new world where the faithless, preaching false theology and sowing doubt, can make God's children abandon the true religion and their eternal salvation. As a dutiful daughter of the Church, her duty was to bring others to salvation. Only God knows what is in your heart. But as you tender life everlasting, beware of foul heresy and ignorant pride. Do not sell the best part of you for 30 pieces of silver, wherein I believe many of your countrymen have transgressed. Lands are but mud, gold is but glittering dross, and positions of power endure but for the moment. She looks hard at him. You may know your enemy by unsubstantial fair gifts and beauteous raiment. Do not you forsake the blessed sacraments of the Roman faith for such trumpery. Seeing no wavering in him, the missionary zeal that had blazed in her eye momentarily recedes behind a look of resignation tinged with sadness. But her adamantine belief strives one more time, and with an unflinching hand she takes his prisoner. You are young, Will Shakespeare. Prayer will absolve you of all faults. The power of repentance and confession can absolve us of all our trespasses. I have a care of your preservation. Return to the religion your ancestors knew so well. Chapter 20. Continuing his investigation in Count Orsino's library, the intelligencer John Dee spends more than an hour searching for something, anything. Bootless, whispers Dee to himself. His preoccupation on hold, he discovers the downpour has ended, and where there had been shadow, sunbeams pierce through the dark clouds like luminosity in a Caravaggio painting. In the growing light, the chamber seems larger, more impenetrable. Had he time and another mindset, he might happily enhance his learning by studying the notable works that he has stumbled upon. Time, alas, is passing, and his present investigation may soon be disrupted. Searching for clues, the necromancer chances upon a flat piece of polished crystal near the top of one of the bookshelves. Perhaps it is time to ask for help, he concedes. Usually, Edward Kelly did all his scrying while Dee recorded. It is a young man's occupation meant for a young man's eyes and a young man's stamina. Daunted again by the sheer number of books, Dee resignedly plucks the paper, quill, and ink that he has brought with him. Help thyself, and God will help thee, he reminds himself. Setting his writing accoutrements methodically upon the table, he surveys the room, and finds that heaven is already helping by providing everything he needs, including a break in the weather and streaming sunshine. In order to create a sigillum Dei, his scrying chart, he starts by retrieving the mathematician's compass from its place in the bookcase and carefully inscribes a large circle on the paper. Then, with the draftsman's ruler already on the table, he divides the circumference of the ring in sixths, and thereupon inscribes a straight line between each designated point. He connects every second point with a straight line, then constructs 2 rectangles from these connected lines, touching the circle's circumference in several spots. Next, he bisects the rectangles' running lines through their centers. These create geometric forms and 6-pointed stars within the original circle. Within these sections, Dee, again using the compass, is able to draw in 3 smaller, circle-like structures. In various sections, he labels the figures with Greek or Hebrew letters. When he finishes, he points the small circle, which he has designated Omega, in the direction of the sun, and sets the smooth quartz in the center of the paper, hoping Orsino's stone is pure enough for the action. Placing his fingertips on his forehead and cheeks, and concentrating inwardly, he intones the necessary prayers for humility and purity of mind. He takes the precaution to add a new invocation to his ritual. "Let not anyone come in." After a quarter of an hour of kneeling on the floor, cleansing himself through prayer, concentrating on the light being reflected from the polished stone, he begins the ritualistic words, "To the Lord God on high," asking that a good angelic creature manifest herself in the stone. To considerable satisfaction and relief, the angel Anael manifests. "Your Excellency is good to come at my request," Dee intones reverently. He perceives, rather than sees her in a glittering gold raiment, and about her head blazing stars beam and radiate in all directions. The experience is more daunting and so much more fearful than the unrequested blissful visitation of divinity experienced on the Rachel months before. His eyes sting, seared by the reflected light from the stone. "Why have you summoned me?" appears in flaming red Hebrew letters upon the surface of the stone. "I look only for kindness and help from thee. I fall upon my knees before thee," he grovels. "Will ye grant me instruction as to how I may discover treachery, if there be such in this room?" whispers Dee. Pointing with a finger of blue flame at the Hebrew letter Daled on the paper below the stone, Anael writes in blazing light upon the polished stone, "You shall find it there." But the light has become too intense to bear, and the scryer flinches away, covering his eyes and regrettably breaking the communication. Blinking to continue, he despairs that the blinding vision has vanished. Too soon! Too soon! All my time spent in preparation, and so little communication. Left temporarily unable to see aught but burning bright light, Dee blinks repeatedly in pain, then shutters his eyes tight, maimed by the intense radiance he has forced himself to endure. His knees throb from kneeling on the hard wooden floor. He finds it difficult to rise from his position. Needing to move, yet everything seems too bright, too vivid, he staggers over to Orsino's reading chair, where he recovers from his exertions and waits for the sensitivity to subside. Knowing from Edward Kelly that eyesight will be restored in time, he remains seated for 10 minutes, using the time to consider the angelic implications, revisiting all that he has been shown. Yet he is clueless as to the significance of the Hebrew letter Daled, that corresponds to the Latin delta or the English D. Orsino's library texts are not in alphabetical order. Despite the agony, the necromancer squints one eye at the shelves. Those in the shadow are easier to look at, as daylight still stabs. He closes his eyes tight. Kabbalah taught that Daled was the 4th letter of the Hebrew alphabet and held the value of 4. But there were many bookcases, and 6 shelves per bookcase, Could it be 4 books? The 4th bookcase? 4th shelf up? Thinking he must return to first causes and original intentions, Dee reopens his eyes, and though the stinging glare of the light has minutely eased, it remains impossible to read any of the titles of the books on the table beside him. Further investigation of Orsino's taste in books is impossible. He fears that though Anael made sure no one entered during the scrying, someone might enter now that the angel has vanished. That dread impels him to rise as hastily as he is able and return the crystal to its original place on the shelf, lest someone might discover he has moved it. Yet, he tells himself, who would know the purpose that it was used for? But then, a wizard, as many supposed him, with a crystal, might immediately invoke rumors of witchcraft. Lifting the stone, he stumbles his way back to return the stone to its shelf. On the shelf below it, just even with the height of the table, a series of 4 books of equal height catches his maimed eye. Desperately blinking repeatedly to clear his vision, he squints and catches blurry glimpses of the titles, none of which appear treasonous in any way. Unable to read the words, he haphazardly flips through the pages. In the midst of the 3rd, a document slides out. Its seal and ribbons have been compressed by the book's pages. He stoops to replace it when he discerns its broken wax seal is embossed with what he thinks is 2 keys, crisscrossing. The mark of the Bishop of Rome. Foregoing the pain, he brings the image nearly to one open eye to be sure. Even though this clue of sedition may be what Dee is seeking, he hesitates to open it. If he is right about the seal, then this is a papal encyclical and will prove a Pandora's box for Orsino, if indeed Orsino is the one who left it here. But then, Fabian had said no one but Orsino ever comes here. Could it be? Squinting hard, Dee attempts to confirm that this is the despised regnans in excelsis excommunicating Elizabeth and inciting English Catholics to murder their queen. Flat treason. The necromancer is brought up short by a contrary thought. He had asked Anael for the source of treachery, and his angelic counselor had pointed at the Dalit, saying, "You shall find it there." As Dalit is the cognate for the letter D, the philosopher in him wonders whether Anael's message is of 2 meanings. Is not Dee himself being treacherous to Jane and Arthur? Is heaven advising him of a more meaningful obligation? His heart clenches even as his mind ponders the possibility. Suddenly, on the other side of the stacks, the rusted hinges of the library door creak. Sensible of being caught in a seeming impropriety, he rubs his eyes clear of the ebbing haze and moves toward the doorway to greet whoever has come in, only to realize he still has the offending papal document in his hands. Will Shakespeare regards the royal beauty, hiding his disbelief. He has heard these little homilies many times spoken by others, including his own misguided mother and father, but never before by one with such noble bearing as the incomparable Comtesse of Illyria. He knows her words about returning to the old religion are meant to resonate with the pliant susceptibility of a childish trust in authority. Will is not an innocent. Faith, in the words of zealots, has scythed the streets of London. He reminds himself how many friends mock the idea of heaven, an airy nothingness of a pipe dream. Words of trust in a merciful God are continually drowned out by the screams heard on Tyburn's bloody scaffold, a theater of unspeakable and innumerable live eviscerations and decapitations. How often are vengeance and hatred preached in conjunction with Jesus is love in the heartless metropolis where a lonely boy's confirmation of his family's faith is repudiated. The Countess cannot expect me to swallow the naive falsehoods of her candied nothings, he thinks. From her position of noble power, she can afford to indulge in such a luxury. But I cannot. Her childlike insistence on a benevolent deity doggedly partial to a flawed Roman church diminishes her in Will's eyes. Still, she is the personification of femininity. Despite this soiling of her divinity, her perfect French face, like Helen herself, renowned for launching countless imaginings on a sea of perfection, is now all too flawed, too human. Hanging onto her faith and his hand with impassioned tenacity, her ladyship implores, "Tell me, Shakespeare, will you embrace our way? Say you will celebrate the Mass with me privately on the morrow." "My worship is only for you, milady." Flattery and pretense are his trade. "Idolatry is heresy in any religion." She frowns at the impossible conceit. "The boy has no shame," notes Maria. Releasing her grip on him, Diane sighs. "I fear he has no chance at reformation." Her egalite treatment of him vanishes like the dream that it was. Will concedes that the castle gate to his spending time with her and having her admiration has been lowered. He has lost access. Still, consolation reveals itself. "It is a pretty compliment. My husband is right. You have an easy facility with words." She looks at him so that he cannot look away. "But of course, so does Satan, the father of lies." There it is. The hidden steel, the executioner's blade. She withdraws within herself. Having done what she should, she is now relieved of further obligations. The hunt for nature's perfection is the wellspring of the lad's writing. Albeit schooled in taverns, he has been bred on disillusionment that fosters cynicism. And the two angels, perfection and cynicism, debate in his conscience, often suggesting what to believe and what to identify as cant. For a moment, Will wishes himself older, that he might better cope with the rising surge of conflicting thoughts in his mind, not least of which is whether or not to report back to his employer the lady's attempts at his religious conversion. Since Campion's return to England 2 years before, everybody was advised of the new act, proclaiming that no one be permitted to even whisper the slightest reconciliation with Catholicism. It is a hanging offense, even here in Illyria. Is this suggestion of hers to privately worship Mass an invitation to a treasonous act? The doctor shall know of it. Must know of it. "Shall I leave? Have I offended?" Will offers weakly. Youth's impatient ache to embrace forthrightness lashes at him. Not for the first time, he is aware of his own double identity, his own duplicitousness that is and is not. She gives him a tiny smile, less kittenish than those before. "Mon petit, I am, how you say, écœuré," he hears her say. "May time and heaven translate you into a blissful soul. Yours is a dangerous obstinacy. I warn you. Your simplicity risks damnation and hellfire, but I will say no more." Moving away to pick up her sewing, her hands tremble. She turns her back on him. Without her previous tenaciousness, she despairs. "I have faith you will come round to the error of your ways." Then, perfunctorily, "I shall pray for you." Gazing at her slender back, Shakespeare is uncertain. He fears his last performance may mar his new court position. Diane turns around to grant him another practiced smile. He foresees her detesting him, and the disfiguring grimace that will replace that smile when she learns the true nature of his being here. Shouldering his fate, Shakespeare is too much the actor to let this show. "I hope to be guided by heaven," he replies, with all the maturity he can muster. The sudden entrance of Lord Griffin, Edmund d'Autrice, abruptly interrupts their exchange. "Ah, so you are here." The puffing chamberlain is irascible and out of breath. Quizzically, Diane turns to Edmund, as do the others. The groom straightens as Maria rises, and Will, putting on a brave front, tries not to cower at being found in the Countess' closet. "Where is your master?" the Lord asks, animus in his high tenor voice. "I know not," informs Will. Why this irritation in Griffin with the doctor? "I would venture he is about the castle, your lordship." Supplicatory, he adds, "He has spoken of the library?" "The library? What would he do there?" "Read, your grace?" Will shrugs clumsily. The comical answer does not entirely melt Dautrice. "Yes, well thought on," replies the chamberlain. "I have not looked there yet, but of course it is reasonable to believe our scholar has gone to commune with what he prizes. In all courtesy, we must send someone to attend to him at once." Again, Will wonders, why this intensity? Is there a diplomatic emergency that ignites this fire in the unflappable administrator? Or, with a 16-year-old's impending sense of dread, could it be the discovery of their mission that puts them both in danger? Will's recent evasions with Diane have sent him down a rabbit hole of second-guessing. He wants to be anywhere else, but not for the reason he gives. "Thinkest thou my master requires me?" posits Shakespeare. "I know not. He is your master, not mine," comes the aloof rebuff, and with it, a long stare that anatomizes the player, further testing Will's power of performance. It causes l'inconfort in the room. "Tell me, boy, are not poets false dissemblers?" "Poets oft must dissemble in their words, but I am honest, sir." "Yet you do not look me in the eyes when you address me. Have you some dark purpose that taints your honesty?" Will's fears are redoubled. Concerned that Edmund is being too hard on the boy, the Lady Diane moves to stand between them. To the Countess, Dautrice asks with denigrating concern, "Countess, what do we know of this London youth or his employer except they are sent by the English government?" "And who runs that government? Walsingham and Burleigh, both Puritans who have ever been known to disapprove of your marriage. Disapprove of our being faithful Roman Catholics." "My lord, my employer was sent by our Queen, not Sir Francis Walsingham," Will lashes out. Unaccustomed to being addressed rudely by a menial, Dautrice looks sharply at the teen. "One and the same," is his curt reply. "You scare the boy, Edmund," whispers Diane. The admonishing white finger again, Will observes. Grateful for the princess' intercession, Will retreats a step or two, rueful of his earlier thoughts of her betrayal. With the corners of his creased mouth lifting and his normal indulgent benevolence returning, the chamberlain tenderly takes the hand in front of him. "I am sorry, your ladyship. I did not mean to offend. It is that I have just heard from the porter that Dr. Dee, our distinguished postmaster from London, a man of international repute, is about the house, and no one waits upon him. It is a breach of etiquette and a grievous dishonor to our guest." With that, his mustached lips gesture to kiss his superior's hand. While his brown whiskers brush her knuckles, his eyes communicate some unspoken message born of mutual understanding. When Edmund Dautrice, Lord Griffin, turns once more to face the powerless player, the Lord's countenance is contrite. "My apologies, young man." He then ruffles Will's hair, who acknowledges the act of rapprochement with a tight smile and gentle headshake. "I need to be elsewhere," thinks Will. "Anywhere else that is less confusing, less threatening." "I seek your master. Do you care to come with me?" "No, he cares to abide here, with me," countermands Diane, again showing her steel. This surprises Shakespeare. He believed she had finished with him. But it is more of a surprise to Lord Griffin, whose sandy-colored eyebrows arch. Whatever ugly retort forms in his mouth is swallowed. Irksome to be so publicly admonished, even in front of human furniture, thinks Dautrice. Though a man, and widely respected, he is obliged to obey her ladyship. She is an extension of Count Orsino's rule, not to mention a de Guise. Yet, no matter his standing, he knows that Maria will eagerly retell his chastisement to other menials among the household. "Milady, grant me now leave to depart from thee." A steely, "With all my heart," is the Countess' reply, and dutiful Edmund d'Autrice, Lord Griffin of Illyria, flushes himself from the room. That little interlude, thinks Shakespeare, cannot but turn him into a notable contempt. Will Dee and I be reproached for it? Surely it is not my fault. Maria resumes her sewing. Her needle penetrates and comes up again to anchor a French knot. Eager to know more of her lady's thoughts, Diane's confidant must remain silent until Will has left the room. As for the Countess, she politely informs the room, "Sir Edmund is too scrupulous about protocol." The library door is ajar, and no one there. The concerned natural philosopher quickly scans the hallway. No one. Yet Dee is certain he heard the door open, certain he saw someone through the stacks. Dee feels the dry flux rise in his throat. Bewildered and suspicious, he closes the door and returns to the writing table, only to kick himself that he has left the Sigillum Dei in plain view. Had someone seen it and then bolted from the room? He thinks to leave, but realizes that he still holds the alleged death warrant encyclical. Looking at it, with eyes now clear of obstruction, his surmise is substantiated. It is the Regnans in Excelsis. He quickly returns the abomination to its nesting place in the tome. No one the wiser. Then he remembers the blue flame pointing to the Dalit. He must write Secretary Walsingham immediately. The sooner he can get a message to Sir Francis of this lead, the sooner he can please his handler that he is making progress. Fortune is smiling. After all, is not the mail boat to London anchored in the marina scheduled to depart that very day and not return for another week? Returning to the Sigillum Dei and the reading table, the intelligencer quickly folds the scrying chart into a small square and hides it in his boot, intending to dispose of it later in a safer place. Dee finds himself holding his breath as he puts pen to ink and begins his report, frequently looking over his shoulder should the invisible interloper return. Though the message must be encoded, the cipher is an easy one that he has used many times, and, a short time later, the deed is done. Nearly all is reported. His finding the papist bull, Orsino as a suspected enemy of the state, but not the prognostication from Anael of the Dalit. Sir Francis would not look favorably on that, and it would only undermine his official report. Yet there is more to do. A second letter must be written to his employer, neighbor, supposed friend, but certainly godfather to his son Arthur. From his robe, Dee draws Jane's pleas for help and begins fulfilling the promise he made to himself. He asks Sir Francis for help. It cannot be denied that Walsingham must already know of her letter's contents, as it bears his seal. Surely it had been steamed and read prior to it being put on the mail ship. He asks himself, how does an esteemed scholar admit to the sin of poverty to Walsingham? Begging help of his tormentor who placed him here so far from home is the act of a desperate man, one whom God has forsaken. And yet, Dee has always presented himself to the court, to England, to the world, and to himself as one in control, and one of God's chosen. Shame vies with need. Need wins. He writes to the old fox. First, he will remind the Foreign Secretary of their mutual enemy, John Prestall, his and Walsingham's stridently Catholic opponent, who is bringing a perversion of a lawsuit to rob the scholar not only of his reputation, but of what little he possesses. And this, conveniently, while Dee is out of England. Can this be countenanced? Often he blots, then writes again, scratching out more than he keeps. His attempts to write honestly are blocked and countermanded by each careful word he thinks he must use to gain favor. The prefatory encomium is too fawning, too overwritten. Can he not just confess his needs and plainly ask for funds, or even a loan? Does he need to inflate his employer's accomplishments and beg pardon for his own shortcomings? Yet his own pride in his erudition and the Foreign Secretary's pride of office require the flowery language. It is overwritten. Yet it will serve. Then there is the lost pension. That must not go unmentioned. If Sir Francis has read the letter, the need is evident. The scheming, two-faced bastard must know I'm being rejected. Who knows? Maybe the rogue had a hand in that, too. I wouldn't put it past him. What does the Queen call him? Her spider? All this prompts the scholar to tear up his request and start afresh for the 4th time. But he cannot. Glancing out the window, it is clear there remains little time. The mail ship will set sail today. He must be satisfied with what is written. He uses the last page of paper on Orsino's library desk to sign his name in his most impeccable hand. Blowing the wet ink dry, then waving it in the air, he cannot fathom how his accounts and his creditors have bested him. I have been misused by mine enemies. Yet not so. I must not succumb to self-pity. I have done this, and I am to blame. Looking at the letter in hand, he thinks, Sir Francis will be merciful. Scanning the room to be certain that he has left no incriminating evidence of his scrying activity, the anxious man speeds to the door that will lead him to the mail ship, and a reprieve. Just as he reaches for the latch, Lord Griffin plunges into the room. Startled, Dee steps back. With seeming composure, the postmaster seems pleased with the encounter, giving Edmund d'Autrice the most reassuring smile that he can muster. "Good morrow. How does your lordship?" "Dear doctor, how good it is to see you again. I hope you want for nothing," says the urbane chamberlain. "I was not told of your arrival this morning. You must have slogged through a torrent of rain coming up from town. Yet you don't seem wet. You are a magician indeed." "Not a magician, Lord Griffin, a natural philosopher. I was fortunate. I arrived just as the heavens opened." "Very early for a visit?" Suspicion lurks in his voice. He looks around to see if anything is amiss. "I could not sleep," indicating the room. "Knowing that the Count has a fine collection of works, I was ardent to see what I could find. Just last night his lordship had especially asked me to come at any time to study." Subtracting the few steps between them, Edmund probes. "Yet," indicating the letter in his hand, "you seem more interested in writing than reading." "A letter to my wife, good sir. She wrote me of her loneliness, and I wrote to her of my love." He kisses it lovingly and quickly pockets it. "I really must get this to the mail ship that waits in the harbor." Not really convinced of any of this, d'Autrice merely says, "Indeed." Again, the library door opens. There, the dour figure of Orsino's steward, Malvolio, stands, posture erect, his chin firm and resolved. Not a link of his gold chain of office is out of place or unpolished. Drawing in a long breath, with great formality he informs, "My good lord, the Countess requests your immediate help with a matter. She has asked me to bring you at once." He points his wand of office in that direction. "I must refuse, her ladyship," Edmund d'Autrice responds curtly, still grudging her humiliation of him in the presence of Maria and a footman. "Tell her that I am involved with business of my own." As most assuredly she knows. Why send the Pega Ramsay to fetch me? Seeing none but the two men, Malvolio counters, Perhaps, Lord Griffin, you might bring Dr. Dee with you and ask my lady if he may join you. Thus making clear to the chamberlain that Lord Griffin is subservient to the Countess, and D'Autreus's presence is being demanded. Wanting to post his messages, Dee would object to going, but can think of no excuse. Fixing a cold eye on his lady's messenger, Griffin politely refuses.
Thank you, Malvolio, for your suggestion, but we will continue here, Sira.
The last derogatory word strains Malvolio's civility and his pride of position. Aristocratic households are furtive, competitive, with feuding subtleties often lost on outsiders. However, Dee needs no angel to tell him that the lengthy distance between the two men in the room is too short for their individual comfort. Taking the opportunity to extricate himself in 2 steps toward the open door, Dee pretends to be unaware of the disdain between them.
You may leave us now, Monsieur le Steward. Your services are not required.
Chapter 21. Just as Dee heads down the hill from Count Orsino's castle gate, the morning's respite of sunshine turns to a showery rain.
Weather is so mercurial on this floating patch of unanswered questions, grudges Dee.
Despite the wet, the doctor is happy to have fled the castle and its intrigues, reminded how distasteful it and he have become. Since his early morning trudge uphill, the well-trodden roadway has become sucking mud. Going is made worse by the crazed winds howling through the narrow lanes of Illyria, making the day bitterer. Stinging brine etches Dee's face and discovers secret entries through his boots and coat. He tightens his coat around him and pulls down on his wide-brimmed hat. A moment later, a swirling blast snatches the battered beaver and launches it from his head like a Roman candle. He catches up to it before it sinks into a rippling tide of waste guttering along the lane. The hat is wet and stinks. Nevertheless, his gloved hand smashes it down on his drenched head. Needing to concentrate on anything but the elements, he calculates how long to reach the warmth of the cubiculo and a change of clothes.
I can only hope this blow will keep the ship delayed.
He prays for a storm.
Would that I could conjure one.
Concentrating on anything besides his untenable situation, he calculates the time to return to the inn. 30 minutes.
Too long. Too long.
There is a crack of thunder, and with a great clatter, his prayers are answered. A torrential rain pours down. With it comes an internal tempest, one of expectations and regret flooding his thoughts. In Orsino's library, Dee has managed to gather several clues, and he feels justified in having come to Illyria despite the sacrifices. Peering through the driving rain, the intelligencer glances back at the castle, now almost imperceptible in the onslaught, thinking that for comfort's sake he might return to it.
No more encounters with Lord Griffin.
Through the cascade of water, he notices that beyond an approaching oxen cart, a sign hangs from a 2-story stone building. The image of an open book flails in the wind. The wild wooden plank looks as if it might at any moment break its chains and tumble down. Despite the swinging and the sign's faded colors, distinctly legible, even through sheets of rain, is the unmistakable text, Hillbred's Bookshop.
Praise God, a shelter from the storm.
In the grip of an inexplicable humor that comes over men in extreme circumstances, he laughs maniacally. Delighted, the bibliophile eggs himself on.
Who knows? I might discover some disregarded relic whose worth is known only to men like me.
A touch more practical, he reasons.
My angels have given me rain. If Providence holds, there may even be a fire within.
Go on, go in, good counsel whispers, from whither he knows not.
Ill is the weather that bringeth no gain.
A bell over the door shudders brightly as he enters, and then again as he muscles the heavy door shut against the elements. Gratefully, he detects that the emporium is roomier than he had imagined. 4 or 5 lanterns hang about the open premises. Regrettably no hearth fire, thinks Dee. Still, he has escaped the wind and the rain. On a high chair perched behind a higher desk, a boy of Will's age copies from one book to another. Atop his curly red hair, at an odd angle, a blue workman's hat sits. Clothed in an equally blue tattered shirt and cassock, the lad dips his stylus into a pot of ink. Dee notes the sleeves of the woolen jacket are too short, reaching only mid-forearm. Customer and clerk acknowledge each other with a respectful nod, Dee merely remarking, "Nasty weather," while brushing the rain from his hat and cloak onto the small rug by the door.
Mind the water, the books.
Dully, the boy warns the dripping man whilst clasping and unclasping stiffened fingers over a flickering taper. The nearsighted clerk sits in danger of singeing his bushy eyebrows as he dips his goose quill back into the inkwell, copying dutifully. Making no attempt to help or otherwise communicate, the young scrivener has long since grown used to browsers. Most never buy. This one surely must be a fool to be out in this weather. "Where be thy master, sirrah?" asks Dee, noting no adult on the premises. Without glancing up, the young scholar merely continues his copying, impervious to conversation. Unwatched and unaided, Dee is left on his own. Invisible amidst the stacks of books, Dee scours the dozens of shelves and tables of bound and unbound volumes and broadsides, feuilleton and manuscripts. The thought occurs to him that he may have to replenish volumes if his brother-in-law has his way, selling off parts of his Mortlake library. Had his backbiting brother-in-law Nicholas Fromund any idea how much he had sacrificed to gather and pay for his valued collection? Not just for himself, but for all of England's edification and enrichment. A monument to learning. Dee shakes his head at his situation at home. Temperance, he advises himself. Temperance. What is gone is gone. What may be lost may be lost. Heaven and Providence will preserve the Dees. He must have faith. All is God's will. Unlike London, where booksellers divide their merchandise into various areas of interest, history, sciences, literature, Roman, Italian, or political, here, in Illyria's only bookshop, no evidence exists of intelligent groupings whatsoever. "Here 'tis like a brothel," thinks Dee, observing. "Poetry lies with almanacs, history consorts with astrology." Dee forages. Most is inconsequential. Authors who have nothing to say and no skill in saying what little they pretend to know. Though the preponderance is in French, many are in Latin, and some in English. None of any interest to the practiced antiquarian. Claptrap and dullness. As he hunts and thaws himself, he loses track of time. The sin of bibliomania being as deep-rooted in him as gluttony to an epicure. For a brief reprieve, Dee forgets the nightmarish problem of his financial affairs, the heartache of his family, and even his hurry to post his letters. Thumbing through William Camden's historical work Britannica, Dee revisits some of the new tenets of the old era. He moves on to a tattered university copy of Pliny the Elder's Natural History. He thinks, young Will might like a personal copy of this. Setting it aside, thinking he may return to it, he moves on searching for works of poesy to inspire Will with his love sonnets. Unimpressed with the selections near the front of the store, the scholar moves to the back. As Dee has lost all sense of time, there is no telling when the 3 men entered the shop. The tinkling bell must have chimed, but later in his journal he writes that he had no clear memory of it, so immersed was he in his search for a rare book. As the rain beats mercilessly upon the roof timbers, surely the men must have shaken their drowned hats and stamped their sloshing boots. Yet it is not until a hollow thump resounds within Hillbread's that Dee glances over to see a wooden chest, the size of a child's coffin, flanked by 3 sodden men. The coffer has a discernible naval quality to it. One of the men, too, smacks of the sea, being as thick as a cannon and having a permanent redness to his face that only comes from years in the sun. He massages the muscles in his massive neck with a hand the size of a mallet.
Master Hillbred, sir, methought thou wast above.
The boy stands, summoned from his desk. Immediately, he lugs an outsized ledger to the beckoner, to be examined.
Master, I have almost done the copying as you bid me.
The boy presents the papers for his approval.
Not now, boy. Fetch my purse that lies within my desk upstairs,
instructs Hillbred, a short, thin man who is bald as a walnut and has a large wart on the side of his nose and the facial features of a wooden prow. Dee glances up again from his reading among the stacks.
But, master—
But me no buts, boy, says the walnut. Be about it, or I shall beat thee into a carbuncle. Quick feet now, about it. Obediently, the lad rushes up a rickety stairway to the upper floor. The three men follow the boy. Steps shiver and squeak under their combined weight. Behind them, none the wiser of Dee's presence, the carved sea chest is left behind. Enthralled reading Erasmus, the bibliophile makes no effort to make himself known. Within the time to read a full page of the Latin text, the three men clump back down the groaning stairwell. Each carries a stack of newly printed documents in his ink-smeared hands. Each stack is made up of about 30 unbound manuscripts whose pages are collated with small ringlets of thread. Master Hillbred opens the sea chest, and the unbound books are stacked inside. Concerned about the time, and warm enough to continue walking, the greybeard sets down the Erasmus. Preparing to leave, he wraps his cloak about him. "Boy," says the prow-faced owner, "fetch me the original. It lies within the attic by the press." Press? Dee's full attention pivots. Neither within nor without the shop is advertisement to indicate that it acts as a printer's shop. Most unusual. Secret printing presses are a prime source of papist propaganda. A secret press upstairs, thinks Dee, studying the three men at the bottom of the stair. Illyria's postmaster recognizes the silent third man. It is Tobias Belch, the harbor master, who at this instant stands under the light of a lantern, palm uplifted, cheerfully receiving a fat purse from the store owner. Even as he pays Belch, Hillbred wipes the moisture from his naked head and speaks painstakingly to the seamen. "Tell your Captain Brabantio, a man named Pagiot will call for these at Portsmouth." At that moment, the shop boy appears at the top of the stair with the original manuscript. Before descending to his master, he uses it to point out Dee in the shadows among the stacks. All the men turn and look at the random browser at the back. The face of each man turns ashen at being thus discovered. Identified, the eavesdropper must swiftly exercise civilities. "Good morrow, gentlemen. Miserable weather, is it not?" Dee ejaculates merrily, hiding any interest in their activities. "I thought we had been alone," mutters the store owner, straining to mask his emotions. "Boy?" demands Hillbred, elongating the monosyllable in utter consternation for not having been alerted at once to the stranger's presence. Disconcerted, the eyes of Tobias Belch and the ox-like marine betray suspicion and menace, respectively. The naval giant takes one threatening step toward the stranger. "Belay there, friend," says Belch, but pausing him from attack. Identifying the intruder as Her Majesty's emissary from Whitehall. Louder, Toby remarks as he points at their wet clothes. "Morning, Royal Postmaster. Miserable weather indeed, Doctor. It rains cats and dogs." "Indeed," replies Dee jovially. Continuing in the same unconcerned tone, Tobias shares, "We just now got the last of a shipment of broadsides to a ship waiting to embark for Portsmouth. The vessel stays but for this consignment and for the raging waters to quiet." Brazen Toby leans down and latches the trunk as if nothing is amiss. Another crack of lightning shears the silence. The other two men and the lad shuffle and look to the door, as if they long to be out in the storm and its relative safety rather than here ensnared in red-handed treason. Confident of his skills at camaraderie and cordiality, Belch shares a Mephistophelian grin of oily camaraderie. Whitehall, thinks John Dee. Why mention that? Convinced that he has stumbled on some illegal activity, the spymaster commences a non-stop monologue that Kemp, Armin, or any improvisational thespian would envy. "Indeed, sir, you are in the right, Tobias. The rain reigneth villainously, does it not?" But Dee does not wait for an answer. The garrulous Belch cannot get a word in edgewise. "Gentlemen, I can scarce believe my good fortune. I have found the most wondrous text in this quaint shop. Despite the stormy heavens, the gods have blessed me today, for look you, gentlemen, behold!" And the Royal Postmaster General holds up a leather-bound edition. "Gentlemen, gold and silver, jewels and the most exquisite finery, homes and horses are but dross compared to this." He waves Erasmus at them and splits his focus between them and it. "Words of wisdom live forever here." Raising Erasmus ever higher in the air, Dee rants, "Far surpassing worldly riches that momentarily please the eye, a show of wealth that only serves to recommend one's capital worth to a stranger's assessment. Jewels and mean trifles are but very little, a work like this. Ah, sirs, with its virtues, its wisdom, its words of comfort and wise counsel can transform our bodily rectangles of dust into the excellence of an angel. Here be excellent words. Understanding, gentlemen, knowledge and understanding. Does not the old reprobate Socrates teach us to know thyself? And how can we expect to accomplish that task without help from the ancients whose lives were once touched by true enlightenment?" Briskly, Dee walks up to face his startled audience, in fact, angling strategically toward the front door and a safe exit. "Which of you be the master here, that I may purchase this priceless text? I must have it." He reaches inside his wet coat and finds his purse, shaking it vigorously in their sight. The sound of clinking coins only adds to the men's bewilderment. Getting no immediate answer and as spry as any greyhound, the wizard scholar suddenly races up to the top of the stair and to the gaping boy standing there. Dee insists, "Here, lad, you shall have these 4 sovereigns."
"4 sovereigns?" says the mystified apprentice. "It is not worth 4 farthings."
"What matter the cost? I shall be the richer for it." Turning back to the 3-man audience below, "And your master shall have made wondrously happy an aging scholar." The necromancer thrusts the money at the apprentice. Seeing the boy's difficulty in handling what he is being given, the magus grabs the forbidden manuscript from the boy's hands, freeing them to receive the 4 sovereigns. "Never mind this modern claptrap. Here, take your remuneration." Flustered, the boy does as he is told. At the same time, Dee rifles furiously through the pilfered pages with mock disdain, dripping with contempt. He sees Hillbred aiming toward the stair. Careful to locate the title, Dee then throws it down the stairs onto the floor where its pages disband. The balding head stoops to gather the pages. Pretending to ignore all, Dee continues his diatribe as he descends. "This pennyworth of nothing is but dross, worthless dross, compared to the celestial wonder I grip now in my hand. I am the most fortunate man alive to have found it." When it is clear that the stranger is not trying to climb further to the shopkeeper's room and see the press, the conspirators silently expel bated breath. As the doctor turns his back momentarily, Dee can almost feel the others winking at each other. Surely feeling safe for the nonce. No danger here. The intruder is a popinjay.
Though Dee has rifled the pages, it is beyond reason to think he has read anything that could be written there. Moreover, he knows he has given every impression of not hearing a word of their private conversation. Striding to the door with his purchase, Dee makes one last speech. "Long have I hungered for this very text," he warbles, "and I cannot wait to return to my room and absorb the wonders here writ onto the blank pages of my mind. I cannot thank you enough for introducing me to it, Master Hillbred." The shopkeeper rises from the floor with an enforced conviviality. "Glad to be of assistance." Turning, the little man addresses the brawny porter. "By the sound of it, the weather is passing." He then waves the sailor on his way into the abating drizzle. Shouldering the chest, heavier now with its contents, the mariner lumbers to the door, to which Dee leaps and opens for his convenience. The large man exits. The weather has indeed eased, and Dee's only thought now is the mail-boat. Convivial, book in hand, he leaves as well, but not before suggesting to the owner that they must share a glass together soon. Outside, in the piddling rain, Walsingham's agent hastens on as he weighs the encounter. The encyclical is small news compared to discovering a secret recusant printing press smuggling contraband into England. So, Walsingham's suspicions have been well-founded. The title of the manuscripts, Letters to the Lords of the Council. No wonder the trio looked fearful. Though the author's name was nowhere to be seen, Letters to the Lords of the Council is infamous as any pamphlet throughout the length and breadth of the European world. All knew it as Campion's Brag. Edmund Campion's Roman Catholic justifications for his coming to England. Its reprinting, even its reading, are punishable offences in the English realm. Dee is no lover of censorship, but a devout believer in the maintenance of authority. The similarities between England's old religion and the new one far exceed their differences, Dee believes. Why should zealots overthrow everything that is so excellent in England for a few incomprehensible, irrational Catholic rituals? Transubstantiation, the sacrament of the Eucharist, consecrated hosts. Did they really believe Christ's body could transmogrify magically into a wafer? Did the Almighty really care if his people prayed to him in Latin or in English? A decade of Elizabethan policy has done away with huge numbers of Catholic clergy. Since Campion's martyrdom in 1581, many ardent English Catholics are joining the Jesuits' mission of ministering to abandoned parishioners. However, other recusants, who are less godly men than Campion, preach a violent overthrow of the government and the placing of Mary Queen of Scots on the throne. It is Walsingham's worst fear, and the reason Dee has been sent here to Illyria. By heaven, Elizabeth must be protected. It is not my place, the intelligencer reminds himself, to judge the truth of Orsino's moral convictions, only to find the facts of any treachery. I must get these letters posted before the boat leaves the marina. The storm is nearly exhausted. He quickens his step. A novel idea dawns as he walks. If Campion had been morally justified to keep in hiding and dissimulate for his religious beliefs, have not I equal validation to do the same for my queen? Emerging from his reverie, Dee realizes he has covered much ground and is closing in on his lodging. The wet weather has done its worst, and the skies are clearing. Relieved, he can see in the hazy, far distance that the mailboat is still berthed in the marina. He asks himself, is Hillbred working on his own? Is he merely a hired printer, or is he attached to other subversive activities on the island? Are there further activities? Is Hillbred a code name? Had Orsino a hand in this? How can the intelligencer ascertain any of this? He must find out. Happy that clues have finally presented themselves. Obviously, Harbourmaster Belch is involved. But to what extent? Turning a corner, the open water spreads out before him. Though obscured by mist, he now sees 6 ships anchored in the marina below. One of them will soon set sail with its cargo of printed contraband to Portsmouth. But which one? There below, the sea chest trudging to its unknown destination can provide the answer. Intelligence about the ship and its cargo will be of great interest to Sir Francis. With such valuable information and the name of the man in Portsmouth, one Pagiot, Walsingham can use it to alert the maritime watchers to future arrivals. But, with the weather abating, has he time to discover the particulars of the one ship before the other sails? He feels for the letters to Walsingham, feels their urgency. He prays that he can do both. Having forgotten the cubiculo, Dee reassures himself that he and the behemoth in the bookshop that he is following are almost to the harbor. "Dr. Dee!" comes a voice over the wind.
"Will, what are you doing here?"
"I returned to the inn and saw you in the distance from my window." Breathless, Will stops, assuming his master will do the same, but the old greybeard continues in his brisk pace. Surprised, Will scurries after. Wait, I have much to tell you. La Comtesse—"
"I've no time. Do you see yon fellow, the big one with the chest? I must not lose him."
Seeing the porter carrying a chest on his shoulder, but not at all knowledgeable about why he is looking, Will responds, "Fine, I'll come with you," then asks, "Why must you follow him?" His master tartly answers, "Because I must. Have a care. Fall back. Do not let him see us." Intelligence gathering? Dee deigns not to answer, then picks up his pace, leaving Will muttering to himself, "Well, if we must, we must." As Will catches up, Dee inquires,
"What is it that you have to say to me that it brought you out into this weather?"
"I had a remarkable encounter this morning. The Lady Diane sent for me to join her." He adds, theatrically, "in her closet." Not a modicum of a rise out of Dee. "I wish you had been there with me. She was—"
"Why would she invite you to her privy closet so early? And why on such a rainy day as this?"
"I was commanded. I think she likes me. Dee, despite his desire to keep an eye on the moving chest, gives his ward an ugly look.
"Does she, now?"
"She offered me wine and stood near naked before me. It was something to behold. You've never seen the like."
"Indeed."
Dee can picture it easily, and what he imagines bodes no good.
"For policy, do not sneak around behind my back. Do you hear me?"
His voice more bitter than the recent storm. Dee has time for neither tawdriness nor disobedience.
"You cannot deal with these people alone. You have not the capability."
He punctuates this with as rigid a look as he has ever shown the intractable boy. Though Will wants to offer that he has lived on the streets of London where he was capable enough, his obdurate employer leaves no room for argument. Having no other friend in the world right now, Will holds his peace and follows in apprentice obedience. Under a Lucafane winter sun, master and pupil approach the harbor. Chill has rendered Shakespeare unusually silent throughout their march to the docks. It could not please Dee more. Their quarry boards a small boat flying a Venetian flag. Though the cold brine stings nose and lips, Walsingham's spy is warmed by the sight. Another piece of intelligence for his master. The ship's name is faded on the hull.
"Go, boy. Determine what she is called. Be discreet."
At the bottom of the water-stained stair that leads to the end of the pier, the doctor now fixes his attention on the mailboat anchored far out in the marina. A sudden concern arises, and he fishes out his letters to Walsingham to make sure the damp has not spoiled them. They are unharmed. A radical consideration strikes him while he returns them to safety, whispering, "Why send letters? Just board her. Deliver the letters in person to Sir Francis, make your report, and then speed to Mortlake to family who are in need." A consummation devoutly to be wished. The aching for Jane, feeling her embrace, remembering her teary anguish embedded in every line of her letter, casts a spell that tugs at him more and more as he considers the option. Go home, his heart cries. Go home, before it is too late. Yet the sworn agent of Sir Francis' subterfuge knows he cannot just turn tail and run. Looking to the anchored ship bobbing in the marina, the philosopher's attention volleys back and forth between the ignominious letter in his pocket and the English mailboat. The foresail and the foretopsails of his passage home on the mail ship are being unfurled from the foremast, all in readiness to quit Illyria. Its departure may be as fateful to his future as those of the ferryman Charon passengers who, on the river Styx, leave the land of the living for some unknowable existence. Would God that he could be sure of this day's business! Beyond the protected marina is the tide-tossed English Channel stretching to the horizon. It stands a forbidding slate-green fortress wall that bars him from home, from his happy life and the completion of his studies. Staying in Illyria, fulfilling his mission, and not returning to Mortlake surely will mean lifelong estrangement from wife and children, and the dishonorable stain of abandoning both. To return to Jane now, while it may save his marriage, in the eyes of Walsingham and of the court, means forsaking reputation, future success, oath, and honor. Elizabeth's spider would most assuredly make good his threats, and unloose the Privy Council to prosecute him for witchcraft, shutting him out of all preferment. Unbearable humiliation. No matter the path taken, either choice leads to hopeless ruin, and neither wholly ensures the security of Jane and their babes. Like a big, galumphing puppy, Will returns excitedly with the name of the Venetian ship. "The Doge!" gasps Shakespeare. Noticing his master's face, knotted in constraint, Will, concerned, asks, "Are you well, master?" But Dee is facing a whirlwind of recrimination. Shakespeare, feeling for the man, approaches the sad-faced penitent, touching his sleeve tenderly. "What has happened that has shaken your usual demeanor during my short absence?" Glancing at a compassionate face, the anguished man discovers a maturity in William Shakespeare that is new to him and dear. He is growing up. Dee briefly considers taking the orator Cicero's advice of lightening an old man's heart by sharing with the young. But his self-imposed restraint will not allow it. No, I cannot. It is only the wind, Dee replies gloomily, and hunkers deeper into his cloak. The chill makes my old bones ache. Mildly rebuked for his act of kindness, Shakespeare nods in some understanding. Betimes the old fellow could be as petulant as a girl in her monthlies. Something is amiss, yet this nothing he gives me is but a concealment of some unsettling something, thinks Shakespeare. Perhaps, suggests Will, returning his own gloved hand inside his cloak, we should return to the cubiculo? What need we stand here? We have followed the fellow and seen where he has gone. No, I want to be certain he should not leave the ship and board another. Ah, replies Will to Dee's dubious answer. Doing his best to make conversation, Will adds, Then may we walk to the end of the wharf, where there is more sun? Bonjour, mes amis! Halloos Toby Belch from behind them, descending the stairs from his home. In either feigned or delighted greeting, Belch shouts, Good doctor! Surprised to encounter the royal postmaster so soon, Tobias offers grandly, Are you in need of my assistance, sir? Harbour master, I have an urgent message for the mail ship, cries Dee above the wind. Can you row me and the boy in a skiff before she sails, so that I may immediately talk with the captain? The mail ship? I thought we were watching for... Shakespeare stifles that thought. They are not alone. Row? Such exertion through ice-cold surf is anathema to Belch. No need, Goodman Dee. You are in luck. The ship cannot quit our waters unless an officer signs the disembarking papers, and he has not come, though I do expect him presently. He can ferry you to his captain. And the Venetian? What cargo holds she? A wary look flickers in Belch's eye. Why that one? Only spices and commodity from the Indies. That detail will go in Dee's report to Walsingham. Changing topics, the harbour master offers, "No point standing in the cold. Much warmer in the custom house. You can read your new book there." Erasmus is still in Dee's hand. Toby points the way. "We shall have good drinking ere he arrives."
"Gramercy, but I shall wait here and watch for their tender."
"As you wish. I am for warmer climes." Toby turns and mounts the wooden stair toward his home. The wind perks up and helps to blow the big man away. Will shivers, but not as much as the old man whose thin legs are locked together against the elements. On the wind comes a softly spoken invective from behind the fluttering grey beard.
"Damn me, I should have asked for a skiff and rowed myself."
Will cocks his head at the seldom-heard profanity. "You are in an ill-tempered today, master," ventures Will. No response. "I merely mark your displeasure, sir." The pier shudders as a large wave explodes against it, suddenly forcing Dee to clasp the piling to maintain his balance. Had he been closer to the edge, he'd have fallen in. The concussion of icy water against timbers has soaked his outer garments, and the shock of cold breaches the doctor's ingrained inhibitions.
Would a scholarly man, a celebrated teacher of mathematics, allow himself, his family, his very home to become the victim of debts? A bitter word to speak aloud, but the dam breaks, and Cicero's advice is taken. "I tell thee, Will, I am unquiet in my mind, having not sufficient and needful provision for my family." This is startling admission from a man who has never shared before. Yet nothing this morning makes sense. Will asks, "How has this come about?" "I've had word from my Jane, my good wife Jane."
"Then you must home on the instant."
"How can I? Oh, how can I? I have been given a mission, though I have told you little, to stay here and learn what I can of the business of Illyria. I am enforced into sequestration. Upon my loyalty to crown and country, I am compelled to fulfill this mission. I have written to Sir Francis for help."
Dee cannot make himself say moneys. "I have a petition here," patting his breast where the request to Walsingham rests, "that must sail with that ship out there. My family is in dire need. I am both a man in poverty and a prisoner to my honor and loyalty." "You paint a dark picture, Doctor."
"Darker still," acknowledges Dee. "If the secretary will not help, to whom can I turn for loan? My assets are my books and my reputation. If the latter be lost at a public proceeding, surely the former will be lost at Mortlake." Having spoken his anxiety, he turns silent. The channel wind blows them nearer each other, as Will watches his mentor shivering and shrinking into a despairing old man. Anxiety for another is worse than any anxiety for oneself. The youth realizes it is finally his moment to teach. "Do not doubt yourself, master." Dee is surprised by Shakespeare's familiarity. Taking another tack, Will points to Dee's beard wet with brine. "White hairs become fools and jesters. You are neither." He continues, hoping to make a difference. "Loyalty, sir? What is it? Show it me. It is but a word that masters use to bind their menials to them. Can it be divided into parts and defined? Can you smell it, or can you smell its antithesis, disloyalty? No. It is but a word, a breath of air that is bred in us by church or parents. And why do they breed it in us? To bind us the closer to them and their especial needs. Loyalty held to knaves doth make our faith mere folly. As long as you are loyal, true, and crimeless to yourself, you are free from the reproach of heaven, my good master."
Above the long grey beard, anxious eyes acknowledge a modicum of comfort. Will, emboldened yet respectful, falls back a step, then adds, "Heaven, you have told me, hath always smiled upon you." Dee does not, cannot answer. "If that is so," says the student-turned-teacher, "God could not have put into your soul a yearning contrary to his will." Dr. John Dee nods and turns to look out to sea. "Dr. Dee, what are you searching for?" "The purser," the intelligencer responds, although that is not the truth. The End. We hope you have enjoyed Illyria, Book 1, Betrayal of Angels, by Armin Shimerman. Performed by Ramon de Ocampo. To be continued in Illyria, Book 2. Thank you for listening.